Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
Rubber King and Mirror Master, abandon hope, all who enter here. I think I'm beginning to forget which one is the child here. Chaos hums, attention drifting between Artemis' painting of the crew upon Sunny's deck, and the combination of Luffy, Usopp and Chopper using the swing to catapult themselves into the wall. So, is forging like riding a bike? He asks, seeing the slowly growing pile of arrows the bomb man was making. Yes, the first few were pathetic, but once muscle memory kicked in, things got better fast. Victor chuckles, then turns when he hears rapid thuds against the target set up just past them. Better, but I was more accurate as an academy graduate. The blonde mumbles, Chaos having located some throwing knives for her to substitute until she could get her preferred short blades, or acquired the materials to make them. Said kunai currently strapped to the small of her back, the kanji shei, hubby, carved into the handle. You alright over there? You're mumbling again? Artemis asks, brow furrowed in concentration, which both Karoo and Funkfried seem to notice. Valentina sighs, I'm fine kiddo, just annoyed to see how far I'm let my skills slip. Any further explanation was cut off by Zoro yelling about seeing something off the side of the ship, quickly getting Luffy and the others' attention. I see something about treasure on the flag, Usopp says, Luffy nodding as he sees it too. Well, don't just stand there, go get it. Fine, the rubber boy sighs, before swinging his hand out and grabbing the barrel, lifting it onto the main deck. I won't celebrate too soon, it's probably just some preserved food and old booze, Nami says, having come out at the sound of potential treasure. What, that's lame, how do you know Nami, you can't see inside, can you? Because it says treasure to the sea god, Robin explains. Exactly. This is just an old superstition, giving offerings to local spirits as payment for safe passage, that old junk. You had me at booze, can we still open it up? Zoro asks. Zoro, no, that's bad karma. Usopp scolds, mostly because he didn't want to anger any ocean gods. I don't believe in any gods on land, sea or cloud. Besides the last god we face Luffy killed, so I think we're either fine or screwed already. Nami nods, plus, I hear ocean-stirred alcohol has a stronger flavor. Might be a good time to test that theory, she chuckles. Also, as long as you replace what you take with something else when you set it adrift again, you should be fine. Robin assures the sniper, then Bloom's hands to remove Alvida's mace from her own, as smashing the thing would most likely destroy the entire contents. Hey god, we're stealing your booze, Luffy prayed, getting a weary sigh from Vivi. He opened the barrel, only for a blood-red flare to shoot out into the sky. Can somebody spell trap? Chaos groans, pinching the bridge of his nose, because nobody just randomly shoves a signal flare into a barrel, labels it godly offers and yeets it off their ship, especially this close to the Florian Triangle. The timing is rather suspect. Robin agrees, hopefully it's just a prank, but if it isn't, I'm sure this crew could handle most threats that are coming our way. Yeah, we kicked the asses of the government's best assassins. Whoever tricked us with this barrel doesn't stand a chance. Alvida cheers, raising spirits until Nami panics. What now? We need to get a move on, due south. There's a huge storm heading this way, she shouts, running to the controls with Valentina on her heels. The news spurring everyone into action, and not a moment too soon as the sky begins to rapidly darken. It's almost scary how good you are at this, Nami, Kaya hums as she helps the others keep the Sunny steady. Not good enough, we're still being blown into the storm. This isn't going to be pleasant, she grimaces. Have you forgotten one of Sunny's special features so soon? Frankie asks, in a way that would be offended if it wasn't blatantly teasing. Nami blinks. Right. Raise the sails, we're going into paddle mode, she orders, getting quick responses from the others, then turns to Frankie. Do it. Soldier dock system. Channel 0. Cola engine. Paddleboat, Sunny. With that activated, 2 paddleboat, Paddles popped out of the sides of the Sunny, making it possible for the ship to move through the storm under its own power, rather than being tossed around in the wind and waves. A little later, okay. The Sunny is officially cooler than the Mary. Alvida sighs in relief, having managed to get through the storm unscathed. Yeah, but now we're lost, Zoro notes, a familiar feeling for the swordsman I'm sure. Plus this fog seems strange and it shouldn't be night already. Nami gasps. This is it. When we try get out of the storm we must have entered the sea Kokoro was talking about. Welcome to the Florian Triangle, Chaos announces, arms spread and grinning like a loon or a showman. You're doing it wrong, Frankie yells, then gives a creepy grin. You do know the other name for this part of the sea, right kiddos? The Devil's Triangle. A haunted sea where ships are swallowed without a trace. I give it a 5 inches, Artemis says flatly, getting a giggle from Robin. Oh come on, not important, we're in ghost country, let's see what we run into, Luffy declares. Please don't let it be zombies. Usopp whimpers, Kayud trying to comfort him. Hey dumbass, there a reason you've zoned out on us? Valentina asks, seeing the researcher staring off into space with an unreadable expression on his face. Yo ho ho, was heard eerily, from somewhere in the mist. It's a ghost, Chopper screams, jumping into Robin's arms, just as a derelict ship enters their field of view. Ghost ship. Vivi and Nami shriek, one hiding behind Luffy, the other frozen in terror. Well, we're all about to die, Victor say flatly, but his hands were shaking at his hips. Yo ho ho, Papa, I'm scared, Artemis squeaks, snapping Chaos out of his, whatever to assure her things were going to be okay. How do you know? Because there's something alive on that ship, he whispers, getting a confused look out of the child, as well as something flickering within the shadows. Yo ho ho, unrelated question to the two geniuses not frozen in terror. Can you cut ghosts? Zoro asks, trying not to sound worried. There is a chance you could, but that would require the entity to be corporeal enough to be touched, and if that happens it is also physical enough to touch and do damage to you, Robin replies, getting a nod of agreement from Chaos. Though it's possible if they can steer a ship they can be touched and cut. She adds, more as a guess than anything else. You don't think it's some spooky ghost powers? Frankie asks. Not really, no, I smell devil fruit shenanigans, and this ship is part of it. There, on the ship, Sanji points, the others all pivoting to see a distinctly human shape, which as the mist thinned a little, was revealed to be a skeleton, with what might be an afro or an elaborate collar. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks brew, the skeleton sang, then sipped from the teacup on the edge of the railing beside him. Well, fuck, Alvida hisses as the ship stops beside them. Luffy blinks, then grins, did you guys see that? There's a singing skeleton on that ship. And it knows Binks' sake, he shouts with a massive grin on his face. Skeletons don't sing, they're dead, idiot, Usopp screams, you're hallucinating. Then we're all hallucinating, because a very talented skeleton just sang a song I've not heard in years, Robin retorts. Well, time to go exploring, Luffy cheers, about to jump over but was stopped. Hold it, we can't just let you go alone. Everyone draw straws to see who stays and who goes. Zoro declares, getting arguments from Nami, Chopper and Usopp, until Chaos pointed out all the strongest fighters clearly wanted to go, meaning they would be left on their own if the people who wanted to go left instead of using the lottery method. Only 3 go over, and Luffy has taken one of those spots already, the researcher says with a half smile, hoping to get the short straws and go over. Is this really the best method? Usopp asks. It's at the very least the most fair, Vivi argues, getting a grumble from the sniper before he takes his straw. In the end Nami and Sanji were chosen, to the navigator's horror and despair, and the researcher's disappointment as the only devil fruit user he could detect was on the damn ship. Begone demon, let the poor boy rest in peace, Usopp whimpers as the skeleton appears again just before the 3 reach the deck of the ship. Shut up, I'm trying to eavesdrop, Valentina growls, punching the sniper face first into the floor, Chopper and Kaya rushing to check on him. Well, I did not see this coming, Luffy hums as the skeleton tips his top hat to the trio and cheerfully greets them. Why good afternoon, yo ho 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 ho, it's wonderful to see fresh faces. You must excuse my rudeness at not greeting you properly earlier, It's been so long I couldn't believe my eyes, if I still had any yo-ho-ho-ho, actual humans after all these years in this inky blackness. It gave me quite a shock. But please come inside and pull up a chair. I'm sure you have many tales to tell. Wow, he's so cool, and he talks all fancy and stuff, Luffy chuckles. I can't believe I found a singing, talking, Afro-skeleton. Best trip ever. Well damn, the idiot was right, Sanji says in shock. Oh my, the skeleton squeaks, his sights trained on Nami. What a beautiful young woman. I haven't seen someone as lovely as you as my dear Toriel, so many years ago. I'm all eyes for SXY ladies like yourself my dear, or I would have skeletons had eyes. Yo-ho-ho, skull joke. He laughs, Luffy sniggering too just before the skeleton tried to fix himself up, then walks up to Nami and asks, would you please, show me your panties? Fuck off pervert. Nami bellows as she kicks him in the head, anger overriding fear for a moment there. Feisty, I've always loved women with passion. That kick sent pain all the way to my bones. Because I'm a skeleton yo-ho. We get it, Nami shouts angrily, while Luffy just laughs harder. Hey, do skeletons poop? Luffy asks, ignoring the other two's arguments about time and appropriate conversations. Yes, I poop, the skeleton answers, after casually rising from his fall and walking over to retrieve his cane. Oh, thanks for answering, Luffy says with a grin. You're a funny guy skeleton man, join my crew. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Afro-skeleton replies, to the shock and horror for a few of the crew that could hear him. Well, that was easy. It didn't take much to convince the skeleton to follow them back to the sunny. Yo-ho-ho-ho. It's such a pleasure to meet you all. Hello and good day to my new crewmates. Once dead and all bones, my name is Comic Brook, but I hope we'll be able to be close enough friends you'll just call me Brook before long. He greets with more life than would be expected of, well, a skeleton. Luffy, are you out of your mind? What the hell is this thing? Was the general consensus from the crew. What did you eat? Was the surprise question from Chaos, Sanji and Nami seeing it on par with Luffy's, do you poop? Question? Wow, tough crowd. Afro-Skelly sigh, pulling at his collar, then sees Robin staring blankly at him. Oh my. This crew is full of earthly delights. My dear, would you be so kind as to show me your panties? He asks before getting another kick from Nami. That's sexual harassment, you damn pervert. Does it still count if he doesn't have it anymore? Valentina asks jokingly, getting a shrug from Victor. Oh my, Chopper gasps, seeing Usopp had reappeared after FLE. Tactically retreating into the main ship. That's a full set of anti-ghost armor, he squeals. Mine works fine, thank you very much, Chaos huffs, twirling the cord of a medallion around his finger. This just has Seikuofu, fuck off, one, written on it, Vivi notes. True, the guy with the weird accent said it would work though, and while he can't tie a tie to save his life, he was apparently a master of the dark arts, which was good enough for me. Also, I haven't been attacked by ghosts, so it's clearly worked so far. He grins widely. Back, foul spirit, return to the nether realms, Usopp demands, waving his cross around like an idiot. Oh my. Where is this horrid creature? The skeleton asks in panic. It's you, stupid. Well, that's just rude, he mumbles, wilting slightly. Zoro groans, okay. Can someone tell me what the fuck is going on here? That's our new crew member, Luffy explains with a grin. What? No, we're not having that thing join the crew. Damn it. You two were supposed to prevent this kind of crap happening. It's why I was glad neither of the demon twins got picked, as they'd have let this happen for shits and giggles. He grunts, pointing to a now smiling Robin and still grinning Chaos. Sounds accurate, yeah, I'd have asked him myself if Luffy hadn't. See, yo-ho-ho-ho, now let's not fight. How about we all go inside, discuss things over dinner perhaps, Afro-Skelly suggests. You don't get to decide, was shouted at him, but in the end his idea was still the one they went with. This is a wondrous ship, so spacious and homey, it's a pleasure to even be here, yo-ho-ho-ho. Of course it is, I designed it that way, Frankie boasts, grinning widely. Frankie, don't make friends with the skeleton, Sanji scolds as he continues with dinner. Speaking of, I can't wait to taste some of that delicious cooking, good sir. It's been so long since I've had a proper meal, I actually felt my stomach shrivel and shrink until you couldn't tell the front of my stomach from the inside of my back. He groans. laying face first on the table, then sits back up and opens his coat. Which is impressive when you remember I don't have a stomach or back, yo ho 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 ho. It's a skull joke, he cackles. Skull joke? Luffy parrots, giggles. Why'd I get the feeling this is going to be a common occurrence if he does somehow stay? Nami whines. Because he's had a long time to come up with his material, Alvida guesses. Doesn't mean they're good, in fact it almost assures they'll be bad as he had nobody to bounce the ideas and jokes off of, Victor argues. I like you Skelly, we're all going to be great friends. Actually young man my name is Comic Brook, but if we're going to be friends then Brook is fine. Also, it was rather rude of me but I never thought to ask your name either. That's fine. I'm Luffy. So, what can you do? Before any more questions could be asked or answered food was ready and the entire crew dug in. You have a fish tank with octopus on your ship, Brook gasps, more or less understanding Luffy's food muffled words. Truly this is a remarkable vessel. It would be cooler if Usopp didn't nearly die to do it, Kaya says with a tired sigh. He was the only non-devil fruit user on deck. Did you expect me to get in the tank? Nami asks, getting a mild glare from the medic before both went back to eating. The Yomi Yomi no mi, Chaos repeats, smiling as he now had a name to put to a feeling. You were right Shimmer, devil fruit shenanigans indeed, Valentina hums. Yes, as I may have already mentioned, I have died before already, but that's getting ahead of myself. The Yomi Yomi no mi allows its eater to live a second life, which even amongst devil fruits is quite a strange ability. Not much use first time around but clearly it served me well on the second one yo ho ho ho. Revive man, sounds cool, so, not immortal then. More like the fruit gave you an extra life, and now you're using it, Frankie summarizes. Correct, more or less, like I said it's complicated, but in my first life I was a pirate, same as you all. Explains the ship, Luffy says with a smile and a nod. Quite, though as I was a member, not the captain it wasn't really my ship until, much more recently, he says with a hint of melancholy. The fact it became his when the rest of the crew died didn't need to be said. A long time ago I was sailing through these cursed waters with the rest of my crew. And for the record I was a normal human back then, couldn't swim because well devil fruit but that was TTU Natalie we had the misfortune to run afoul of a powerful enemy. In the ensuing battle the entire crew lost their lives, myself included. When I was alive the Yomi Yomi did, basically nothing, but on that day it finally activated, drawing my spirit back from the netherworld and reuniting it with my physical body. Now if it had worked as intended I would have most likely been instantly restored to my body. But as you can see the fog around these parts are quite thick and difficult to navigate, so things got complicated. By the time my body and soul managed to reunite, I was this, a walking talking skeleton. Damn devil fruit powers are weird, Frankie grunts, getting murmurs of agreement, oddly enough from the other devil fruit users of the crew. Still seems like a crappy deal, even if you're a skeleton now you still can't swim and you don't seem to have any special abilities. Besides the obvious one, Sanji critiques. Yeah, wouldn't be my first pick for devil fruits that's for sure. Chaos agrees with a click of this tongue. If you can do something with that wandering soul of yours, then it might be interesting, he smirks. Something for later I guess. Hey I have a question, how do you have hair if you're a skeleton? Are you wearing a wig? Artemis asks. No this is my natural hair, my roots just run deep, Brook explains, the others just going along with it. So that means you're not a ghost, you're just a normal. Well even for this crew normal might be asking a lot. But you're a human like the rest of us? Usopp asks, hopeful. Of course I'm a human, plus I'm terrified of ghosts. Brook replies, getting sighs of relief from the sniper and doctor. Don't belly, have you seen yourself in the mirror lately? Nami asks pulling out a hand mirror and pointing it at him. No, no mirrors, Brook yelps, then him, Usopp and Chopper gasp. Brook had no reflection. Whaaa. So, he's a vampire skeleton? That's so cool, Luffy cheers, one of the few not to panic at this new information. He's also missing a shadow, which shouldn't be physically possible, Chaos notices. There are a lot of things that shouldn't be physically possible, including 80% of the crap you and Luffy pull, Sanji argues. On that note, maybe you can let me continue my tale. The no shadow thing will be explained later, Brook offers, getting reluctant nods from the Straw Hats. Thank you. Everything I told you up to this point is true. But I've also been a victim of another tragedy, much more recently. A number of years ago my shadow was stolen from me. Stolen? Someone can do that? Vivi asks, gonna call devil fruit shenanigans again Shimmer? Zoro asks. Getting a chuckle and a, too easy, from the researcher, yeah, kind of saw that coming. Anyway, as well as the loss of my reflection. Losing my shadow means I can no longer enter the world of light. Only in this foggy hellhole can I continue to live, otherwise my true death will come for me. What would happen if you were to leave the fog and step into the sun? Valentina asks. If even a single ray touched my body, the affected area would crumble to dust, much like the vampires of legend you spoke of previously. A single step, and my entire existence would be snuffed out. As the Straw Hats sit shocked he continues, I previously saw someone with my same condition go out that way. It's not a pleasant thing to witness, never mind experience. There is also the fact that my body will neither cast a shadow, appear in a mirror or be captured in a photograph. I am a specter to all but the human eye. Well, your life sucks in almost unfathomable ways, Victor sighs, grimacing. True, but I'm still so happy to still have it, my afro, cheery disposition, and I finally met people after all this time. Yo ho ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho ho ho. I think he's snapped, Robin Stage whispers. Depending on how long ago he died, and how long he's been alone, it would be understandable, Chaos agrees. You've given me such a wonderful moment of companionship and it warms my heart to be offered a position in your crew young Luffy. But I'm afraid I must decline the offer, Brook finally says solemnly. What? But why? Luffy grumbles, were you paying attention to anything he said these past few minutes? Nami grumbles. As I already said, my shadow has been stolen, and as such I can't leave the fog without dying, Brook summarizes. Then we'll just have to get it back, Luffy declares. Chaos, got a bead on the shadow stealer? Chaos sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. No, just ripples or echoes within the shadows themselves. He admits, not quite but almost angrily. You seem like a wonderful, genuine person young Luffy, so I can't ask you to do this for me, Brook says sadly. Don't care, tell me who stole your shadow, Luffy demands. I won't. Besides, even if I told you, there is no way for you or I to find him, so I am content to wait until our paths cross again. And fight him to the death if need be in order to be reunited with my shadow. Brook then stood up, enough melancholy, why don't I play us a song? He then pulls out a violin. I am skilled in a good many instruments. I was the musician back on my old crew. He states proudly, the others noticing Luffy's grin widen. Until Brook drops to the ground and skitters back to the wall. What's wrong? Kaya asks in concern. GGGG ghost, Brook screams. Pointing behind them, and to their shock there was a spectral creature, half phased through the wall. What the? I don't think this is the kind of spirit you can cut, swordsman. The ghost gave them a blank, dopey look, then fades away, just before what felt like an earthquake rattled the ship. What's happening? Frankie shouts, getting shoved aside by a panicked Brook. No, he must have been watching, it's the only explanation, he mumbles, having come out on deck to see what had arrived. Everyone come to the front of the ship. The noise from earlier was this gate slamming shut, trapping us inside, he explains. Inside what? Alvida questions, having picked up her mace in anticipation for the usual fight this crew got into at every location. Come to the back of the ship, Brook orders, sprinting ahead, and the others followed, shocked by what they saw. Did any of you come across a barrel in the water recently? He asks with an edge of worry. Yeah, it was supposed to be an offering to the sea gods, but instead, it was a flare. So it was a trap after all, Valentina curses. You are all in grave danger, your ship and crew have been targeted for a while now, Brook responds. Well, shit, Artemis whispers, then whines as Robin lightly slaps her head, sorry mama. So, anyone going to ask before me? No, okay then. Where the fuck did the island come from? Chaos shouts. This is the ghost island that wanders the Florian Triangle, known as Thriller Bark, Brook answers. Thriller Bark huh? Luffy repeats, then turns to Chaos. 3, maybe 4. The shadow thing is kind of overpowering everything else but the ghost. Well, isn't. It's devil fruit related, that I can tell you. Hey guys, the log pose isn't reacting to this Thriller Bark place, Nami says, looking perplexed. And why should it, given the island's point of origin was the West Blue, Brooke states, surprising them all. The West, what? Hey, where are you going? This has been a fortuitous day. Not only have I met such lovely people, but my wish has been granted. Don't follow me. Focus on getting through the gate to freedom. I hope to see you all again someday, on the high seas. Brooke cheers before jumping off the ship. Isn't he a devil fruit user? Zoro asks in panic. He'll sink like a stone. Kaya squeaks. Yo ho 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 ho. Was heard as to the Straw Hat's surprise. Brooke was able to run across the surface off the water. Quite easily, or at least he made it look easy. So, who's going to ignore the skeleton and go kick some ass on the island in front of us? Luffy asks, grinning like a loon, which gets him punched by Nami and Usopp. Well, it's not like the mechanism to get the gate open will be all the way out here. It would be inconvenient at BST. Robin says, clearly siding with Luffy. Not too sure we could blast our way through that thing, even with the improved firepower of the Sunny. Victor agrees, though isn't exactly thrilled about the idea himself. Kyahaha, it'll take more than a creepy old castle to scare me away, Valentina laughs. Papa, what's out there? Artemis asks, curious. Shadows, ghosts, a thing? He clicks his tongue, unable to find the right word, and blood, far as I can sense. All very good reasons for us to stay here. Also I can't go onto that island sickness from Usopp. Nami whines, dropping down beside Chopper. You know that's a STD, right? Robin chuckles, mostly because it gets Kaya mad, and for once Nami is the one being chased by an angry woman. After calming the syrup girl down, discussions resumed. So, besides Chaos, Robin and me, who else wants to go? Luffy asks, having got his ghost-catching gear. A butterfly net and a sack. While Nami was being chased by Kaya. Wait, you're going too, Robin? Vivi turns in surprise, seeing the older woman smiling softly. But of course, it sounds like a wonderful adventure, she purrs. I'm up for a super adventure on the scary island, and I have just the surprise to get us there. Ready to see another feature of the Soilder dock system? Frankie asks with a laugh. What did you do? Alvida-size soldier dock system, Channel 2. Our supply, shopping vessel. I call her the Mini Mary, Frankie reveals, some of the crew cooing at the cute little tugboat-sized ship, clearly done in the style or as homage to the original Going Merry. And given Nami, Chopper and Usopp practically jumped into the little ship. Clearly some things were able to override fear through sheer awesomeness. Nami really can pilot anything, can't she? Valentina says with a chuckle, which actually turns into full laughter when Luffy starts yelling at her to come back so he can ride in it. Then came the scream. We can't take you people anywhere, can we? Chaos sighs. Well, looks like we have a reason to go to Thriller Bark now. He chuckles, then turns in confusion when the anchor drops. That shouldn't have happened. She's brand new, so everything should be in proper working order, Frankie states, confused more than anything else. Then a hatch opens up. Okay. Maybe that ghost is still here, Kaya squeaks. It's possible. Nobody actually knows what the physical capabilities of a spectral entity are. Robin agrees, not really helping matters, especially when one of Zoro's swords flies out of its sheath. It had to be Kitetsu, didn't it? And nearly impales Luffy. The hell, man? Why do you nearly kill the captain? Frankie shouts at Zoro, who denies it. We're not alone on this ship anymore, Sanji grunts, lighting a cigarette. Any ideas? Alvida throws to the crew, because I don't think any of us have a chance of hitting something we can't see. And AoE attacks like my bombs or Frankie's weapons is left would just do unnecessary damage to the ship. Victor adds in agreement, jaw clenching in annoyance. So, is it a ghost, or more devil fruit shenanigans? Frankie asks, turning to the crew's DF expert. There's something, it's faint or muted, but it's definitely a devil fruit, Chaos answers. Robin looking concerned at the rather pained look on the purplet's face as he tried to focus on the intruder. Whoever it is, we know they're close, and if they're solid enough to touch me or Zoro's swords, they're solid enough one of us can kick their ass, Luffy declares. Anyone else hear something like an animal growling? Vivi asks, fidgeting with her gloves as Karoo hides behind her for protection. No, but it's probably connected to our unseen intruder, Robin theories. It'd say he could be part of the fog, but that's the marine guy's fruit, Sanji guesses then dismisses himself. Smoke and fog are different things, so whoever they are could have eaten a fog fruit, if they weren't essentially giving off the exact opposite feeling to a logia. Chaos sighs, eyes closed, but the muscle above his left eye still twitches. By that I mean logias feel like they're everywhere, while this feels almost like it's nowhere. Which is a shit description, sorry. Regardless, I'm going to save Nami. You keep the ship safe, Sanji declares, and given he was one of the few people on the ship who still could swim, nobody argued with him, except the ghost who grabbed him mid-jump and threw him back onto the ship. You made the hollow man mad, Artemis hums, the jumps when Robin actually screamed. Something just squeezed my breasts and licked me, she shudders in disgust. You invisible bastard. Sanji yells only to get tripped as he runs over to defend Robin. Speedy fucker ain't he, Zoro thinks aloud, given it went from harassing Robin to tripping Sanji in moments. Any chance we can use that weird growling to track it? Kaya asks, syrup tendrils wrapped tightly around her revolvers as the animalistic sounds get louder. At the speed it's moving, probably not, but it's better than nothing, Frankie replies. But they had bigger things to worry about as the boat lurches, the enclosed waterway somehow becoming as choppy as a mid-tier storm. We're being pushed away from the island, Alvida notices. And from Nami, Sanji shouts in panic. Usopp and Chopper too, was added by a face-palming Vivi. Valentina, steer the ship, Frankie, activate the paddles, Luffy orders. All right, let's take back control, Frankie cheers. I'll raise the anchor, Zoro volunteers. Don't want any more complications in this mess, he grunts. Meanwhile at the island itself, well, we're all lucky to be alive. Nami thinks aloud. Usopp recovering on top of Chopper. What happened? Where are we? The reindeer groans as he sits up. The ghost island, I think Brook called it Thriller Bark, Nami responds. Ghost. Idiots. Anyway, we were making our way to the island when we landed in this moat thing, which I admit was 100% my fault, but my cuteness will protect me from criticism, right? I'm taken and angry, Usopp yells, I'm a reindeer, humans are icky, Chopper grimaces. Nami sighs, yeah, kind of saw that coming. Anywho, I have to say, as traps go we were pretty lucky. This moat could have been filled with spears or pointy rocks. You know, stuff that could have crippled or killed us. True, good thing all these skeletons broke our fall then. Chopper smiles, until his words were processed and the two guys panicked. We don't have time for this, Nami screams. We need to find a way out of this moat in order to get the others' attention. Hiding in this hole will literally get us nowhere. Good point, but which way should we go? Both look equally bland. He stops when he sees 5 glowing eyes in the darkness, which get closer until the entire animal is revealed. It can't be, Nami gasped. ACCCC Cerberus? Chopper squeaks. Before the coward trio make a strategic, they ran for their lives. Well, they were until something about the 3-headed dog caught Chopper's attention. One of the dogs is actually a fox head, he says, the creature stopping to mope under a little depression cloud. I think it's sensitive about its fox head, Nami whispers, then screams as it leaps at them in anger. Yep, definitely shouldn't have mentioned the fox head. I'm sorry, it was just bugging me and I had to say something, Chopper whimpers. Not the time, we gotta get up those stairs. Hopefully it's contained within the moat and won't follow us, Usopp guesses, pointing directly in front of them. The plan failed, as the beast continued to hound them even as they entered Thriller Bark proper. Well, that didn't work, Plan B. Smoke Star that on the other hand did work, the Cerberus getting lost and most of all confused in the thick smokescreen, giving the 3 Straw Hats time to get to cover, or more specifically higher ground within the tree line. Okay, we're safe for now. Good thing that dog has such a poor sense of smell, Usopp sighs. There goes the wait for the others plan. That dog thing will find us before the others will, Nami groans. Quite the predicament you 3 find yourselves in. Came an unfamiliar around the Straw Hats panic seeing what looked to be a vampire hanging upside down behind them. Relax and I apologize for my rudeness, the name is Hilden. Speaking of which, I've been spying on you for the last 20 minutes. That dog gave you all quite the scare. He says in amusement, the night has just begun. But already the shadows lurking in the forest are deep. Soon this place shall become a world of terror. straight out of your deepest, darkest nightmares. Might I suggest you accompany me in my carriage? I can take you to the mansion you desire. Mansion? Nami parrots, surprised to hear this place had one. But of course, only the best would suit Dr. Hogback's resident. Same with Master Moria, Hilden answers. Dr. Hogback, Chopper gasps, confusing the others. I have a bad feeling about this, the two thought simultaneously. Thriller bark. While they were unable to get an answer from their doctor, Nami agreed for the three of them and they were allowed join Hilden in his carriage as it was driven to Dr. Hogback's mansion. Hey, it might have been the dark, but those horses seemed a little strange, Nami notes. Understatement of the century given one of the horses would more accurately be considered a centaur. It's just the dark, don't worry about it, child. Hilden assures her, then offers refreshments. It's dangerous to be on foot in the forest at night, all sorts of things roam in the shadows. I always thought Cerberus was just a legend, but there it was, about to eat us and everything, Chopper says with a shiver. Yeah, something about that beast was just wrong, like it wasn't meant to exist. Know what I mean? Usopp asks. Not really, but I can tell you the safest place from that and other creatures while you wait for your friends to arrive would be the mansion. We've never had one of the spooks break in so far, Hilden assures them, smiling widely. Plus we get to meet Dr. Hogback, right? Chopper asks, bouncing in his seat. So Chopper, what makes this Hogback so special? Nami asks. He's the greatest surgeon in the world. Every doctor in the world knows his name. He's up there with Dr. Kuretsuchi, and both the Madarakis. They say he's saved more people than there are stars in the sky, Chopper gushes. He has fame, fortune, everything a man could want. The entire medical community looks up to him as a true hero. The reindeer then frowns. But then, he disappeared. Some people thought he died, others that he'd been kidnapped. But eventually people just stopped looking for him and he faded away and became essentially a legend. We're talking about the same Dr. Hogback, right? Chopper asks. Yes indeed, that is an accurate summary of the good Dr. Young One. He came to this island to do research beyond the scope of mankind, Hilden explains. Do you think he'll be willing to give me an autograph? Chopper squeaks. I'm sure he'd love to, especially for such a big fan. It has probably been rather lonely being out here with so few others around to converse with. Only Master Moria, Miss Perona, and Sir Absalom. Everything was peaceful until Nami screamed, yelling that she saw a lion with a man's face. So manticores are real too? Usopp asks fearfully. I think those are tigers, not lions, but yeah, Chopper nods then panics. Ah, so it seems you've experienced the effects of the mist this island is enveloped by, terrible hallucinations, Hilden purrs. Hallucinations my ass, you're turning this carriage around and dropping us off by the shore. We'll wait for our friends there, Nami declares, then stops when she hears crying. But I wanted to meet Dr. Hogback, he was an idol to mine growing up, Chopper whimpers, tears streaming down his face. Listen Chopper, sometimes we do things we don't want to because it's the right option. Do you want to be safe, or dead? Chopper yelps. I don't want to die. The pouts. Fine, I'll go back to the shore. Hilden sighs, then bangs the side of the carriage to tell the drivers to stop. If you're so insistent on going, I'll tell the driver to turn around. Won't be a moment. He thus slips out and moves to the front of the carriage. 10 minutes later. My danger senses are tingling, Usopp says ominously. You mean they haven't been since we landed on this island? Nami snarks but sighs deeply. How long does this asshole expect us to wait for anyway? She grumbles. I don't know, but clearly it's scary out there. I'm not going to look, Chopper squeaks. Usopp groans. Fine, then sticks his head out. GGGG guys, he's gone. And so are the horses. Even worse, they abandoned us in the middle of a creepy graveyard. What? Nami and Chopper shout, please tell me you're joking. Would I joke about something like this? Usopp retorts, sounding a little offended. What do we do? Chopper asks in a whimper. I don't know, give me a minute to think. Nami groans, rubbing her temples, then sees Usopp shiver. What now? It can't be, the sniper whispers as he sees the earth shift a little, then a bandaged hand shoots out of the dirt. Please tell me I'm dreaming. He screams, getting the attention of the others. Zombies! The trio scream as more of the undead rise from the earth. All in favor of running for our lives, probably in the direction of the mansion. Raise your hands. Nami shouts, raising both as Chopper and Usopp mirror her. Great, then let's go. I'll give us some cover, my exploding star should work. Everyone knows zombies hate fire, Usopp declares. Exploding star. Fireball special, holy shit man, get back. Fire burns, didn't your mother teach you not to play around with fire? Were those zombies talking? Chopper asks, I'm chalking it up to an illusion. Everyone run. Nami screams, the other two hot on her heels, with the zombie horde not far behind. I don't think they're following us anymore. Usopp pants a few minutes later. Hey, do you think that Dr. Guy is beyond that gate? He asks, pointing to the one just ahead. Can't hurt to try, Nami agrees as Chopper pushes it open, eager to meet such an esteemed surgeon. Just don't get your hopes up on his bedside manner or sanity, given he lives here, she says partly to herself. Hello, anyone home? Is this the residence of Dr. Hogback? I'm a huge fan, Chopper calls out. It seems like it's abandoned, he frowns. Better here than the cemetery, Usopp argues, just as a light clicks on and the well it illuminates begins to draw up whatever was on the other end of its rope. In this case it was a much more intact, female zombie with an irritated expression and purple eyes. She was also holding a large stack of plates. Welcome, she purrs, then starts flinging plates at the Straw Hats, more specifically Usopp, while ignoring Chopper and Nami. Hey, why are you only attacking me? The sniper whimpers. Those two are allowed into the mansion, you are not. Simple as, the zombie explains bluntly. I'm confused, Nami and Chopper state together, meanwhile Usopp just moans in pain. Stop it, that's enough, came a slightly muffled voice from behind the solid door just behind her, which swings open with a loud creak. We can make an exception just this once, Shindri. Apologies my dears, she's a bit off. She was once engaged to a wealthy man and shattered 10 plates to test his love. Sadly for her he called the whole thing off not long after. If she shattered them by throwing them at his head I'd understand, Usopp groans. Shunned from her home she's come to this island and remained as my personal assistant, with a grudge for most men and plates. I really didn't care, so long as you made her stop, the sniper admits, standing up once more. I suppose you have a point. Anyway, as you've probably guessed, I'm Dr. Hogback. 10. Shindri drones, firing the last plate at Usopp's nose. We've been over this, he's allowed in. When you don't listen to me it makes me look like a fool in front of our guests. Hogback scolds, then shivers when pinned under her cold, dead stare. I wish all plates would be eradicated from this plane of existence. I know, I already told them about that, the doctor says with a deep sigh. This is the guy you were gushing over? Usopp asks. Yep, I can't believe I get to meet the Dr. Hogback, Chopper swoons. Doesn't look like a genius to me, Psycho and Robin seem smarter, more mentally stable too, which is saying something, Nami mutters. Nobody asked you, Chopper shouts, just before the zombie with the boob job lets them enter the mansion proper. A little later, Phos, I don't get many guests but you're definitely the messiest I've seen in years. Was the trip to Thriller Bark stressful? Hogback asks. The four now seated in the dining room. Actually yes, Nami stops unsure. Keep going Nami, he asked how the trip was. I can talk about doctor stuff later. Chopper assures her, still chipper. Nami sighs. We were attacked by zombies and chased here, she finishes. Zombies huh? Hogback almost coos. We also saw creatures straight, like a Cerberus and a Manticore. Usopp adds, what's up with this messed up island? You live here, you had to know something? So these creatures, they chased you here did they? Quite impressive, and to answer your question I know very little about them, which is why I'm here in the first place, he explains. Wow, you're here studying zombies, Chopper cheers. Exactly my boy. Most people see zombies are fearful, essentially brain-dead beasts, but what if you look at things another way, as someone come back from the dead, a great miracle, something sought after by doctors everywhere. Everyone in this world has a loved one they wish would come back, that they hold in their arms once more, it's human nature. And if the medical community condemn it as madness or lunacy, then fuck them. That's why I squirreled myself away here away from society, so I could continue my research without interruption or an ethics community breathing down my neck. That's amazing, just think if your research is proven true you could bring so much joy to the people of the world. As a doctor myself you have my approval, Chopper grins widely. How open-minded, so rare these days, you humble me so much Dr. Chopper, Hogback replies, making Chopper squeal in happiness. Can I have your autograph? Chopper asks, arms shaking. But of course my dear lad, Hogback grins, signing the page given to him just before Shindri arrived with the food, by dropping the flan on the table in front of each of them. God damn it Shindri, can't you put the flan on a plate first? I wish all plates would suffer spontaneous decay. The doctor sighs, well, this is a more common occurrence than I care to admit, so I have the tablecloth kept extra clean. Good enough for me, Usopp says, as he and Chopper dig in, basically shoving their faces into the food, despite Nami annoyed yelling. By the way I prepared you a bath, as you're all filthy, Shindri states with what they assume to be her usual tone of disinterest. Oh, it nearly slipped my mind in the chaos, but there was someone else we saw coming towards the island earlier. Did you happen to see a walking skeleton today Dr. Hogback? The man pauses, a skeleton? Yeah, huge afro and surprisingly chipper given the whole, being dead thing. Never seen him, Hogback states, even as shivers run up and down his spine. Memories flash of those eyeless sockets glaring down at him. Later, you're a big girl Nami, you don't need 2 escorts for something this mundane. Usopp grumbles as they follow her to where the zombie woman had prepared her bath. Yeah, I could be picking Dr. Hogback's brain right now, instead of following you around, Chopper hums, clearly not interested in Nami's usual antics today. Yeah, just shut up and do as I ask, I'll stand guard for your baths, Nami lies, hoping they'll stop complaining. For a spooky mansion this place has rather good plumbing, and a very fancy bathroom, Nami thinks as she strips off and begins to clean herself of all the dirt and sweat from her trek across the island. I know I shouldn't, but I want to have a peek, Chopper says, seemingly out of nowhere. What, Chopper how dare you? I thought Robin and Chaos were your role models not Sanji, Usopp gasps before wagging his finger at the little reindeer. I'm not talking about Nami's hairless butt you stupid human, Chopper says with an eye roll. I'm talking about Dr. Hogback's lab. What wonders are hidden inside? He swoons, or would have if he wasn't already sitting down. If you say so, though at least that sounds more like something you and the demon twins would do rather than perving on our easily angered and prone to violence navigator, Usopp says with a sigh of relief. Hey Nami, if you were so afraid to take a shower without guards, maybe you should have just skipped it, he suggests, shouting through the door. Please, like I want to smell like a zombie more than absolutely necessary. Feel free to stink up the place as long as you like though. That's rude, I smell just fine, Usopp argues, getting a bucket to the face for his troubles. Besides, once night falls we're leaving, Nami says as she slips into the bath. You can't be serious Nami, this is the only safe place we've seen on the island, and you want to leave. Usopp's right, the moment we leave the horde will be upon us, Chopper squeaks. This is our only safe haven. You idiots didn't notice anything about the mansion did you? Nami sighs in annoyance. No, this place is an 11.9 on the creepometer, and if my hunch is right we're smack bang in the middle of all the weird and messed up shit on this island. Meaning getting out of here and meeting up with the others is our #1 priority? Nami explains. This place probably has more zombies crawling around it than outside. Good point. Except none of them noticed, the maid is a fucking zombie. She pauses while the other two panic and rolls her eyes. The biggest problem is Dr. Hogback and what he's hiding from us. He's clearly lying about not knowing anything because why else would those zombies outside leave him alone? She asks, and that's why the minute I'm done in here we're leaving and making a break for the coast. She says just as she hears low growling coming from somewhere in the room. Oh crap. Where are the monster trio or demon twins when you need them? You, or a very observant woman, came a voice from, well nowhere. Chopper, Usopp, did you just say something? Nami calls, getting denials from the two and then something grabbing her arm. The redhead struggles with the unseen force, which catches her other arm when she tries to take a swing at it. She's then dragged from the bath and thrown up against the wall. The hell is going on with this place? She thinks aloud. There's nobody here but me, right? The growl was a pretty strong denial of that statement. Shit. You're even cuter than the girl from the ship. Less curvy though, but I bet you'll scream real good unlike that dead-eyed bitch. The voice purrs. making Nami whimper and try to scream only to get her mouth covered and muffled enough the others didn't notice. "Hush, my bride, we're going to have a little fun together." The hot breath on her neck sent a shiver down her spine. Luckily the moment was interrupted by the guys checking on her. "Did you just call for us?" Usopp asks, him and Chopper averting their gaze from where they presumed she would be, and in turn getting a shot of Nami's full frontal. "Thank you Goda," Usopp thinks, bowing lowly. "Damn, cock-blocked by brats." The voice growled, a human form flickered like the predator in the steam. "Don't just stand there, help me you idiots," Nami screamed. Now her assailant was distracted, as well as using the one move she knew would do something to a man like this creep. One swift kick to the balls later the grip on her arms was gone, causing her to slip and fall from the change. "Do something. There's someone else in here." Chopper shifts into his full animal form and sniffs after seeing one of the puddles ripple. "She's right. There's someone here, I can smell it," he says, just as the window opens. "There, he's trying to escape. Great. How do you expect me to hit something invisible?" Usopp sighs but still fires. Special attack. Gunpowder star boom. The explosion shook the mansion, enough that even in the dining room Dr. Hogback knew the pirates had encountered his associate and former patient. That fool. Is he doing it again? The man wonders, before sighing in annoyance. "Should I keep shooting?" Usopp asks, literally firing blind right now. "No, we're good, I can't smell him anymore," Chopper replies, then turns to check on Nami. Whoever they were, they heard it all. They were here the entire time, listening in unnoticed. "I took a bath with the invisible man," she mutters, her brain still processing everything now the adrenaline was leaving her. "You also hit him right in the balls if I'm right about where your kick was aimed," Usopp mutters. Meanwhile on the Sunny, Sue, anyone want to explain the giant spider web? Alvida asks. "Spider fruit," Luffy suggests, getting a shakes. "It's a trap," he then yells. Close enough as that is technically true. The web did trap the ship after all. Robin agrees, though on the subject of devil fruits, our intruder, Minnie or Sook? Probably the latter. The prescience wasn't smaller, it was practically non-existent. Chaos argues then smirks. Added to the list though, if at all possible we're getting it. "Good luck with that then, pervert." Alvida chuckles, Chaos not seeing the point in reminding her he already has a fruit, nor the need to reveal he could simply see through the mirror in the bathroom using his own fruit. Back to the more relevant topics. Thanks to this massive spider web the Sunny is dead in the water. "She's not going anywhere," Frankie grouses. "Kinda suspicious though, especially given the Mini Mary is also here," Valentina states, pointing over the side to where the smaller vessel was also trapped. "Yeah, if the spider web wasn't a big enough clue we're walking into a trap. We're clearly being funneled into this place through the front door," Zoro agrees. "Ain't no big, we were going to crash the party anyway. Might as well use the front door as any other route," Luffy argues, then chuckles when he sees Vivi and Alvida riding Karoo, the duck deciding it was safer with her friends than alone on the ship. "He's unfortunately right, so quit your bitching and come down here, Zoro." Chaos groans, then goes back to helping Artemis attach Funkfried to her person, going to the over-the-shoulder, rather than left hip arrangement. Zoro sighs again. "Yeah sure whatever, saves me the trouble of finding you all later when you need rescuing I guess," he says before jumping down, noting Vivi was already wearing her wire gloves. Valentina was wearing her flame-dial gloves and an assortment of small blades, and Victor had his bow in his coat with a quiver over his shoulder. "So we're really doing this shit?" "Yep, now let's go rescue Nami," Sanji shouts, and the others, Robin adds, knowing the cook wasn't going to add the random staircase leading downward for no reason to the list of suspicious actions within this island. Kaya says, happy to be more of less in the middle of the group, especially when they meet the first abomination. "Woof woof aroo. Yum," Luffy cheers, Cerberus is real. "This idiot has literally brought us to the gates of hell," Sanji grumbles. "It's kind of cute actually," Robin chuckles. "Maybe at one point. Poor thing has clearly seen better days," Chaos argues, referring to the wounds, stitching and scent of decay coming off the animal. "Is it a threat or not, because I have a policy of not attacking animals unprovoked?" Alvida asks, gripping the handle of her mace as a precaution. "I wonder what it tastes like," Luffy thinks aloud. Sanji. You know what goes well with Celebrimbor? He asks, scaring the animal for a moment before it gets back in character. That almost worked. Also, how did you screw up Cerberus so badly you said a name twice as complicated? Zoro asks in confusion. Maybe one of the heads remembered they're supposed to be this scary guard dog type animal. Not a scared little chicken, Victor suggests half-jokingly. Can we just kill it and get it over with? Sanji asks. No, I want to tame it. Luffy declares chaos facepalms. Get the flame dials ready. Just in case. He stage whispers to Valentina, who nods. Now, shake, Luffy orders, Cerberus instead clamping down on his head, left arm and right leg. Whoever saw this coming say I, Vivi says while pinching the bridge of her nose. As expected, everyone eyed, as that was almost painfully obvious. Luffy rubs the muzzle of the main head and continues speaking as if it wasn't about to rip him apart. Bad dog. Let go of Uncle Luffy. Surprisingly it did. Good, now sit. He shouts, kicking it into the wall. Good boy, play dead. So much power in a child. It's disheartening if nothing else, Frankie groans. It's also amusing to see how someone like Luffy deals with strange problems such as a literal beast of legend. Robin replies with a grin. After that the crew continued onward, Luffy riding the Cerberus like a prized steed, even inviting Artemis to ride up top with him as his girls already had their own transport animal. Besides making no progress on locating their crewmates, everything was quiet until a tree with some geezer's face on it is getting drunk with a beat-up unicorn, Luffy gasped, the others in similar states of shock. Kill it with fire? I like this plan, Kaden. Endon. Miraburedo. Wyvern Blade. Empyrean, back in the mansion. Usopp, I say this a lot but today I really mean this. You're a fucking idiot, Nami says in response to the sniper deciding everything that has happened on the island was a hallucination or them going insane. I was nearly SXU ally assaulted by an invisible man, you dolt. How is that imaginary? You clearly imagined it all because this place is fucking creepy. The window was a draft, not a person. The ghosts were weird birds and the zombies. I'm working on that one. You're serious? Sure, there was the fiddle-playing skeleton with an afro, but that devil fruit shenanigans, and everyone knows that number 2 devil's fruits have the same effect. If his brought him back to life, then no other fruit can do that, Usopp declares, not understanding the tier system of devil fruits. Back me up, Chopper. He says. The reindeer looked conflicted. On the one hand, medically and scientifically speaking those things shouldn't exist. However, the entire point of Dr. Hogback being on this island was to study the zombies. So if they're real, then who's to say other unnatural phenomenon aren't also real? I wouldn't exactly put Hogback up on a pedestal there, Chopper. The guy is clearly in the thick of this crazy mess. Nami says, getting angry, yelling from the doctor demanding proof. I don't need proof when it's as clear as the nose on Usopp's face. Your idol is in cahoots with the damn zombies. She argues, and given he has a zombie maid, she has a good point. Guys, maybe we can calm down. Agree to disagree and all that? Usopp suggests, looking worried at the two. Fine, let's ask Dr. Hogback. He'll straighten you out, Chopper says before walking ahead in a huff. The other two sigh before following. I hope the others hurry up and save us already, Usopp whimpers. A few minutes later. Hey guys, unless we got turned around somewhere upstairs, doesn't this staircase take us back to the dining area we just ate in? Nami asks. It should. But why is it pitch black then? Usopp hums, equally confused. Dr. Hogback. Chopper calls, Shindri. You here? Please show yourself in any way besides hitting me with another plate, Usopp calls. We're done with the bath. Where are you guys? Nami adds, the darkness unnerving her. Whoosh, suddenly the chandelier relights, startling the three. I'm afraid the doctor and Miss Shindri have already called it a day and retreated to their quarters, a familiar voice informs them. Hilden, you have some nerve showing your face again after abandoning us in a graveyard, Usopp shouts angrily. I'm sorry, I had planned to turn the carriage around, but then I suddenly had to go to the bathroom. You're full of it, Batboy, especially as that doesn't even begin to explain where the horse and driver went. Just admit it, you're in cahoots with the zombies. How dare you, accusing dear sweet Holden of such things, the bat thing gasps, then flutters over to the top of the stairs. But enough of this unpleasantness, if you'll kindly follow me to the guest rooms. Like we'd trust you as far as I can throw your fat carcass, Nami scoffs. Yeah, this zombie chow. Take 2. Usopp asks, looks like you're really fucked this one up, Hilden. A new voice says with amusement while the bat thing begins to panic. Please, just let me bring them to their rooms, everything will be. No, these 3 know far too much. The Straw Hats freeze when they see it's one of the paintings talking. They can't be allowed to share our secrets. The woman then turns and leans out of her painting to grab Chopper. Chopper! Nami screams, reaching for her cleam attacked. Meeked by a mounted pig head. The sword it threw barely missed him but hit the bare skin rug on the floor, waking it up. Nami, we have a problem. This whole place is made of zombies, he screams. I can see that, you idiot, Nami yells, before smacking the zombie woman with a thunder charge. Swing arm, freeing Chopper while Usopp was busy lighting the other zombies in the room on fire. With the zombies now occupied, the 3 make a break for the door only to find it was locked. You're kidding, right? Does this seem like the kind of thing I joke about? Nami screams in response. How dare you set me on fire, you little punk. I'll kill you for that. The bare rug bellows, swiping with its arms and just barely missing, starting a moment of the trio being chased around the room, kept away from any potential exits until they were cornered in the fireplace. This is the end, we're going to die. Usopp shrieks, then yelps as their backward scuttling leads to discovering a secret passageway in behind the fireplace, spitting them out somewhere else within the mansion. This new corridor was no less filled with surprise painting zombies, but their frantic screaming and running from them did lead to one zombie-free room, that of Hogback's shrine room. Hey, isn't that Shindri, the girl who hates plates? Nami asks curiously. Yeah, Dr. Hogback sure has a lot of photos of her, Chopper hums. She also looks happy, wasn't actually sure her face could do that, Usopp admits with a chuckle. She actually looks kind of pretty when she's not giving dead-eyed glares. True, but she also doesn't look like what you'd expect from a servant in any of these photos, Nami muses. Think this is her room? No, nobody is this narcissistic, and if they were, there's no way they would lower themselves to that of a servant for anyone, even someone as apparently famous as Dr. Hogback, Nami responds. Plus, none of these photos have the scars on her face or chest, so they're either recent, or the photos are old. Chopper notes, and on second glance the two agree none of the Shindri they'd met's scars, stitches and tattoos were in any of the photos, even ones where they should have been. My money's on these being older photos, and she had an accident since, because besides the stitches she's practically the same person, physically at least, Usopp agrees. Meanwhile, Nami checks the desk in front of one of the larger photo. Victoria Shindri, she reads, looks like she used to be a pretty big name actress back in the day. All the articles in this book are about her, she says, waving it in the guy's direction. She was, but what about the story about the plates, or her being a servant? Usopp asks in confusion. Other than sounding like she's dead inside, why is she here? She still looks pretty nice, so she should still be out there being a successful actress. He wonders aloud, then turns when Nami squeaks and whimpers. These articles are old, the most recent one being 10 years ago, when she fell from the stage and died in an accident. Nami manages to squeak out, before panic set in. But we saw her a couple hours ago, sure she's kind of creepy, but she's definitely a zombie. Nami finishes, interrupts. You were going to say alive, but if the things outside and the paintings in the halls are anything to go on, dead doesn't mean much around here. Fuck it, I've had it with this crazy island. Can we just run for our lives and forget this even happened? Please? Usopp snaps, then trips over something in his retreat. What now? Nami asks, then her eyes widen. Oh my god, is that a treasure chest? She squeals in joy. Of course that would snap you out of this gold on. Chopper mutters with a deep sigh as their navigator leaps towards the chest, only to get mimicked when it pops open to reveal a jack-in-the-box zombie, prompting them to leave the room in under 10 seconds. A little after their departure, the sound of Geta's sandals on stone echoed through the corridor. It's the bodyguard, one of the painting mutter. Who woke him up? Another asks. It seems some lost lambs have wandered into the mansion. The bodyguard says with a hint of amusement, but never fear, I shall herd them up. Yo-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. The samurai zombie laughs. Back outside, chaos. Valentina, that was mean, I wanted them to join my crew. Luffy whines as the two zombies turn to ash under the fireball and flaming sword combo attack. No Luffy, the skeleton was bad enough we didn't need a tree and a half-dead unicorn thing. Sanji grumbles, then hears a low growl from the still blue flame blade wielding Chaos. What? Not you, but the shadows, they looked like people for a moment. He says with a frown, only good news is it narrows the problem down to one possible, one unknown. And the cage no mi. Think the shadow fruit or one of the other two would explain the frankly horrid condition of the creatures we've seen, as well as the numbers on their bodies, Vivi asks. Numbers, like an experiment or project? Artemis asks, a flash of anger flicking in Robin's eyes. Potentially. Is there a number on the Cerberus, Luffy? Robin asks. I don't see any, there's an 82 on the right flank, Zoro answers, confirming the theory and letting things sink into silence for a few minutes, until the ghosts start showing up. Fuck. Negative, they chant in a seemingly endless loop. Wow, those ghosts are singing and dancing. I must have one, Luffy declares. Kind of annoying if that's all they can say though, Sanji grunts. Luffy then proves brainpower isn't his strong suit as he tries to catch the ghosts with a butterfly net, and fails miserably. Why do you even want to have a pet that just says negative all the time? Victor asks. Luffy, stop this right now, we're not keeping one of those creepy things as a pet, Vivi argues, leading to Luffy pouting before sitting back on Cerberus' back. Fine, he grumbles, fresh fire. Probably should have seen that coming, but still, I kind of hoped that would have worked. Frankie sighs as the ghosts pop out of the flames completely undamaged, even deciding to phase through the cyborg. I suck. Everything I've done all week has sucked like never before. He mopes. I just want to die. I don't think I'm worth being made into anything better than a ceiling fan. He blubbers, falling to his hands and knees. Big baby, Sanji scoffs. Luffy, taking one last shot at catching a ghost, also drops to the ground in the legally required I just lost a children's card game position. I want to die. Maybe get reincarnated as a clam. I'm not fit to be a human, he whimpers. Well, that's concerning, Alvida says, grimacing before moving to comfort Luffy. These things can affect us, but we can't hurt them. Chaos groans before coating his hand in his reflect armor. I think I have an idea, but be prepared for it to backfire horribly. He states, then backhands the nearest ghost with a rather tired, not today bitch. Ow, my face, my actual face. Hororororo. How did you do that? Horo, the ghost screams. To be honest, I didn't actually think that would work, he admits, then frowns, sticking his fingers in his mouth. Not me, so the taste is something else, he mutters. On the bright side, I think that proves these ghosts are devil fruit related bullshit, which we probably should have guessed given that's becoming standard procedure since joining Luffy's crew, Valentina notes. Before actually, Alabasta's issues would also fall under, as you called it, devil fruit related bullshit, as crocodile's fruit is the reason we were in such a severe drought, Vivi adds, trying to coax Luffy to at least stand up again. Even Karoo was nudging him with her beak. I think you scared them off, Robin notes with a slight chuckle. Maybe we should have you pimp slap things more often if it solved our problems this easily, she teases. True, but the main point is they're gone. Chaos nods with a half smile. Screw you ghosts, next time I see you I'm gonna kick all your asses, Luffy shouts at full volume. I think the ghosts wore off Uncle Luffy, Artemis calls from Cerberus' back. Count me in too, that was so UN super of turn my insides to ice like that, Frankie shouts, looking ready to kill. Well, those two are sufficiently motivated. Shame we don't have anything besides throwing shimmer at them as a counter to those depressive little shits, Zoro says as the group enter the graveyard portion of the island. Hey cool, a graveyard, perfect place to eat, Luffy declares, snapping out of his rage due to hunger. No you idiot, the atmosphere will ruin the taste, Sanji angrily bellows. Food is food, yours never tastes bad, Luffy argues, and before the cook could go off on explaining how wrong he was, the ground in front of one of the many graves shifted, and something began to crawl out. Is that? Kaya begins but stops when Luffy casually walks over and pushes the, most likely a zombie, back in his hole. It worked for a few seconds before it jumps out and starts scolding Luffy for doing so. Oh my god, it's an old man with serious injuries. It's a zombie, you brain-dead idiot, Which means you're probably the only person who's safe in this scenario. Valentina grumbles. I was thinking the same, but more that zombies might not have sharp enough jaws to pierce Luffy's rubber skin. Robin nods in partial agreement, just as the other zombies make their appearance. Zombies aren't usually this energetic in media, Frankie notes, given the undead were literally in some cases leaping from their graves. So zombies are real, but they're not Edo Tensei given their patchwork and decrepit as fuck, so devil fruit shenanigans once again is the best guess. Now to show you how scary zombies really can be, the old man zombie yells as the horde charge them. Luffy smirks, and in return, we'll show you how scary pirates can be. Gum Gum Gatling Fancy Cannon Syrup Bullet Barrage. Strong right wire cage hell frictionless takedown. Kaden. Goka Senpu clutch trap tricks. Game over. Meanwhile, back in the mansion. Finally away from the zombies, the trio continued searching for a way out until they heard a familiar phos. That's Dr. Hogback's laugh. I know it, Chopper says with a wide grin. The other two, not so blinded by hero worship, knew the doc was bad news and clearly in the middle of all this zombie BS. Still, it couldn't hurt to see just what the mad scientist was doing, so they pulled open the door just enough for them to see. So, is this his top secret lab he was talking about? Nami asks quietly. I sure hope so, Chopper squeeze. Phos. Finally. My sweet marionette is almost complete. Phos. Hogback laughs, putting the finishing touches to his creation. Behold Shindri, a true work of art, the work of a genius. I hope the stupid thing blows up and either takes us with it, or burns your face off, Shindri says bluntly. Damn it, woman, this work is hard enough without your comments. I prepared supper, would you like it now? She asks. Yes please. What is it? Spaghetti soup, she states flatly, before emptying a sack on the table. What the fuck? Seriously woman, if plates are that big a deal, try using a bowl, or better yet, come up with a menu that doesn't require plates. Roast beef, baked potato, hell even a sandwich will do, he scolds. Shindri's there too, Nami mumbles. She really is a zombie, isn't she? Usopp on the other hand was focused on Hogback's project. What is that thing? He wonders quietly. It looks human, but given the injuries he's most likely already dead, Chopper answers. Annalise's. He's numbered, just like the zombies from the graveyard and the paintings. And Hogback says he was almost finished, meaning we're about to see the, for lack of a better word, birth of a new zombie, zombie 741 to be precise. Nami adds, your friend in there has been busy. But even if he's a genius, there's no way Dr. Hogback could have done all this by himself, Chopper squeaks. Well, so long as he doesn't catch us, we're about to find out. It can't really be as easy to bring the dead back to life as they make it look in stories. Remember what Valentina said, even the ones in the stories don't just come back to life. You pay a heavy price for new life, Nami whispers. Clip clop, yo ho 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 ho, good evening. A voice calls behind them. Turning around they nearly jump as they see a samurai zombie. What's the matter? If you're going to stand in the doorway like that, you might as well go inside, he says smoothly. That's not Brook, Chopper squeaks. No, but I think I know where his shadow went, Nami whimpers. Yo ho 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 ho. The zombie laughs, as he slowly approaches the trio. So, what are you guys doing out here? Luffy asks the zombies who managed to not be burnt to ash by Frankie, Chaos and Valentina. He should probably do something about those three, maybe later. You know, zombie stuff, being buried, rotting, sounds boring, Frankie sighs. It really is. You guys wouldn't be lying to me, are you? Luffy asks. His voice lowers slightly into serious captain mode. Nope, just rotting and hanging out, regular zombie stuff. Luffy nods. Okay. Then I guess my next question is, did a guy with a long nose, girl with red hair and a raccoon dog, reindeer creature pass through here recently? He asks. Well, you see, one of the zombies begins. We're not supposed to talk about that. Yeah, sorry to tell you, but we're under specific instructions not to share that kind of information with anyone, the old man zombie finishes. If we torch a few more, think they'll answer us then? Chaos asks lazily, still annoyed by the taste of blood. The zombies panic. Yeah, we saw him, they answer quickly. Wow, these guys are pushovers. Even Usopp would have lasted longer than these wimps, Sanji grunts. Kaya nodding in agreement as Usopp would have at least put on a brave face and tried to stand up to the enemy. Those three are part of my crew. You didn't do anything to them, did you? Luffy asks. What? They were on your crew, we didn't do anything. Nothing, other than chase them a bit, but we never even caught up to them, honest. Where did you chase them to? Artemis asks, wanting to join in Luffy's interrogation. The mansion, over there, one zombie points. Thank you, and goodbye, Valentina says with a wide grin, which sends shivers down the exposed spines of the zombies. Kaden. Goenka, little warning next time. Vivi screams as the Straw Hats run out of the graveyard to avoid the fireballs raining down upon them. Sorry, first time using dials for that move, less finesse than I would like, the blonde admits with a grimace, patting down her burnt sleeve. Hey, don't worry about it. Those weak zombies weren't even worth beating the crap out of. Your firestorm should stop them from bothering us later. Alvida assures her, but also lightly head slaps her for her stupid monwerve. Mom, who's that weirdo following us? Artemis asks, which causes everyone to turn around rather sharply. Old man with serious injuries, Luffy gasps. He's a zombie dumbass. No, pretty sure this one's still alive. No weird coldness clinging to him, Chaos hums. Straw Hat Boy and the tall, lanky lad are right. I'm still alive, the man wheezes. So, why are you following us? Victor asks, I saw you deal with those zombies, even before deciding to scorched earth the graveyard. He lightly chuckles, missing Valentina facepalm and mutter about scorch release in the process. So, I'm pretty sure you youngins are strong enough to deal with the great evil that makes this island his home. Given we can't leave, we might as well do that, Chaos hums, looking at Luffy who is always happy to fight someone. Please help me get my shadow back, I'd be eternally grateful, the man gasps, now on his knees. Wait, you also got your shadow stolen? Robin asks, wondering how this man was connected to Brook. Do you know who did this? Are they still on the island? Zoro asks, looking forward to cutting this fucker up. Moria, his name is Moria. The old man wheezes, several eyes widen. Moria, as in Gecko Moria of the Shikabuchi? Robin asks in shock. Another one, shit, Alvida groans, crocodile was bad enough. There's also the fact his former bounty was 320 million, so he's not going to be a pushover by any means, Chaos adds with a grimace. Plus, I get the feeling he's the one who ate the cage no mi. Would explain the shadow stealing if nothing else. But what's a big shot warlord like Moria doing in a place like this? Victor wonders aloud. I'm not sure, all I do know is that he's left behind many victims, who now wander this place aimlessly, and without purpose. Can you be a little more specific? How many is many? Zoro asks, mildly annoyed. Who knows, the fact you were invited to this hell island is proof he wants to add you to his collection. And steal your shadow as he did us, the old man warns. All we can do is hide in this dark forest, afraid of zombies and the creatures hidden within. We can't leave or risk being exposed to the sunlight and crumbling to ash. He then begins to cry. After years of this suffering and pain, I just want to feel the warmth of the sun one last time before I die. He whimpers, then angrily lashes out at the lantern he'd been carrying, the spinning light revealing and warping everyone else's shadows as well as showing they all still had theirs, until Luffy stops it and crouches in front of him. Well, it's your lucky day, old man. We happen to be looking for a shadow-stealing bastard, and if he's looking for us too, it actually makes our jobs easier, because then we have to meet eventually so can kick his ass. He grins widely. We'll have your shadow back in no time, and Brooks, probably everyone else's if we can too. Elsewhere, Dr. Hogback's secret evil laboratory swish. The door is sliced in two and the three Straw Hats tumble in, Nami bouncing against the table containing Zombie 741, while the Usopp and Chopper stop rolling just before hitting it. You three, what are you doing here? Hogback shouts as his brain kicks back into gear. That sounded an awful lot like Brook, but he wasn't a skeleton, he had skin, but it was all dry and leathery like a mummy. He also had wooden clogs, and he was dressed, well, kind of like a samurai out of a storybook. Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you, Hogback shouts, finally getting their attention. Now, what did I tell you about not going into my lab? We didn't see anything, nothing. Honest, couldn't tell you anything about this room if I wanted to. Really? The doctor asks, leaning over them. Yep. We definitely didn't see the zombie you were working on, Usopp squeaks, both Nami and Chopper hitting him for being an idiot. Hogback sighs deeply. This was inevitable. Luckily you're far too late to do anything about it, because in a few short minutes, the night hunt will begin, he announces gleefully. The night hunt? Nami repeats, the words filling her with dread. Woe unto those foolish enough to wander this island after dark, because none survive, the night hunt. Elsewhere, what the fuck happened to my zombie army? Absalom screams, seeing most, though thankfully not all his minions were either partially or close to entirely incinerated. In the castle, welcome back Mistress Perona. A zombie that looked like a stuffed bear, named Kamashi, greets the woman that now lay where all the ghosts had just converged. Then his eyes widened in panic when he saw the bruise on her cheek. I told you to shut up, your voice is too deep, she whines, standing up and snatching her umbrella from him. I've had a bad day and your distinct lack of cuteness will just make it worse. She grumbles. The bear, hearing, mutters about creepy weirdos. Boot up his ass, busty bitch, cheaters. Also in the castle, Master Moria. Time to get up, 3 smaller zombies shout, as an oddly shaped creature rolls over to look at them. What now? I was in the middle of something, he grumbles, that something being sleeping, but not the point. We got you some new meat, Master, and I'm sure you'll like them. They're the guys who took out a Nice lobby a couple weeks ago. The Straw Hat Pirates. Just imagine what you could do with people that strong, one of the zombies chirp. Kishi, you've done a good job, boys. I am most impressed, Moria says with a wide grin. The shadows in the room ripple under the force of his power. Outside, whelp. Add sudden downpours to the reasons I hate this island. Alvida grumbles. Are we going to head for the mansion and seek out the others, or just stand around? Give me a minute, there's something in the sky, Luffy hums, pointing above them. Seems the rain is useful for something, clearing the fog, Chaos chuckles, then his eyes widen in shock. Is that a pier? No, it's a sail, Frankie corrects. The big guy is right. The crew turn to see the old man still following them. Thriller Bark isn't the island it appears to be. It's actually the world's largest pirate ship. The back of the mansion contains the main mast of the ship, as well as being the residence of Gecko Moria. He explains, just as the clock strikes midnight, and the bells toll. This ship is a haven for ghosts, zombies, monsters, and vampires. Chaos whispers, once more tasting blood in his mouth. Things are about to get very messy. He hums, as Luffy pushes open the gate. Hogback's lab. As this night hunt is clearly not yours or our problem, I think this is the best time to ask. What the hell was up with that bullshit you were telling us about coming here to study the zombies when it's clear as day that you're the one making them? Nami asks angrily, slamming her fist into the floor. Phos, regardless of the accuracy of your accusations. They're meaningless here, little girl. But as a scientist, I'm curious as to what proof you have of my deeds. She points to the blonde behind him. Your assistant's obituary. Victoria Shindri died 10 years ago, and she was an actress, not some meager plate breaker. You broads, how did you know that? I'm not even sure most of you were alive at the height of her fame. Hogback grumbles. Or at least not old enough to appreciate the fine art she made. He adds with a soft sigh as the 3 stare back at him. Not going to answer me? Fine, it's clear you've been poking around more of the castle than I thought to find that room. Guess it's time to finish this. Shindri, summon Ryuma and have them deal with these cretins. Done with your tour of the lab then? Came the voice of Not Brook, the samurai zombie from earlier. Do you need me to show you out? I'd be happy to yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. He laughs as he enters the room. There was subtle tilt of the head before he next spoke. Oh, upon further inspection. You're quite the charmer, my dear, absolutely beautiful, he purrs. Thanks I think, Nami mumbles. I only have eyes for girls like you. Or I would if I still had eyes, yo-ho-ho-ho. Anyway, may I see your panties? Go fuck yourself. Nami screams, why is every man on this island a fucking pervert? I'm not a. Oh please, I can see the boob job from here, the navigator growls. Actually, that was done back when she was still alive, and not by me, Hogback defends. Yeah, wait, I know that line. That's what Brooke said to me when we first met on the ship. no eyes, that laugh, asking for panties, the whole deal. This is too weird to be just a coincidence, she mutters, the trio having gotten up and were just staring at Ryuma at this point. Phos, it seems you have a clever clogs on your team there to figure things out so quickly. Not that it matters, this zombie is made of much stronger stuff than the fodder soldier zombies outside. This zombie general is made from the legendary samurai Ryuma from the country of Wano, deep in the New World. This one supposedly slayed a flying dragon, which seems like good stock in my eyes when making someone into a high-ranked zombie rather than an ordinary or wild zombie. Ryuma leaps at them with his sword drawn, the three tense, and nothing happens. Shindri, if you'd be so kind as to open that door for me. Also a sandwich would be nice if you have the time, the zombie says casually, with a friendly tone. I thought he was going to cut us to ribbons, that was so scary. Screw this. Let's run for it while we have the chance, Nami screams, just as Ryuma sheaths Shisui. Hanauta Sancho. Yahazu Jiri. At that point the three fall to the ground as the damage inflicted upon them by his attack takes effect. Incredible, isn't it, Shindri? They say when a master cuts you down he can walk 10 paces before you even know you've been cut. Phos. Downstairs. At the front door. Hello. Okay, nobody's there, I'm going in. Luffy cheers, about ready to tear the door down. Luffy, calm down, the mansion is huge, and you didn't even knock, Kaya pleads with her captain who frowns. It's locked. Hey Vic, bang. Never mind, the door's open, Luffy cheers. Yeah, cause Bomberman opened it for you, Sanji hums. Hey, where did Chaos go? He was here a few minutes ago. Zoro wonders aloud. Oh, Pops went to follow the blood, whatever that means, Artemis answers, pointing more or less to the left of the mansion. Gecko Moria, are you in here? I'm here to kick your ass. Luffy shouts, clearly lacking in self-preservation, as usual. No fear this one, Valentina muses with a chuckle, no brains either. Luffy, I don't think this is the best idea, Vivi says as they enter the dining room. Damn, looks like we missed a good fight, Alvida muses. Those bastards better not have hurt Nami, Sanji scowls around his cigarette. Oh, you're quite a ballsy one, kid. Most who know of Master Moria also know to fear him, laughs the pig on the wall. Guys, why is there a pig mounted on a wall? It's probably just the head, given that's all you'd usually mount of an animal. The pig chuckles, oh, we have many surprises in store for you. Show 'em what we've got in here, gentlemen. He orders, the surprised zombies popping out of their frames, as well as the bear rug getting back up. If these zombies are paintings, that means they should be even more easily destroyed than the ones outside, Robin muses, smirking to herself before nodding to Frankie, Victor and Valentina. Fresh fire knows fancy Caden. Endon, what the fuck? Using fire's a dirty trick, just like that long nose. They're playing for keeps, damn it, long nose, Luffy, the rug saw Usopp and the others, Kaya shouts. Then we'll ask the pig in charge when we're done with the rest, Luffy responds, before slamming the zombie rug into the wall with a point-blank gum bazooka to the face. No, not bear rug, the pig gasps. And then there was one, Luffy sighs, reaching up and taking down the mounted pig. Talk, or we make bacon. Oh, those three were your friends. Well, we fed them, ran them a bath and put them to bed for the night. Are we all good friends now? The pig asks in a panic. My bullshit detector is going off again, Victor hums. Well, don't sneeze on anything again. We might need to question these dumbasses, and that's easier when they're still in one piece, Valentina argues. Says the woman who incinerated like 3 of these paintings, Alvida chuckles. Hey guys, where's Sanji? Vivi asks. The gang look around to notice that much like Eni's lobby, the blonde had ditched them, or so they thought, until the muffled, badly hidden chuckles from the zombies gave them the answer. Sanji's been kidnapped, probably by whoever attacked us on the ship. Rest in peace, you damn pervert, Zoro sighs. He's not dead, Zoro, plus he's Sanji, he'll be fine, Luffy says with a shrug. As long as there aren't any, then he's 7 kinds of screwed, none of which are the fun kind. Robin adds with a chuckle. You're already losing, you didn't even make a dent in our numbers and yet we've managed to take one of your prized fighters, the pig boasts. Damn, Val managed to incinerate like 30 of them and that's not even a dent. Fuck, Zoro says, partly in jest as he had a feeling the dining hall zombies didn't know about the graveyard zombies, and was proven right when they paled and the pig stuttered out, incinerated. Valentina grins. Yeah, wanna see? She asks, aiming her flame dial skyward. Caden. Chop, ow, the blonde whines at the head chop from Vivi. Why? Don't use that move indoors, it nearly roasted us back in the graveyard, she scolds. Fine, but what do we do with the loudmouth piggy? Val asks. We could torture him for information, but I'm not actually sure how much these things can feel pain, and how much he'd lie when faking a break, Robin says, then shoots down. Then we just carry him around and have him play tour guide, Zoro suggests. You can't seriously be thinking of fighting Master Mori. Even we're afraid of him, you'll be killed or worse before the day is out, one of the surviving zombies taunt. Yeah no, we're still doiave away to contact your master, pass on a message for me. If he's done anything to my crew I'll kick his ass so hard this whole island ship thing will be torn apart. Luffy declares, sending the surprised zombies into catatonic shock. After that Frankie picks up the pig, and follows Luffy and the others up the stairs in search of Moria. The forest, well, now you're just making this too easy, Chaos hums as he steps through a puddle, which looking down he notices to be blood. A little further on he comes across a handful of zombies attacking a tall blonde man with blood-red eyes and an odd scythe-like weapon. The main body of the blade an almost amorphous red material while the edge was a metallic color and clearly razor-sharp. Just as one of the zombies managed to sneak up behind him though, it was eviscerated by a storm of razor wire. The pieces the size of a closed fist at most. Don't know if shadow zombies work like normal ones, but with the head now a meat puree. I think this zombie will at least be a pretty useless one, Chaos hums, hubby held horizontally flat in its Traptrix form. Kufufu, just like Zelina said, quite the smart ass aren't you? The man finally says turning to face him and letting his scythe bubble and recede into his arm. At least your skills with that blade seems commendable, and from what I've heard it suit your fruit rather well. A mimic sword with a reflection devil fruit. He chuckles, running his fingers through his hair. Two horn-like bangs bouncing back into place once his hand leaves his head. And why am I not surprised the vampire would have? I'm not actually sure, I've heard it called the blood fruit. Close enough, it's the chi no mi. Now, how did you happen to find me? I had hoped to seek you out myself but obviously you beat me to it. I sense devil fruits. Yours makes me feel like there's blood in my mouth. An annoying but easy to notice side effect. I followed that until I found actual blood. Meaning someone who wasn't a zombie running around, Chaos explains. Henry looks impressed, long fangs visible through an excited grin, a sensor and everything. Your Kenbunshoku will be quite impressive when you get to training it, he chuckles, then digging his long nails into his palm creates his scythe and swings it at the researcher, missing the first time and nicking his arm the second. Though his bloodblade on reflect armor sounded like grinding metal, impressive defense too. Wonder if Haki will complement or integrate with it. He thinks as he releases the hold on the blood and then with a flourish retrieves a locked chest from his open coat. Chaos grimaces as he examines the thankful shallow cut in his forearm. Was there a point to that? He asks, then his eyes narrow when he senses something familiar. I wanted to see if you were strong enough. You managed to beat my girl Sway, damn near killed her. It actually impressed me, as well as the fact you can use hubby rather well. Never mind the fact she hasn't killed you yet. Plus, I thought you'd like to finally test a theory that someone like you should have considered by now. He grins widely, revealing, to Chaos amusement at the irony, a deep blue pomegranate, with purple marks that resembled eyes rather than the expected swirls. After Apophis was executed, we, retrieved his personal effects from the Marines. Zelina took his blade for safekeeping, and I took this. Care to take the plunge? If you're here to fight Gecko Moria, maybe you'll need an actual monster on your side. Chaos sighs as he picks up the fruit, feeling drawn to it, something he hadn't felt in many years. Fuck it, what do I have to lose? He mutters. Kufufu, you know the answer more than I do, Henry chuckles, grinning as he hopes to see a return of something he actually missed, rather than a messy smear on the trees. Yeeg, and through that, an echo of his captain. Crunch back in the castle, if that painting was right, then Gecko Moria has been watching us since we landed on the island, Frankie hums as they walk down a corridor. I mean, we're down 5 members and we've only been here a few hours. Technically, Chaos leaving wasn't Moria related, but that still isn't exactly good odds for the rest of us, Robin agrees. It was just Sanji. The idiot probably sensed a woman on the other side of the mansion and wanted to hit on her. The guy has a girl radar better than Shimmer's devil fruit detector. Zoro dismisses gruffly. So, what do we do if any of us get our shadows stolen by Mr. Gecko? Kaya asks. Kick his ass until he gives it back. So the current plan, Alvida answers with a grin. Luffy hums. I know I told that old guy I'd return his shadow, but my crew comes first. We save Nami, Usopp and Chopper. Then Brook's shadow, and if we have time the other shadows too, he declares. This place is really giving me the creeps, and I've seen the experiments for awakening the Manda fruit, Valentina shivers. Do we want to know what those were? Kaya asks, a little curious, but also sure she'd be fine not knowing. Just remember that one of the signs of a mad scientist is self-experimentation, the blonde replies, catching something out of the corner of her eye. Outside the mansion, Neat Perona's domain 2 squirrel zombies were transporting the coffin containing the 3 wayward Straw Hats when, being squirrels they fucked up, falling over and sending the coffin flying, crashing into the ground and breaking, as well as waking the occupants. Deciding to deal with them quickly to cover their screw-up they attacked, only to be knocked aside rather easily by Chopper's heavy point. Guys, wake up, we're outside somewhere, Chopper yells and shakes the other two, happy when they came to. Ow, how are we still alive? That zombie guy cut us, right? Nami groans. He must have used the back of his sword. Usopp guesses. He'd have probably split us in 2 otherwise. Oh crap, they're awake. Let's book it. Those squirrels just talked, didn't they? Nami asks with a sigh. Zombies? The boys nod. Zombies. Figures. Anyway, we've been taken quite far since we were knocked out, given we're somewhere out in the back of the mansion, while Hogback's lab was on one of the upper floors. The navigator hums, mostly to herself. Plus there's another building on the other side of this clearing, Chopper points out. I wonder who it belongs to. Hilden did mention there were others on the island besides Hogback, so maybe it belongs to one of them, Usopp guesses, though their thoughts were interrupted by 3 awkwardly waddling zombie penguins. That third one has a dog's face. And here I thought Hogback's perversion stopped at human mutilation and zombie creation, Usopp grimaces. You shouldn't have, someone had to have made the Cerberus and the other mutant creatures we saw on the way to the mansion, Nami reminds him. Like the rest of the crew, one of the penguins chirp, causing them to turn and see a whole horde of animal zombies. These are the wild zombies. We welcome you to Mistress Perona's Wonder Garden, they greet as one. The response to this was understandable, blind panic and the 3 running in random directions. Chopper getting separated first by a hippo man, koala-headed guy and gorilla thing, then Usopp and Nami. The sniper getting repeatedly beaten by a zebra kangaroo zombie, before Sniper and Navigator reunite and lead their zombies up and down the Escher-like staircase attached to the garden. Unfortunately, that exact lack of sense in the architecture lead to them all meeting up and being surrounded by the zombie animals. Usopp and Chopper being knocked around painfully, but just before Nami was sliced by the hippo man, he was kicked through one of the structures by the dog penguin. What the hell, man, I get you're new but that girl's a pirate, so kick her ass, one of the zombies shout. I don't care who or what this lady is, or if it means disobeying master's orders, even if I die because of it I'll never kick a woman, the penguin dog declares, shocking the pirates. You got a problem with that, then bring it on, piece of crap zombies. He scoffs, stubby arms folded. It couldn't be, Nami thinks. But the samurai zombie acted like Brook. Does this mean something happened to Sanji too if this zombie is acting like him? Mansion, this guide, isn't very good at his job. Artemis notes as Luffy and Frankie beat up the zombie pig. No, but that does look therapeutic. Alvida sighs then looks around. Guys, Zoro's lost again. Took him long enough, was kind of expecting him to disappear before we even reached the mansion, to be honest, Robin says with a chuckle. He'll be fine though, even with only 2 swords the man is lethal. True, but it's still a bad omen that we've once more lost a crewmate without anyone noticing, Vivi says with a look of tired resignation. It's actually a little comforting that even the fact our crewmates keep disappearing doesn't stop Luffy from being a dumbass. Valentina chuckles as Luffy is scolded by his girls for disappearing to put on one of the suits of armor without even telling them. I guess, would be better if we could find the others first, then outfit everyone in armor, Kaya suggests. Hey Robin, any idea when Chaos will be rejoining us? Victor asks curiously. Well, provided he hasn't been torn apart by rabid zombies, he'll find us whenever he's finished his side quest, so hopefully soon. Don't say shit like that, it'll worry the others, Frankie shouts, not quite used to Robin's black comedy. Oh, I'd worry more about yourselves than your friend, at least he's not walking towards his death, unless he's following you of course, the pig laughs. Really hope talking pig makes good bacon, Luffy grumbles as they keep walking. Oh my, Vivi gasps, finding the next room opening up into an arena-style layout. It's an indoor arena, but we're still no closer to Moria. Frankie hums, not noticing something sneaking above him. It's more complicated than just an arena, but you'll see soon enough. Now you've conveniently walked right into our trap. The pig shouts as an armored being leaps from the wall and attacks Frankie, the cyborg managing to block the stab with his shield arm. So cool, a haunted suit of armor, Luffy cheers. More likely it's another zombie, this one having been given armor instead of rags to wear, Robin argues with a slight sigh. That'll make them harder to damage, and less exposed flesh means fire is also less effective. Victor scowls, but readies for a fight. The zombie knight lunges at Frankie, who blocks and punches back but misses, the two failing to deal any actual damage until mid-block. Frankie grabs the sword so the zombie couldn't leap back to evade, so he could get a solid strong right punch to its torso, sending it flying, but it manages to stay on its feet. Frankie then was forced to dodge as it sent two wind slashes from its sword in a cross formation, annoying the cyborg, who opens up his left arm and primes his cannon, setting off a full-powered weapons left the second the zombie is in range of his weapon. Stay down you shit, he curses, just as the zombie once more lunges, even faster this time, and appears to cut him down. Frankie, Luffy shouts, the others getting ready to fight now. The duel was about to become a melee. The zombie took 2 steps before being grabbed by its tassel and thrown back into the arena. It'll take more than a nick from a dead guy to take me out. Frankie growls, almost offended by the very idea, then grimaces as the zombie once more gets up. Damn. This guy is a lot stronger than the goons from outside, and I don't just mean because of the armor. Zombies don't feel pain and usually don't feel fatigue, it's why they're the cannon fodder of fictional villains the world over. A theoretically unstoppable army or warrior. Valentina adds, her hands twitching. Then an idea came to mind. Robin, these things are animated by shadows, right? That's the current theory. Robin nods, curious, and the fact the people outside are still alive means even stolen, they're technically still connected to their hosts. Any chance that connection would allow a shadow to be used as the material for a sacrifice, and most likely take the original owner and zombie along with them? She asks, getting a very confused look from the archaeologist, who also noticed her hands were twitching in ways that looked familiar to her but unsure where from, making her frown. So you finally get it, the pig announces, cackling. The true power of zombies, they don't feel pain or exhaustion. And the general zombies are even stronger, because they were powerful even in life. We have a knight, a criminal, a samurai, a pirate and a gunslinger. How could you hope to defeat any of them? Just give up and admit defeat. The end will be swift if you do. He then trots away. Wall zombie now, he shouts. A block of stone with an angry face on it seals them off. Crap, we're trapped in here now. Luffy grunts. No way back, only forward. Which is a problem given we now have even more company. Alvida groans as more general zombies appear in front of them. As the only person here who's fought a zombie general, I can definitely say we're kind of up shit creek in a leaky dinghy, Frankie states with a sigh. Probably best we try to flank them and try to get to the courtyard outside, Victor suggests, noticing his companion muttering to herself and still twitching. You okay, Val? I think I have an idea, but it'll be potentially painful for me, she admits. No, Vivi screams, Kaya nodding rapidly beside her. It's either that or we all die, she deadpans to the princess. Let her do it, hopefully it'll work, Luffy orders. Thanks Cap. Now Frankie, launch me at that one, she says, pointing to one of the leaner zombies. What? Elsewhere. Lola. Absalom bellows as he runs along the corridors of the mansion. Damn it. How'd I lose a fat, rotten hippo so easily? He growls, then nearly gets knocked over when he turns into a different zombie, tall and hooded, with long clawed, scaly hands. It was clearly something Perona had the dog make, even down to the oddly mirror-like inner lining of the hood. The pink bitch had the oddest idea of what cute meant. Get out of my way, you stupid beast. I need to find my bride-to-be before that damn Lola ruins everything. I get you're one of Perona's playthings, but as a zombie you still answer to me. Master Absalom. Now move, the man yells. The being sidesteps to allow him to pass. Of course, Master Absalom. The being hisses. Insert Steve Bloom here for voice. Ignored by the cat-faced man as he walks off. Not seeing him reach down to pick up the dark glasses previous used to hide his new eyes. Robin molesting Ivy's perv. He spits, turning his sights for any of the others as he stands to full height, taloned feet clicking as he walked. Though he did stop and watch in amusement when the aforementioned Lola crashed through several walls to try SXU ally assault Absalom. Then rip up Nami's wanted poster swearing she would never allow her love to marry that hussy. Chaos felt an odd feeling, like phantom offense on her behalf, but ignored it because anything that annoyed and made life difficult for his enemies was good news for him. Then rushes off to try murder her, something he was less okay with. Speaking of Nami, if any of you even touch this lady you'll regret it, the penguin dog shouts, before proceeding to kick the shit out of most of the nearby zombies. What's going on? I'm so confused, Chopper whines, getting a headache. That penguin is a zombie. Why is it fighting on our side? Usopp thinks aloud. Did neither of you notice his fighting style, or his mannerisms? Nami asks, just as the penguin finishes his, come at me bro, speech to the crappy zombies. There's no other explanation, she mutters to herself. Back with the main crew. You're completely insane. You know that right? Frankie asks, getting a laugh from the blonde. Probably, also anything that could hold them still for a moment would be greatly appreciated, she adds. Oh, me next, Artemis saying, hopping up and down with a wide grin. Color trap. Immobilizing indigo color trap. Bullfight red. Well, that should at least distract some of the other zombies, while your target is unable to defend themselves. But what are you actually planning? Vivi asks as the generals all mill about in the oversized red glyph Artemis made on the ground. Like I said already, Frankie throws me at the zombie and I deal with some of the threat. Simple really, she chirps, having retrieved her umbrella. The cyborg sigh but does as asked and yeets the woman across the room. 1 kilo strong right. Alley cannon floating above the zombies. Valentina locks onto her target, and with the correct maneuvers in mind resets her weight and lets go of the umbrella, dropping to earth on a collision course with the general. Tora, Mi, Inu, Tatsu, Edo Tensai. Goyoku as her palms the zombie. There's a moment of silence, where nobody knows what happened, other than Valentina's shaking legs. Then the zombie's shadow erupts from the floor and consumes it. Moria the warlord was just enjoying adding another of the Straw Hat's shadows to his collection when his eyes widened severely. Losing another zombie was of no concern to him, though it was mildly annoying how many the Straw Hats had culled. The shadows puppeteering them were still completely under his control and would be moved to new bodies. No, what gave him pause was something he hadn't felt since moving Thriller Bark into the endless night of the Florian Triangle. He'd lost a shadow. The arena, the end result of the zombie, looked nothing like its former self. It now looked more human with healthy, though black as tar, stitchless skin, short black hair, purple eyes with cat-like slits and long clawed fingers. It was also now wearing what looked to be a fur-collared leather jacket, leather pants and pointed shoes, and grinned with a hint of madness present in his body language. So you do remember your roots, mistress? How long it has been? He purrs, his claws glint in the low light as he clenches and unclenches his fists. Greed, you have zombies to kill, Valentina orders, nearly falling back only for Victor to catch her. Go. At once. He laughs, then leaps at the nearest zombie, slicing its head off with its nails. So, we have a zombie on our side. How does that help? They still don't feel pain or fatigue and they could gang up on our one guy. Alvida asks as enough damage had been done to the red trap that the generals were free again. While he has all the regular zombie traits, unbreakable claws, and while he can take damage, there is one thing that Edos are well known for in the legends. She grins as Greed loses an arm from the massive knight's sword slice, only for the lost appendage to crumble to ash and new one to pop out of the socket. They can regenerate, kyahaha. She laughs as he cleaves the zombie in two right down the middle. Holy shit, it cut through Thay armor like butter. What are those claws made of? Diamond? Frankie gasps, getting a laugh from the blonde. Kyahaha, like my brother would have used something so pedestrian as diamonds. The bones in his hands were infused with, and the claws made completely from, sea stone. Valentina announces, shocking the crew as that was the one thing they could think of that was considered stronger than diamond. Vivi sighs. I just realized where we're going wrong here. She notes, we're fighting these things like they're people, aiming to knock them out. But they're zombies, so they can't and they're already dead so. Is the diplomatic princess really saying, aim to maim? Alvida asks with a chuckle. Yes, especially because we've been told they don't feel pain. Even if we can't stop them from chasing us, an armless, legless or a combination of the two and other injuries should at least slow them down and give us a better chance of getting away. Okay, let's do this. Tear those zombies apart like crappy toys, then head for the outside. Luffy orders, leaping forward and batting aside a ton of zombies with a gum-gum Gatling attack. One toward tile 36 Cowbray Phoenix, came a voice from the dust cloud, followed by a familiar energy wave. Zoro, cheered a few of the group. Please tell me you missed and almost hit Luffy by accident. Vivi pleads, then squeaks when instead of their swordsman, a zombie steps forward. Scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman, but I have scars all over my body, the zombie frowns. Oh fuck, aren't we glad you didn't pick that one to sacrifice? Robin chuckles as she sees Valentina's face turn the color of porridge. Also, does anyone know where Luffy went? He was here a second ago. Not the time, Victor shouts, blowing a zombie to pieces by tackling it and exploding when he hit it. Focus on getting out of here, and we'll all meet up later, that was the plan. Robin nods. Right. Let's go, curtain of death. Getting better with those wires, love. Alvida laughs, picking up the blue net and sliding through the opening she'd made, the others following shortly behind with Greed covering their escape. Okay, that's everyone, except Luffy, damn it, plus the idiot is wearing armor just like the zombies so I can't even pick him out of the crowd. Frankie groans, when everyone's focus goes straight up. This sucks, let me go you bastards, came Luffy's muffled yells as the chains above them carry a heavily taped up and shaking coffin across the gap between fortresses. Luffy's in there, Alvida gasps, then growls. Damn, I can't blast him off the chain, he'll probably just land in the water, Victor grimaces. Same with cutting the chain, Valentina agrees, Greed nodding alongside her. Which leaves the only option to follow it into the next building and hope it's easier to access inside, Kaya suggests. A couple seconds pass and then everyone once more starts running, this time after the coffin. Well until something big and ugly blocked their path. Is that a zombie mangled to look like a literal spider monkey? Kaya asks, equal parts scared and confused. Correct little miss, as a prize I'll tell you this for free, you're not going to last long on this island. Either those zombies behind you get to you, or my minions do and send you packing to Master Moria for extraction, the spider monkey laughs. And, back to Perona's garden, look, I don't know how this works, really wish Robin or Chaos were here to explain this shit. But I'm pretty sure the zombie is Sanji. Or somehow connected to him. Nami tries to explain. The penguin's statement of being powered by love making Usopp and Chopper more willing to believe her. Luckily dumber shit was coming their way to hopefully distract them from Sanji being a penguin dog. That being a pink warthog in a wedding dress doing as much damage to the surrounding area as an entire herd of elephants charging in their direction. Only to turn around and tackle a blonde man with a partial cat face and a turban. Do we even want to know? The navigator asks, especially when the warthog starts trying to aggressively kiss him, or possibly just impale him on her lips given the indents in the ground she was making. Are they friends or enemies? It's kind of hard to tell, Usopp hums. Maybe she's just crazy. He seemed to think she would listen to him, only for it to completely backfire. Chopper adds his 2 barras. You stupid cow, now you've made me mad. Absalom shouts, throwing Lola off him. Unfortunately it was where she was trying to go originally, right in front of Nami. There you are, cat burglar. Lola grunts. You're going to pay for stealing the most precious thing of Master Absalom. Nami squeaks and begins to make rapid back steps. What? I mean, I know I'm a pirate, but I haven't stolen anything today. She tries to defend herself, eyes widening in fear as the warthog pulls out a large axe. You stole his heart, you damn hussy. Lola screams and swings the axe, only for the pendog to kick it in two. You won't lay a hand on the lady, he growls, only to be slapped aside by Lola. Holy crap, how strong is the warthog, Chopper yelps. But why didn't he fight back? He mopped the floor with all the other zombies, Usopp thinks aloud as the zombie pulls himself out of the wall he'd been thrown into. I already told you, even if it kills me, I'll never kick a woman, he shouts. Nami groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. Yep, that's Sanji all right. Making this Khalifa all over again. Punch her in the face then, you daft mutt. She screams that last part while Lola was distracted by being angry at Usopp for calling into question her status as a woman, as he would class her as animal, or undead monster personally. She then yelps as she's picked up and thrown over a now invisible Absalom's shoulder like a SXY bag of spuds, as he runs off with his bride. Help. I'm being abducted by the pervert from the shower. He really is invisible. Also, damn it, I thought I nailed him. Usopp whines. Then the two pirates give chase. More running after Nami. At least she was still visible. I was sizing you up last time, and I've decided you'll be perfect as my bride. The IVZ perv growls as he reveals himself properly. The name is Absalom. Get used to the sound of your future husband's name on your tongue, my dear, he chuckles. Nami scowls. I don't keep myself looking this good for pervs to drool over or think they can claim me. I do it for myself. I'm also not the defenseless damsel this time around, she states as she pulls out her climatact from her belt. Have a taste of this, you filthy animal. Thunder charge. The shockwave and minor explosion sends Nami flying away from her abductor. But luckily she was barely affected, unlike him, who was twitching and in pain, though miraculously for him was still standing. Great job taking him out, Nami, but now's not the time for a nap, Usopp yells as he and Chopper catch up to them. Keep running, we're not safe in the open. Not that their location meant much with an angry warthog charring after them. Thought given the yelling and cursing she was doing it was clear exactly what her target was. Hey, anyone know why the zombie is only after Nami? Chopper asks. Nope, and it can't be because of that pervert given she's trying to kill me rather than capture, she answers. Fear making her faster, useful when the enemies has swords. Hey Nami, the redhead turns her head, Chopper and I were discussing this while going to rescue you from pervert, but maybe we should split up again, he suggests. Bunk. You're selling me out, you heartless bastard, Nami shouts after punching the sniper in the head. Oh please, like you wouldn't do the exact same thing in my position. But I'm supposed to get away with it because of cuteness, Nami whines. I think that might actually be the root cause of your current situation, Chopper mutters, then screams when he sees Nami sprint ahead of them. This is exactly my point, you're using this as a shield from this crazy zombie, Usopp groans. Then him and Chopper speed up themselves to avoid being chopped to bits. This strategy worked, until they tripped on a root, at which point the universe reminded them Lola was after Nami when. Get back here, the zombie shouts, running right past them. I'll fertilize you. That sounds less threatening than it probably should, Chopper notes. Probably because she's a woman and therefore, never mind. The point is we're safe, Usopp trails off. Unsure if he wants to find out if Chopper understood the concept of rape, partly Bekasusu while 15. He still felt like a small child to the rest of the crew. Even Artemis acted like he was her little brother when he wasn't being all super doc. Probably because Robin seemed to have stealthily adopted the little reindeer boy. You're right, we're safe. She only wants to kill Nami, the reindeer shouts, prompting the two boys to chase after the zombie they'd just been chased by, in order to protect their crewmate, Usopp riding on Walkpoint Chopper to ensure they could actually catch up. Give me back my husband, Lola bellows, swinging her swords at Nami's head. I don't even know what you're talking about, Nami grunts as she blocks the strike with her climatact. Luckily Chopper and Usopp managed to catch up with her by this point and try hold back Lola, only to discover zombie warthogs are stronger than a reindeer yeti and a physically average teen. So much so that it was unclear if them hanging off her tusks even slowed her down in her pursuit of Nami. On the bridge once more, okay. So we're boxed in between a zombie horde and a giant fucktard of a spider monkey. Without any of our usual big hitters. Did I miss anything? Kaya asks, her hands twitching and her revolver shaking. No, that's chapter synopsis at the moment. Robin nods. We do still have Frankie and one zombie on our side though, and the spider monkey won't be fighting at full power, she adds. What makes you so sure? Alvida asks, wondering where she pulled that fact from. His legs, they're stitched quickly and haphazardly back together. Meaning it most likely happened within the last day or so, otherwise whoever makes all these zombies would have done something to repair him properly, Robin explains. And the Straw Hats then notice she was right. Some of the legs were stitched together, while others were held together with thick webbing. Also, though not mentioned, was the large slash through the eyepiece and left eye of the zombie, but given the injuries on the zombies it was less concrete as proof. How did she, trying to stop that blood bastard shouldn't have been that easy to detect. Maybe I should have just let him. No, Master Moria would have done much worse if I hadn't tried to stop him leaving. So, who wants to bet what we just witnessed happened to Luffy happened to Zoro, Sanji and Chaos too? Victor asks, getting ready to blow away anything that comes near them. I'll take it for Sanji and Zoro, but I think Chaos did just walk off after something else. If he's been caught, he's not gotten to this end of the conveyor at least, Vivi argues, not mentioning the Reflect human would have probably put up as much of a fight as their captain if he had been captured already. Mon K ahaha, another correct assumption. 3 of you have been taken, 2 have joined the ranks and soon the rest will follow. I give up now if I were you, ahaha. This guy's really starting to piss me off, but at least we now know where that web that caught the Sunny came from, Frankie grunts. Yep, out of this huge spider butt, Artemis frowns, then contemplates an attack. Technically correct, but it could have been worded better, Artemis, Robin lightly scolds. If Luffy were here he'd have said something similar, and Chaos would probably have threatened to rip out his silk glands, or more likely let Luffy kick him so hard those glands come out his mouth. Alvida says with a chuckles, her mace resting on her shoulder and her body tense. You pirates never stood a chance. Mistress Perona's ghost network sees all, hears all, and knows all that happens in Thriller Bark. We've had you right where we wanted you from the moment the gates locked you in, ahaha. By ghost network you mean those sheet ghosts Chaos bitch slapped into next week? Valentina asks, because I don't think Perona was in a mood to do anything after he did that, she chuckles, noticing the comment annoyed the monkey. So, backs to the wall, both sides of a bridge blocked off. Any ideas from the builders, or wreckers of the crew? Robin asks, a half smile directed at 2 in particular. Frankie laughs, hey Vic, get over here. Let's show the girls how you make a super exit, he says, hooking up his connector rod to his arms. We're actually in an almost perfect place to do this. Talk about convenience. The bomb man chuckles, blowing into his gun and clenching his left fist. What are you doing? Tararin shouts in confusion. Getting away, Frankie smirks, his arms puffing up with compressed air. Coup de vent breeze bomb hand grenade, as you might expect, the piercing force of Frankie's air cannons, alongside a double whammy of Victor's bomb fruit activating, dig a ton of damage to the bridge, causing it to fall apart, taking everyone on a trip straight down. You can't break the bridge, man, that's cheating, Tararin shouts, clinging to the sides as best he could. So's the unending horde of zombies spider-clawed, Vivi shouts as the Straw Hats fall. So, was my plan super enough for you, Robin? Frankie asks with a wink. Well, it was certainly as destructive as I expected, she deadpans. It was awesome. Artemis cheers with star eyes, possibly because Chopper and Luffy weren't here to gush over the combo move. Hate to be that guy, but we're all kind of still falling, Valentina shouts. Don't worry, that's part 2 inches, Robin winks, just as Artemis latches onto her and Vivi had pulled Alvida to her and Karoo. See and Fleur, wings syrup rescue, holy crap, Robin can fly. Alvida squeaks, holding tight to Vivi while Karoo tries to hold herself up, well until getting tangled in Kaya's syrup tendrils. Yes I can, for 5-seconding Frankie while Victor, Valentina and Greed were caught by Kaya. Lame. Only kidding, that's one super move, now for me to not waste that time. Our medic got the correct side of the bridge, we're all going after the captain, Frankie declares, shooting his arm out to grab the edge and pull them over, just in time as Robin's wing crumbled into petals partway across. Strong right recall. All right. Everyone accounted for? Vivi asks, Greed and Victor pulling Frankie up after Robin took initiative and jumped over, using the cyborg's metal skull for balance, stability. It seems so. Nice to have a little breathing room from those zombies, no offense. None taken, these things are crude and inefficient puppets of the cage no am I, completely different to myself. Did Ni-san put his ego in you when he built you too? Valentina teases. Given they're zombies that probably won't hold them off for long, but it should give us time to catch our breath and regroup with the others, Robin states, then grimaces as Tararan recovers quicker than expected. You stupid pirates, you remember I'm a spider, right? I'll be up there in just a moment, then I'll wrap you in webs so Master Moria can deal with you at his leisure. Ahahaha, he boasts. Can anyone else hear that? Kaya hums, looking up, her eyes widen significantly. Looks like something's falling. Victor guesses. Not something. Someone, Frankie corrects, as Brooke falls right past them into the courtyard below. What do you call a flying skeleton? Airbones, he shouts just before hitting the ground with a thud. Back with the coward trio. I don't know, or care why you're doing this, but I'm not going to just stand around and let you hurt my friend, Usopp shouts as he swings out of Lola's tusk. Keep running, Nami, we're doing all we can to slow her down, Chopper calls, continuing to punch at her in heavy point. Your time is up, cat burglar, only I am good enough for Absalom to marry. Now get off me, Lola screams, flinging the two into the trees behind her, just before Nami trips over a root in her panic. Now die quickly, you bitch. Wait, you've got this all wrong, Nami screams as the blades swing in her direction. The truth is I'm a man, she cries, the swords stopping an inch from impaling her. What? Lola squeaks. What? Chopper screams. In hindsight, that explains a lot, like YS. He fights with chaos so much. He's the Sanji to Pop's Zoro. Seriously? Usopp facepalms, now a little worried about Nami's health if Chopper didn't know she was a woman, meaning he may not have done a full health check on their navigator. Yeah, 100% a dude, cross-dressing, it just feels right. I'm an Okama in all but name. Nami chuckles nervously, mostly because it's kind of a swear word in the East Blue. Well, at least that's accurate, Usopp mutters, catching Chopper's attention. Calling a man an Okama back home would pretty much be directly calling his manhood into question. Also, you and that a flat guy should totally hook up. You'd make a cute couple, and I bet you'd have one hell of a wedding night. At least one broken pelvis, am I right? Nami attempts to tease, though if someone was observant they'd see her hand was trembling. You mean it? Of course. Is this the face of a liar? You two are made for each other? Lola blinks, then drops to her knees, tears pouring out of them. Thank you. You don't know how much your words mean to me. I was beginning to lose hope that me and a flat would ever be together, officially. Nami stands, her confidence returning now she wasn't in immediate danger. Raise your head. I require no such thanks for speaking something anyone with eyes should be able to see. My name is Nami Zo, but you can call me Nami, as all my friends do. She smiles, offering a hand. Friends. Lola squeals, now eyes flowing with tears of joy. I'm now afraid of the female species. Chopper whimpers while listening in on Nami and Lola's conversation on how to help her bag her man. Nami may be completely bullshitting it as always, but Lola was eating it all up, believing her nearly breaking his ribs with hugs and trying to pancake his skull with her kiss attacks were her being too passive, and she needs to be more assertive and aggressive. I mean, is knocking him out and making him sign while in that state ethically right? As a human being, I mean? Lola asks, for a moment, unsure of the plan. Lola babe, you're a zombie and part warthog. You can do it, Nami purrs, patting her shoulder. Loopholes. Of course. Now Absalom will be mine. Hey Nami, weren't we about to leave, like 5 minutes ago? Usopp calls, still standing a safe distance away from the zombie. Right. Hey Lola, I left some things in the treasure room the last time I was there and wanted to get them back, but I've forgotten where that is. Can you give me directions? She asks, batting her eyes. Of course you silly goose, it's right by Mistress Perona's quarters, like 2 doors down, can't miss it. Lola continues to give more detailed directions, in between complaining about Perona while Usopp sighs. Trust Nami to use any chance she could to get more loot. All was going well until he saw the top of Absalom's hat over the low wall. "Nami, he's here," he stage whispers, pointing behind him. "This is it, Lola, go over there and get your man. I'll never see him again and that's fine with me. I don't even like dudes anyway. Tits for me all the way. Send me a wedding photo if you can, bye." Nami says as she stands up and begins to follow the directions, while Lola charges directly towards her beloved, to his mounting horror. "That was almost too easy. That god for retarded zombies," Usopp mumbles as her follows Nami away. "A non-violent solution for a change, or at least one where we're not the ones inflicting the violence," Chopper chuckles, bringing up the rear. Checking in on the captain, "Wow, you're one fat bastard," Luffy says upon finally meeting Moria, his brain-to-mouth filter having died years ago. The zombies that brought him here panic, but the aforementioned fat fuck seemed almost amused. "So, you're the famous Straw Hat Luffy I've heard so much about. You're energetic if nothing else, kishishishi." He laughs as he sits in the dark opposite Luffy. "And you must be Moria. I hear you're a real jerk and a shadow thief," Luffy states, the mini-zombies only getting more worried as things progress. "Kishishishi, oh, you're exactly what I expected from a boy with a 320 million berry bounty, and will make the perfect underling. That energy is just what I need to continue my plans." "Underling? Fuck that, you dumbass, I'm nobody's underling. Who do you think you are making a claim like that?" "Who do I think I am?" was that question asked ironically. "Kishishishi, it's obvious. I am the man who will be king of the pirates," Moria announces to a silent room. "Perona's domain, okay. We lost him. Shit, he's back." Lola barely slowed him down. Nami whines seeing him coming closer from over the edge of Perona's balcony. "Nami, get over her," Usopp shouts, pointing to a strange object with an opening they could climb into. "Are you sure? What even is this?" "Who cares? As long as it keeps us hidden it's fine," the sniper hisses back. Unfortunately, what they were hiding in was Kume's, Perona's stuffed bear zombie. Not that they could go anywhere else with Absalom coming up the stairs at that very moment. "Hey, Kume's," he bellows as he enters the area. "Perfsa, I mean Master Absalom, this is bad. It seems intruders have." Kume splutters around his face mask. "Hold on," Absalom interrupts. "This is more important. Did you see 3 pirates run through here?" he asks. "Actually, that's the thing," Kume's continues only to be once more interrupted. "Absalom," Perona shouts, clearly annoyed by his prescience, "what do you want? I've told you before I don't like you being in my room or near any of my things. Going to need to rewash all my underwear, again," she mutters the last part. "Perona," Absalom growls, though that might just be because of the whole cat thing. "Welcome back, Mistress Perona, is there anything?" "Yes, kindly shutty times, do I need to tell you that?" "Of course, but just this once, zip it before I ask Hogback to do it for you. Nobody cares what you have to say, especially with a voice like that." "Don't you think that's a little harsh, and by little I mean really too harsh on Kume's, he's there to help you after all." "Yes, and given he's my underling, what does it matter to you how I treat my subordinates?" "Speaking of your subordinates, can you do something about Lola?" Perona shrugs and twirls her umbrella. "Afraid not. She's just expressing the personality of her shadow's previous owner. Anyway, did you hear yet? Master is calling for us. Sounds like he thinks 900 is going to be operational soon," she almost chirps. "Master Absalom," Hilden shouts as he flies to Perona's chambers. "Glad I found you." "Oh, hello, Mistress Perona. I come with more news. In addition to the Straw Hats, we have another arrival, the humming swordsman." Absalom's eyes widen. "He's back? The courtyard, was that what I think it was?" Frankie asks in confusion. "If you mean the skeleton from earlier falling from the sky, then yes," Vivi says with a nod. "Given the crater, it can't be anyone else," Robin chuckles, as there was even an indentation on the ground for his afro to fit in. "We should probably go help the poor bugger. That fall had to hurt even if he's as easy to kill as a zombie these days," Valentina hums. Unfortunately, Brooke's arrival was enough of a distraction for the spider monkey to start spinning silk, forming a gooey web to get him back up to the Straw Hat crew. "I'm back, ahaha. You think you were done with me just because you broke one shitty bridge? Don't make me laugh." "Great, the biggest problem is back. Hey Robin, think you and a few of the less tanky of our crewmates can keep him distracted for a couple minutes? I have an idea on how to make a spider smasher. I can't really say no now, can I? She says with an eye roll, ignoring the irritable zombie Samara as Frankie, Victor, Greed, Valentina and Alvida run off. Don't ignore me. I'll web you up so well you'll be joining the horde by dawn. He bellows and swings his arms forwards, revealing Hogback had put the spider spinnerets in his palms rather than its thorax. Well, that's convenient. You played yourself like a kazoo, Robin says with a smirk, blooming hands around Tararan's still functional right eye. Sticky web barrage cease fleur. Slap, ah you bitch. You slapped my eye. Shit, now I'm blind, you cheating whore. Tararan screams, clutching his face due to the slap, only to realize he just webbed up his eyes and a good portion of his face in the process. We're pirates, dumbass, of course we cheated, as you call it. You could also call it tactics, and using your opponent's abilities against them, Robin counters. Very nice there, Robin. Now for our turn, Frankie grins as they arrive back. Oh, you're done already. What did you do? Kaya asks curiously. I put my steel nunchucks into one of the stone pillars lining some of these hallways. Adds weight and reach to the weapon, don't cha know? He asks with a chuckle. Now, I think you deserve the honor. Show us how strong one of these ultra zombies are. He passes the nunchuck to Greed, who smirks. Hey, maybe we can talk this out. No, because when a monster is this big, the only option is to smash it extra hard. Heavy nunchaku. It's an effective weapon, but personally I prefer my claws. Greed hums, throwing the nunchucks back to Frankie, who proceeds to wail on the spider thing. Alvida joining in when it was clear he didn't have any tricks left to pull, or so they thought. Enough already, he screams, using his webs to shoot away and restrain the nunchucks. Ahaha. No more smashing me in the face for you chuckles fucks. Too bad for yo. Wait, what are you doing? Tararan asks as Frankie sighs and opens up his left arm, then proceeds to fire into his face at point-blank range. Weapons left. Is it down, ye? Ah, sticky goo, Artemis squeaks, causing the others to look up in time for a horde of spider mice to drop down and ensnare them. Damn it, these must be what got Zoro, Luffy and Sanji. Alvida growls, her and Frankie turning to deal with the pests, only to get webbed up by a still functional Tararan. Ahaha, seems you let your guard down. These are my minions and collection squad, the Spidermas. There are over 500 of them throughout Thriller Bark and they're never. He winces. Once, another wince, twice, another, stop eating my mice, he shouts at the sky, confusing the pirates. Seems someone is fighting back. Intriguing, Greed purrs, don't get much resistance round here, do you? Of course not, one of the spider mice answer. Dr. Hogback made our silk unbreakable, and with our stealth skills we can catch you unaware and ensnare you before you can fight back. Doesn't matter how strong you are and what abilities you have. Once you're in our webs it's game over, another boasts. Meaning your problem pirate hasn't been caught in your webs yet. Robin smirks, getting her mouth sealed with webbing by an annoyed spider mouse. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. Tararan frowns, looking around in confusion. What the fuck is that? He asks, referring to the haunting singing coming from somewhere. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. Looks like the cavalry has arrived. Victor smirks, meeting eyes with Val and Robin, who have similar expressions. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. The song goes on, thoroughly unnerving the spider monkey. The wind it blows, to where who knows? The waves will be our guide, or across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. The birds, they sing, of cheerful things in circles passing by. Stop it. Stop this goddamn singing. Tararan orders uselessly as Brook ignores him. Yo-ho-ho-ho. My goodness, it seems you all came to this island after all. It is a pleasure to be reunited, by the way, Brook says with a slight bow. Wait, how did you get from the courtyard to all the way up here? Kaya asks, looking confused. I jumped, of course, I'm quite light with all the dead weight gone. He replies with a slight chuckle. Since you're all already here there's no sense in holding back. Now should be the best time to tell you about this island. Who are you? What are you? You're not a zombie. Does that mean you're actually with these pirates? Tararan demands answers. And as a future Straw Hat, Brook gives him the metaphorical middle finger and continues talking. One moment please, I just have a small problem to deal with promptly, Brook hums, then sheaths his cane sword, his bony face a visage of horror. 3-verse humming. Arrow notch/blood erupts from Tararan's head and his most severely damaged limbs sever, dropping uselessly onto the web, while the Straw Hats watch in stunned silence. 3-verse humming. Arrow notch/. As Brook sheaths his kana sword, Tararan slumps forwards, grunting and twitching in pain. Don't stop now, Brook. He's a zombie, he's not going to go down unless he's in little bits. Alvida shouts, trying to squirm out of the webbing. You little wait, I know you from somewhere, Tararan gasps. Yo ho ho ho. Never fear, my friends, I've got this whole thing under control. I know exactly what I'm doing, after all. Even the dead can be killed if you know how, he says cryptically, many confused but one blonde nodded in agreement. As if to prove his point, Tararan began writhing and flailing, before the shadow animating it was forced out of his mouth, killing the cage zombie in the process. What the hell was that thing? Frankie asks loudly. That was the zombie's soul, the stolen shadow that was used to give it life and movement. Without it, well, it's just a stitched up hunk of flesh, Brook answers, turning to watch the Spider-Miss flee in terror. Oh, by the way, I know that webbing feels strong as steel, but you can melt right through it with a little fire. Like Mr. Three's waxworks all over again. Vivi sighs and lightly chuckles, getting a look from Valentina. No, that technique would kill us all. Use the dial as it was intended only, she orders, getting a huff from the Kilo girl before following orders, using the flame dial like a blowtorch to free the others in combination with Frankie in no time. So, somewhere between 3 and 7 of our crewmates have been captured by those mice and the zombies, meaning now would be a great time to explain what the hell is going on in this place. Alvida demands. The others nodding except Robin, who was a little busy getting the webbing removed from her mouth by the flame dial. Very true, however, and I'm not sure how best to spring this on you. If your friends have already been captured, it may already be too late to save them, Brook admits. What? Frankie bellows, explain yourself, you bony fuckface, he shouts, opening weapons left. Frankie, he's already dead. That will probably just make this whole thing take longer, Robin says with a sigh. Not that she didn't want to snap his neck herself right now. Geez, you're all so hostile. But I guess it's to be expected. Anywho, I tried to explain this earlier, but there was a period of time when I was adrift in the triangle, lost and alone. When I thought I had finally come to find an escape, my rudder broke and I was further cast into this watery hellscape. Then, much like with you, I stumbled across this island, Thriller Bark, about 5 years ago as best I can tell. I was desperate to escape the triangle, so I ventured onto the island, searching for parts to fix my vessel, but all I found was a horde of monsters and zombies. It wasn't long before they managed to capture me and take me to the very building behind you, where I was witness to the horror of seeing the beast within tear up another captured traveler's shadow, and amputate it. That's what the cage no I can do. Vivi yelps, a shiver running through her body, the idea unsettling and wrong all on its own. Correct, the dance fighter went lifeless once the shadow was separated, but the shadow itself still moves, squirming and struggling until it was forced into the marionette, and I watched in horror as a dancing zombie was born from the union. That is the least intimidating variant I've heard of so far, but the idea itself is still horrifying, Robin hums, getting an eye roll from the V's and a chuckle from Greed. But how does that even work? Kaya asks. It's the shadow. No matter the vessel, they retain an echo of their original owner and it's imprinted on the zombie itself. Brook explains, shadows in some cultures are seen as your darker half, joined in mimicking you from birth until death. Only one person has the power to break this rule of the universe and twist shadows to his will. Gecko Moria of the Shichibukai. He's the one who stole your shadow then, and at the very least Zoro's too, given the 3-sword zombie from earlier, Victor notes, summarizes. Indeed. All you need to make a zombie is a corpse and the living shadow of an unfortunate individual. Though the zombies all around us are more than that. They're often a stitched-together mash-up of human and animal parts made whole by Moria's accomplice, Dr. Hogback, Brook continues. The only way to make a cage zombie, at least. How did you make your Edo Tensei vow? You were kind of vague? Alvida asks curiously, peering over at the still grinning Greed. Focus, technique, and a sacrifice. Valentina admits, I don't know how my brother made this one. She points to the man beside her. But the process works for revivals too. The only additional ingredient is blood, flesh or hair of the person you want to bring back as a perfect zombie. So you must take life to give life. Poetic. Robin says with a half smile. Would you need to kill someone every time you summon him? She asks. No, just the revival. Plus there are ways to dismiss an Edo that won't simply kill him, Val answers. As enlightening as the conversation is, can we get back to explaining what the hell is going on this island? Vivi asks. Brooke coughs. Quite right, young miss. Where was I? Oh yes, Dr. Hogback, the man who builds the zombies. Scouring the globe looking for strong warrior bodies to steal and repurpose. He's amassed quite a collection of bodies in his lab, all just waiting for a shadow to awaken them. All that talent and he's making monsters for a pirate like Moria. Such a waste, Kaya huffs. Chopper isn't going to like that. So the zombies aren't really returned from the dead. They're just meat suits being piloted by the shadows of still living people, Frankie repeats, running things through in his head. Exactly, the skills and fighting styles come from the shadow, while the strength comes from the corpse, and when both are strong the end result is something truly monstrous. It's why Moria is so eager to get his grubby little hands on people with high bounties, so their mental and spiritual strength will translate over to immensely powerful zombies for him to command. So that's why they're gunning for us. Our bounties over wrecking Anise Lobby must have had the bastard cream himself. Alvida sneers. And given he's got 3 of our best fighters, things are not looking good right now. And given the shadows are in control of the zombies and his fruit gives him control over the shadows, that makes quite the powerful horde at his disposal. Unquestioningly loyal to the Great Onion, Artemis pipes in, starting to worry about her missing family members. Exactly right, little one, and thanks to those facts he can have powerful fighters without having to deal with the mess of actually having to work with the people they were previously attached to. So the stronger the person he steals the shadow from, the sooner he sends them out into the void, Brooke states solemnly. Vivi gasps, but you said if the sun hits you, I'd turn to ash, correct? And so will they if they're sent out to sea by Moria. Then we need to get a move on, right now, Frankie shouts. There is still time to save them, especially as we don't know if he's removed Straw Hat's shadow just yet. However, you'll need to put your complete trust in me, as my experience will have to serve as your guide, Brooke announces. How about no? We're not all Zorro, we can go up a flight of stairs without getting lost, Valentina argues. Can we just get this over with and locate our companions? Either give orders, or shut up and let us get on our way. Robin says with a cold breeze cutting through everyone in the area. Despite being only bones, Brooke swallows thickly, of course, right this way please. In the building, your guests have arrived, Master Moria, the trio chorus, causing the Onion Man to smirk. Excellent. Show them in, he commands. Grin widening as his 3 associates enter the room, equally excited. Nice to see you all got here so fast, Kishishishi. Now, make me king of the pirates. Of course, Master, the mysterious 3 nod only to be interrupted by Luffy. We're going to be king of the pirates, because I am. He bellows, untie these ropes and I'll show you why it's gonna be me not you who stands at the top. Also, Zoro, Sanji, Chaos, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, give me back my friends you jerks. Luffy demands, wriggling around in his cage. He's certainly energetic, Hogback muses, unsure what else to call him. Is this really the guy who took on the world government, and beat both Crocodile and Lucci? He looks like he can't walk and breath at the same time. Perona mocks, fiddling with her umbrella in boredom. What I want to know is why he's wearing a zombie general's armor, Absalom growls. What, like none of you ever dreamed of being a knight growing up, Luffy huffs. Did that dream also involve getting captured? No, but I'd probably have gotten captured even if I hadn't put on the armor, so that's a stupid question. Luffy shrugs, making the Ivizo perv angrier. Well kid, Moria says, interrupting Absalom before he could retort. You gave me quite the list, but I'm afraid only 2 of them have been captured by my forces, 3 if you include yourself. Pirate Hunter Zoro, and someone we presume is Black Leg Sanji. The picture is unhelpful at best, he admits with a tired grunt. Yeah, Artemis offered to send a better artist's impression, but he was too busy moping to hear her. Luffy shrugs. Sanji's vanity wasn't his problem. Meanwhile inside Kume's Usopp was panicking. Oh no. Not only did they catch Luffy, but Zoro and Sanji too. He swallows thickly. No offense to, well, everyone else, but that's 3/4 of our strongest guys. How were they the first to be captured? Nami asks. By that logic we should have been captured the second we stepped foot on the island. Honestly, Zoro, I can believe he got lost and fell into a trap. Luffy and Sanji. Well, it's just bad news. The sniper replies with a deep grimace. Speaking of, where are the 3 I sent over to you, Perona? The risky brothers should have gotten them to you by now. Hogback asks. The ghost girl shrugs. They were supposed to deliver them to Kume's. Hopefully those 2 idiots didn't lose them. Can't have more of them running amok on the island. She sighs. This wasn't her night. I think they're talking about us. Usopp whispers then hisses as Kume's moves closer to the trio. Don't you dare sell yous out, you undead bastard. Mister, didn't I tell you to shut the fuck up? Perona explodes, slapping him with her umbrella. Must you be so strict on the poor thing? You snap over the most minor of things. Besides, we should be focusing on locating my bride-to-be. She did cause a minor uprising in your garden, Absalom says. Then the gears click in his head. Hogback. You better not have put a single disgusting finger on my bride, you hear me? He shouts, the doc grimacing and tries to placate the unstable man. Meanwhile Shindri decides to do the opposite. Your bride, she doesn't want you, she says bluntly. Shindri, you're not helping the situation. Also stop standing in front of me, Hogback orders, causing the zombie woman to turn and stare coldly at him. She doesn't want you either, geez woman. I wasn't even doing anything, the doc whines. I'm pretty sure the doc's sexual. Perona hums. UNOTICED in the commotion. I don't care what you say, I already decided she will be the one I spend the rest of my life with, Absalom says, huffing like a child. She doesn't want you. Maybe get with the hippo, neither of you seem to care about the happiness of your partners after all, Shindri says flatly. Shut up, Moria commands, your bickering is giving me a headache. If those pirates escape, I'll have to make examples out of all 3 of you. He threatens, sending shivers down their spines. I gathered you here not so I could watch you argue, but because it seemed appropriate we were all together for the unveiling of number 900. Now I've finally found a shadow strong enough to revive him, the warlord explains, just as one of his mini-zombies scream, having been overpowered by Luffy, who wriggles like a worm in his restraints towards the door. Master, the pirate ate through the bars of the cage, a zombie squeaks. He did what? Moria screams, whatever messed up things you have planned for me, I'm not gonna make it easy for you. Luffy calls back as he makes his, not that impressive looking but still effective escape. I'm gonna back you, regret existence, brat. A Boslam shouts, before being shoved aside by Perona. No need to wreck the place, idiot, I'll handle this. Negative hollow. Those ghost things, they're yours? Luffy says in surprise, then chuckles when he notices the bruise. Quite a shiner. Good thing he didn't use his pimp slapping hand or there might have been permanent damage. Karma comes for him as all 3 of the hollows pass through him, causing him to curl up in a depressive slump. Phosphos. Those hollows truly are frightfully effective, Perona, Hogback laughs. A little later, due to prep work, let me go, you stupid onion, fight me like a man. Luffy shouts as he's once more secured, this time by a web to the ceiling. I think not. Why don't we illuminate the dim lad as to how this is going to go? Moria laughs, then with a wave of his hand Hogback activates the massive light they had set up. The Shadow Man then reaches down and grabs the end of Luffy's shadow, peeling it off the floor like a sticker and dragging its owner with it until the boy was dangling upside down by his feet, shadow, right in front of Moria. What the, this shouldn't be possible, Luffy gasps. Oh, but it is, and now for the main event. Moria grins as he pulls out what for anyone else would probably be a comically oversized pair of scissors, and severs the connection between the 2, Luffy passing out as a result. Kishishishi. The power of a shadow taken from a man with a 330 million berry bounty. With it I shall create the most powerful special zombie the world has ever seen, Moria announces. Luffy's shadow squirming within his clenched fist. Kishishishi. Now Straw Hat Luffy's power is under my control, and Zombie 900 can finally be revived. He cut off his shadow, Nami whimpers. How? That shouldn't be possible. A shadow is just where your body blocks light. You shouldn't be able to interact with it, never mind pick it up and remove it from its owner, Chopper adds. But we have seen this before, he hums. Usopp blinks, oh yeah, that skeleton guy, he had his shadow stolen, it must have been this guy, he gasps. And implanted into the samurai, Nami guesses. That's what the Shadow Man was saying, he was going to use Luffy's shadow to revive something. So maybe all the zombies were made that way. Good point, explains why the penguin dog acted like Sanji, given he did say they're already captured him and Zoro. Usopp nods. Then the three drop back into Kume's to hide as Perona starts verbally abusing him again, poor thing. This little shadow is the next step on my journey to becoming king of the pirates, right Drive? Moria asks, grinning widely. Phosphos, over the last 10 years I've put all my skills and energy into making number 900 the perfect marionette. With that particular shadow he will be the ultimate zombie, nothing will stand in your way. Yes, no matter who the person is, how strong they are or how strong-willed they are. Once their shadow is taken and placed within another they are nothing but a slave to your will. Moria croons. If I'd have soldiers like this I'd never have been beaten by that dragon bastard Kaido in the New World all those years ago. Boys, open the special refrigerator, it's time for the main event, he commands of his zombie servants. Yes, master, they squeak before running off, just as two Spider-Mans drop down behind Absalom. Ah, there you are, take Straw Hat's body and toss him back on his ship. Remove the webs though, it'd be a problem if he dies before the operation is complete. Yes sir, one salutes. Also an urgent message was sent. Just moments ago, the spider monkey Captain Tararan was defeated. Defeated? Absalom repeats, that shouldn't be possible, zombies never tire, never lose, they keep going until they overwhelm the enemy as long as his shadow wasn't removed. But that's the problem, it was removed, the spider mouse screams. What? Absalom growls, while an eavesdropping hogback squeaks. You're certain it was removed? Yes, Master Absalom. It's him Absalom. He's the only one who could have done it, Hogback whimpers. Damn that humming swordsman, the Ivasiper scowls. He's cutting down and removing every zombie's shadow that crosses his path. The casualties are immense, getting close to the incident 5 years ago. Outside, wait, why are we going back to the ship? Alvida asks. Well, given the shadows have most likely already been removed from your comrades, their bodies will most likely be taken back to the boat. The good news is that they're not dead, they'll just be like me, the no reflection or shadow part. He quickly adds as a few of them were about to point out the whole skeleton thing not exactly proof of survival. So shadow removal isn't fatal, good to know, Vivi sighs in relief. Yep, thought the ordeal does make you very weak and pass out, usually for 2 days or so, Brooke continues. If the body is strong enough they'll send the bodies adrift in the sea, can anyone guess why? So you can't get your shadow back by doing whatever you did to kill the spider monkey and release the shadow, Victor guesses. Why not just kill them during that 2-day period, seems pretty stupid, Frankie thinks aloud. They can't, even though they are physically separated they are still linked. The death of the body will kill the shadow and in turn the zombie it is piloting, Brooke explains. Makes sense, it's how I summoned greed, using the shadow in the zombie as a connection point to the actual sacrifice. Valentina mutters, getting a smirk from the Edo Tensei. My point is, that you all must avoid losing your own shadows, or you'll be forced to wander aimlessly within this eerie blackness forever. Or else be consumed by sunlight. Brooke warns. Once you return to the ship you must find a way to reawaken your companions, to formulate a plan to retrieve their shadows. And yours? Artemis adds, that sweet little one, but your crewmates are the priority, Brooks hums. But smiles at the young artist. Oh, and before I forget, take this, he says, passing two small bags to Alvida and Vivi. It's the zombie's one weakness, that I'm aware of. You've seen its effectiveness against that spider monkey, he chuckles. What is it? And do you have any more? Frankie asks. It's ordinary salt, Brooke answers. What? Yes. It's actually rather interesting. You see it's probably already rather obvious but these zombies have all been reanimated with a devil fruit. Now a fruit eater is weakened by seawater, and the salt contained within is enough to weaken the bonds between the shadow and its host, the skeleton elaborates. Interesting, except it's not seawater, It's any standing water that weakens a devil fruit user, Robin corrects. Salt still kills the zombies though, which is the main point of my explanation, Brooke says with a nod. To defeat them just throw salt in their mouths. Or just get the stuff inside them somehow, and it should do the rest all by itself. By the way, how do you know so much about this island and the zombies, including their weaknesses? Robin adds, Brooke turning somber. That's due to an incident that occurred 5 years ago, when I lost my shadow and was cast adrift. Luckily I was able to retrace my steps and return. Once I did, I stepped ashore and began my battle. I fought against the very zombie which was revived by my shadow, the samurai Ryuma. Unfortunately the outcome was a crushing defeat on my part, his more solid form able to attack with stronger versions of my own attacks, coupled with his own original sword styles. I never stood a chance. Because I made a vow to survive at all costs, I ran, even if it was shameful. I had to keep living. I had an obligation, as the only survivor of my crew, to keep the Rumbar pirates alive, through me. One day, I will escape this cursed sea and make good on my promise, so I refuse to die a second time. Sadly, living longer has not made my promise any easier to keep, as I'm still trapped in this foggy void. But this is different. I refuse to back down. I won't run away. I won't leave this island until I have my shadow returned to me. There were unsettling noises that followed, worrying the Straw Hats. Then they just stop. I'll be seeing you sometime soon. Best get moving, he hums. Hold it, Vivi shouts, the skeleton turning to look at them. Back with the mysterious fore. That damn humming swordsman. Hogback scowls. Undoing all my glorious work. He's the only enemy we have who knows the zombie's weakness, he moans. So, what does this swordsman look like? Perona asks curiously, surprising Absalom. Perona, you don't mean, you've never seen him? That must have been how he slipped through your ghost network. The ghost girl shrugs. Must have been. Absalom sighs. Master Moria. That humming pain in the ass from 5 years ago is back. Do I look like I care? Don't bother me with that trivial shite again. He grunts. You deal with it. He calls back before thumping his way to storage facility 900. Damn, this is going to be annoying. Boys, get Straw Hat on the boat, and keep me posted on any more developments, understand? Yes, sir, the Spider-Miss chorus, scuttling away with Luffy's body, to the horror of the 3 Straw Hats in the room. Somewhere in the building Brooke hums Bink's brew as he casually walks down a hallway, unimpressed by the surprised zombies that leaned out to try attack him, his cane sword making short work of them, and the salt releasing all their shadows so they wouldn't be warning anyone else of his whereabouts. As the last zombie drops, he sprints to the stairway in a panic. That was scary, but I had to keep going. I won't back down, I won't run away again. Brooke thinks aloud as he begins to climb the stairs, psyching himself up in the process. This time, I'm taking back my shadow. Storage freezer, Kishishishi. Moria laughs as he plods his way towards his destination, Luffy's shadow still squirming in his grasp. It is quite fascinating. When I uncovered this specimen in the land of ice I couldn't stop shaking, just imagining what it would have been like to see this monster alive and roaming around only 500 years ago. Hogback blathers on enthusiastically, his companions much less interested, partly due to the cold. The countries that fell at his hands, literally taken by force. How lucky we are to have found the continent puller himself. This will be my greatest achievement yet. Yes, my good doctor, another legend is about to have new life breathe into it. Kishishi. Moria agrees as the final doors open, grinning madly. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? 900 inches, he says as Nami, Usopp and Chopper peek out of Kume's. Terror on their faces as they see the massive demon of a giant's corpse. Look upon the only person powerful and destructive enough to be given the name Devil. This is Oars, he bellows, announces. With his announcement made, Moria uses the chains binding Oars to the chamber as a bridge, slowly approaching the body that will soon be his magnum opus, thanks to Luffy's shadow. Just as energetic as your former master, Little Shadow. He chuckles as the thing continues to squirm, bringing it up to eye level. But I am your new master, so forget about that old life as I now control your future. But I'm a fair ruler. I'm about to give you both voice and form as I remake you as my undead minion, my perfect zombie. Have we an understanding? He grins as the shadow relaxes. Contract complete, he laughs. See Shindri, you're supposed to lose all remnants of your former life when you enter the corpse you're placed into. So with that in mind we should be able to eat off plates, true? Hogback asks, trying to nudge her along. Say that again, and the next plates I break are the ones in your knees. Despite the flat monotone, the ice could still be felt piercing his heart. Absalom sighs. Shindri is way too harsh on Dr. Hogback. Dr. Harshback. Now, your 500-year slumber ends tonight. As, slamming down his hand containing Luffy's shadow against Or's chest, watching with giddy amusement as the flesh ripples like water as the shadow is absorbed. Moria walking back the way he came as the shadow settled within his newest minion. It went in, that's already better than the previous attempts, Absalom thinks aloud, getting a hem of agreement from Perona. Then the entire facility began to rumble and shake, the ice cracking and flaking off the giant zombie's body as he began to twitch and return to life. Then his eye opens with a snap. It's awake, the trio scream, falling out of Kume's in shock and hitting the cold ground with a thump, getting everyone's attention. What the, how did you get here? Moria hisses, Kume's, did you help these pirates? Answer me, Perona screams at the frightened teddy bear. There you are, my bride, but why are you in here? Absalom wonders aloud. The three shuffle back only to be stopped by the three smaller zombies. Of course all of this was put on the back burner when the chains snapped like glass and Ors stood up, the zombie now fully active despite its multiple centuries of slumber. It is just as wonderful as I expected, Hogback boasts, not understanding Shindri's sidestep until a piece of ice lands on him, pinning him to the ground, though she's once more back in place a moment later. Truly a masterpiece, isn't he, Master Moria? Ors stares blankly for a moment, then bellows, meat. At a level which gave Moria chills, inverted Perona's umbrella and sent the mini-zombies flying. Though the shockwaves did spread throughout the castle, I'm hungry. The wind pressure increases, Perona now only remaining grounded by Kume's, while the three Straw Hats were basically praying they didn't fly off like those goons. Shindri was probably the one person who was safe, already against the wall, with a block of ice and Dr. Hogback separating her from said wall. Whether it was lucky or not, they couldn't remain grounded forever and the three were thrown away, though the moment they stopped tumbling the trio were already on their feet and running like the massive zombie was chasing them instead of just demanding to be fed. Hang on a minute. Where's my bride? Absalom asks, as his brain only has one setting, horny, and as such was mostly uninterested in the giant zombie. She ran away, all the pirates did, one of the zombies shout. They ran really fast, can't catch them. Absalom growls before giving chase, the redhead would be his, whether she wants to or not. Sanji, give me food. Ors bellows, wait, who's Sanji? That's weird? The giant zombie wonders aloud. Down the hall, anyone want to explain what we just saw? Usopp asks as the three run. Luffy's shadow entered that thing and then it woke up, Chopper summarizes. Proving what I guessed earlier, that all the zombies were made using shadows, like Brooks in the samurai and Sanji's in the penguin dog. Nami says with a hint of pride under all that fear. They did it, they actually brought the dead back to life, Chopper squeaks and squirms. Not exactly, it's not the same person, more a weird fusion of the original body and the shadow's owner. Usopp corrects and grimaces when he sees something crack and break in the little guy. They're not trying to help people, those bastards in there are just playing God, using anyone they get their grubby hands on as playthings. It's sick and wrong and we can't let it continue, Chopper shouts in anger. While I agree this island is fucked in ways I can't even describe, we need to worry about ourselves and the rest of the crew first. If it helps, remember we will need to take back Luffy, Sanji and Brooks' shadows eventually. We can tear this whole island apart on the way, Nami says, trying to soothe an anger which would get them nowhere fast. Not extinguishing, but trying to put it on pause until a suitable target was in sight, as well as give the Doc's brain a well-needed reboot to ensure it was running at full power. We can start by taking back Luffy's body. They said they were taking him back to the ship, so that has to be the Sunny, right? Usopp brainstorms. And if Zoro and Sanji also got shadow napped, they might be on the ship too. Chopper contributes, back to normal for the moment. This moment of calm was broken as both Chopper and Usopp were caught in large fireballs, taking them out of commission for the moment. Nami freezes as she watches them fall, collapsing in a heap at the bottom of the stairs. not needing to look behind her to know Inviso Perv was right there, and was the one to hurt her friends, though the arm around her neck was a confirmation. Well boys, say goodbye to this SXY little thing, because tonight she goes off the menu because I'm about to marry her, Absalom says as he licks his lips hungrily, Nami squirming and flailing uselessly. Damn it, if I can't save one person, Usopp wheezes as he pulls himself to his feet using his kabuto. Then I can't call myself a man, he shouts, pulling back the slingshot before firing. 6-chamber pit Viper Star Absalom chuckles as the projectiles are fired. Then both him and Nami fade away, the attack just barely missing where they'd previously been standing. Crap, he can make Nami invisible too. Usopp curses, mostly at himself for not taking Absalom out before he'd captured her. I can smell them, but it's not strong enough for me to locate them, Chopper says sadly. Biwahaha, attack my zombie minions. Bring their shadows to Master Moria. Absalom commands, unleashing the horde upon the remaining 2 Straw Hats. Chopper and Usopp tried, but they were completely outmatched, outgunned, and severely weakened from Absalom's attack just a few minutes prior. This is the end, Chopper, the sniper cries, but I don't want to lose my shadow, or become a zombie, Chopper whimpers. Thump, the zombies turn to the sound as several zombies hit the ground, some with arrows sticking out of their skulls, others their throats slit, all with their shadows escaping their mouths like demonic tadpoles. They're being purified. One gasps, before his mouth is forced open with a bloomed hand and a cube of salt shoved down his throat, his shadow being puked out a moment later. Hey guys, did we miss much? Frankie asks, manhandling another zombie so he could purify it. Did you know zombies are deathly allergic to salt? Artemis jokes. At least Valentina found it funny given she was giggling as she drops down, a salt-covered kunai stabbing through the zombie's skull before releasing its shadow. I'd like you to get your hands off our sniper and doctor now, Vivi commands in a cold tone. Otherwise, a syrup bullet hits a zombie in the chest, then opens like a flower releasing the salt within and purifying the zombie. Well, I think you can guess what's about to happen. They know our secret. Who are these people? One zombie shouts in panic. 2, damn it seems we lost Nami, Frankie frowns. They were really not doing a good job with sticking together or rescues these days. Don't worry, we should have no trouble rescuing her, Robin assures him with a smile. Right you too? Rubber King and Mirror Master. The last of the Rumbar, Brooke's friend Laboon. Yo ho 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 ho, you just don't know when to quit do you? The zombie samurai chuckles as Brooke enters the room. I won't, not as long as you have what belongs to me. I'll never give up, never stop trying to get it back, Brooke declares. Ryuma slams his sword sharply against the ground. Don't you remember who I am? As well as what happened last time we did this dance? I am Ryuma of Wano. People feared my very name. You are nothing more than my shadow in a puppet, Brooke argues back, and once I've put that body to rest we will once more be whole again. Ryuma chuckles, come and get me you bag of bones, but remember, this body is stronger than yours, then he lunges. Elsewhere, damn it, I can't believe someone other than that humming swordsman knows our weakness, one zombie complains, seeing the heaps of purified brethren as the Straw Hats run off. So these stairs should lead to where they offload deshadowed pirates, Robin explains to the reunited duo as they pick up the pace. Hopefully that means our friends will all be there when we arrive. This is the same direction those spider mice dragged Luffy, so I'm going to guess that's right, Usopp nods. We were already heading this way up until Nami got kidnapped. I hope she's okay, it doesn't feel right abandoning her like this, Chopper groans. She'll be fine. There's no point in kidnapping her the way they did, if they were simply going to maim or kill her. Vivi assures him, as a royal she was familiar with ransoms and kidnappings even if just in theory. The invisible fuckstick said she was his bride, correct? Valentina asks, so that there is proof she'll remain in good health and condition, at least for the moment. I doubt someone like that would be willing to wait until the wedding night to satisfy himself, Greed hums, getting a jab to the ribs from the blonde. Apologies, thinking out loud. I know we're all worried about Nami, but the best thing we can do is regroup at the Sunny, wake the others and then rescue her while seeking out and retrieving the stolen shadows, Frankie declares, getting the crew back in focus. By the way, How did you manage to fight those zombies back there? By their very nature you shouldn't be able to take them down, Usopp asks. Turns out the skeleton man knew their secret weakness. Salt, Kaya explains, get it inside them and it causes the shadow to be ejected. No shadow, no zombie, simple as. Oh, and seeing as it came from the same direction as you guys, do you know what that roar was earlier? Nearly brought some of yous to our knees from the shaking the building was doing, Avlida asks. Usopp grimaces, that roar was Luffy. Or I guess you could say his shadow, at the looks he was getting from the others he sighs. I'll explain later, but you guys aren't going to like it. What's another setback in all this bullshit? Robin asks with a half smile, but it looked more forced than usual. Well, to put things bluntly, Luffy's shadow was put into some kind of giant horned demon zombie and it woke him up, Usopp blurts out. What? Boom elsewhere, this room is tiny and stupid, I'm going for a walk, Ors growls before punching the wall, causing it to explode outwards with and throw the other zombies back. Holy, how is he that powerful? They all scream, weird, I thought my arm was gonna stretch for a minute there. Oh well. Ors shrugs his overdeveloped shoulders and jumps out of the hole he just made and lands in the forest with a thump. I'm going to be king of the pirates. He roars, the sound echoing through the island, ship, thing. Well shit, Chaos thinks, pinching the bridge of his nose and adjusting his shades, as if this wasn't enough of a hassle with the shadow thief. Now we have an uber zombie. Guess I should just be glad it's not a grave mind or Brother Moon. He groans but continues moving through the facility, stopping in confusion when he senses the others leave the castle. Wonder what that's all about. Back with Brook and Ryuma. I already know how this will go. Ryuma scoffs as he begins slowly pacing. You talk big, but I'll have you begging for mercy in minutes, screaming, not the afro, anything but the afro, it's pathetic. You're wrong, Brook shouts, swinging his cane at the samurai. This time it's different. I either leave with my shadow, or I die here and we both pass on. He unsheathes his blade and rushes at the zombie who parried and counters. Knowing every move Brook was capable of, but with a more sturdy body he had no trouble avoiding the strikes, but being a skeleton made Brook a little faster, and both begin to attack with blinding speed though minimal damage. During these past 5 years I've thought of nothing else but this moment, my second chance. And I've trained to be stronger, he shouts as he locks blades with Ryuma. With the others, so, that crash must have been the giant you mentioned, Victor presumes, the crew having sped up since the revelation, a sense of urgency increasing within them. Yeah, same with the yell. Sounds like Luffy's shadow got bored and wanted to explore Thriller bark kyahaha. Valentina laughs, finding the statement to oddly enough fit with their captain, even his shadow was crazy strong. Doesn't do as much good though, I get the feeling a giant zombie will need more than a fistful of salt to take down, Vivi says with a grimace, Alvida nodding beside her. We'll worry about that later, reuniting with the others and rescuing Nami are the primary objectives, then we can deal with collecting the shadows, Robin argues. Hey look, I can see the sunny from here, we've almost made it, Kaya cheers, looking forward to a moment of respite after all this, even if they were going to have to go zombie hunting again in the very near future. A few minutes later. We've been fucking robbed. Damn it, we should have seen that coming, Alvida shouts, hand clenching and unclenching on the handle of her mace. Well, they are still pirates, and they want you to drift to your demise, so the less resources you have in that situation the better, Robin explains. Well, get all our shit back to the list. Nami will make it the #1 priority once we do rescue her, Valentina hums. Sad but true, Artemis chuckles quack. Kuru. Vivi screams, running over to the duck and hugging it. Where did you run off to, girl? Quack, she says she got scared of all the zombies and decided to hide on the ship. Then the zombies came to the ship. Chopper translates sadly, then perks up. But she says she knows where the others are. Lead the way, Ducky, Frankie commands, grinning widely as she leads them to the dining room where the three had been propped up and adjusted by the zombies, mostly for their own amusement, in 3 chairs. Should we, Victor waves his hands in their direction. Fix them? Probably, though it would be funny to see how they react to their new looks, Valentina chuckles alongside Greed. So, anyone know how to wake them up? Kaya asks Slam. Well, that didn't work, Alvida huffs, having decided to hit the trio with a baseball swing, which besides embedding Luffy in the wall did nothing. Welp, I'm out of ideas. Well, besides the bazooka, Frankie thinks aloud. Only for Vivi's wires, Robin's blooms and Kaya's syrup to restrain his arms and keep them pointed down. Hey. We're not shooting high explosives at our crewmates, Vivi shouts. Especially not while in the ship, Robin adds on a more practical level, believing at least Luffy would have walked away from it unharmed. I may have a pacifist solution to our problem, Usopp says, stepping in front of Frankie. Time to use my secret technique. Run away? Artemis asks rhetorically. There's a beautiful swordswoman with a plate full of meat on deck right this minute. He bellows. The crew watch in silence as the three shudder and twitch before rising to their knees robotically. Lady? With meat? And swords? That actually worked? Everything thought? Shocked that it had been that easy in the end. They really need to stop underestimating Usopp when it came to unorthodox sumain. Damn it, I didn't think he'd notice me. But damn a 95, 55 85ths. Talk about a stunner. The Ivisuper swoons, then notices the zombie priest standing outside the doorway he just vacated. What are you doing standing around? Go get the zombie generals here for the ceremony. Yes, master. The elderly-looking zombie croaks and runs off, slamming into a reptilian-looking creature and falling over before getting back up and running off again. There she is. Of course you'd be the one to get kidnapped, Nami. Don't know if I should rescue you, or wait for our pervert to save you from this pervert. I'll wait and see. By the sound of things, you're not technically in danger right now, so I have time to plan and see if stealth is even an option. A tongue flicks past pointed teeth, which turned to a smirk as it turned out he was right. Back on the sunny, Luffy blinks awake, then leaps to attack, only to be knocked back down by Alvida and Frankie. Calm down, Luffy. We're on the sunny. We'll get all your shadows back soon, you just need to hold on, the smooth woman assures him. Okay. Wait a minute, who wrecked the place? Luffy wonders aloud. Yeah, seems the zombies looted the ship while we were gone. Pain in the ass really, Valentina answers with a sigh. Did they get the food? Probably. There are 4 living humans on the island as well as who knows how many zombies, Kaya agrees. I let my guard down, and I fucked up big time, Zoro mutters, now sitting in a depressive spiral even without the help of Perona's hollows. Wait a minute. Where's Nami? Is she out on the deck or something? Sanji asks, causing Usopp and Chopper to panic, setting off red flags and getting Sanji right in the sniper's face, until Greed grabs him and pulls him back. Hey, let me go, you tar-coated freak. The cook yells and flails. The Edo Tensei rolls his eyes and turns to Val, who shrugs. Nami got kidnapped by a guy who can turn invisible. He vanished with her just before we got swarmed by zombies, Usopp shouts to defend himself. You didn't try hard enough. You two bozos were meant to protect her with your lives while I wasn't there, Sanji retorts, until getting a slap across the face. Sanji, calm the fuck down. Kaya shouts in his face, syrup tendrils wrapping around his throat. Nami's missing. She was even before we ran into Usopp and Chopper. By the sound of things, Ivisuper wants to marry and then fuck her, meaning she's still alive and most likely undamaged. We have time to save her. You have time to save her, the medic says flatly, waiting for the gears to turn in Sanji's head and him to relax, even just slightly. So, want to fill us in on what's happened since we got shadows snatched? Besides Nami being kidnapped, I mean? Zoro asked, returning to the conversation in reality after a little moping. When the recap was done, Luffy started to complain about his shadow getting to do all the fun stuff now it was inside a giant monster, while Chopper and Usopp cried and huddled together, now aware they were facing another warlord. Zoro was curious as to which zombies his and Sanji's shadows had been put in, as they already knew where Luffy's was, and a few of the others were now wondering how to reattach the shadows to their owners once they had purified their crewmates' zombie counterparts. Wait, if these shadows act just like their original owners, then we saw Zoro's shadow already, back before I got captured, Luffy realizes. Really? What did he look like? A bit like you, but with wooden claws and a toothbrush mustache? Luffy describes unhelpfully, getting a shrug from the swordsman. So, Mr. Clogs, a dog penguin and the giant are the vessels for our crewmates' shadows, Robin summarizes. And the samurai, he has Brook's shadow, Chopper adds. So we just need to get salt in these fuckers and we're home free, kyahahaha, Valentina laughs. It's really cool you guys figured out how to beat the zombies. How did you find out, by the way? Luffy asks. It was actually the skeleton who told us, and demonstrated by using it to kill that massive spider monkey zombie, Victor answers. Oh, so you guys ran into Brook again, that's cool. Yeah, but I feel like an asshole because of a rather personal question I asked him, Frankie says with a sigh. That guy kept going for over 50 years, just to keep a promise to return to a damn whale. He sniffles, gears turning in the rubber boy's head. Brook is the last member of the crew that left Laboon at the base of Reverse Mountain with Crocus, promising to return to him soon enough. Only they didn't because they all died, he says as it all clicks together. Correct, Kaya nods, having been one of the few to have been there both for the meeting with the whale when they entered the Grand Line, and hearing the story from Brook's side. Well, I'll be damned, Sanji sighs, puffing on his cigarette. This can't be just a coincidence, can it? Usopp wonders aloud. I'm really confused, what's going on? Chopper asks, about half the crew similarly lost. When we entered the Grand Line, there was a massive island whale hammering the Red Line. His name was Laboon and he's been waiting for his companions to return for 50 years. Luffy chuckles bitterly. We made a similar promise when we left him, meaning we have another reason to bring Brook along with us on this adventure. So we can all reunite with Laboon. Vivi stayed silent, shame filling her for trying to kill the whale, even if it was to try keep the island she'd been stationed on fed. Sensing the negative aura, Luffy pulled her into his arms, letting her whimper against his chest. Sorry to ask, but are you sure this is the same Laboon? Robin asks curiously. It has to, that old fart Crocus said he'd been left there by a pirate crew that promised they'd come back, made Luffy and Chaos pretty mad that he kept trying to convince the poor thing that his friends had abandoned him, not even that they died while on the Grand Line but straight up decided to never come back at all. Alvida confirms. Besides, how many West Blue Island whales do you think there are out there named Laboon, sitting around for 50+ years for a reunion with a bunch of pirates? The answer is one, fair point. The archaeologist says with a shrug and a light chuckle. Even now I can't believe those two headcases managed to get him to stop trying to tear down the Red Line with his head like some kind of suicidal idiot. Sanji mutters to himself. But he's still out there, waiting, just like Brook hoped he was. Waiting for his friends at the Cape for over 50 years, that's dedication and heart. Usopp agrees while he works on something, Kaya nodding alongside him. And to think, we ran into the last of Laboon's crew, by sheer coincidence and dumb fucking luck. Zoro says with a scoff and a low chuckle. The universe does love fucking with people. Wonder what that bag of bones is up to right now. Maybe he's already found his shadow, he muses. Speaking of Brook. I'll admit you have gotten stronger since we last fought 5 years ago. Ryuma notes as he clashes with Brook. But so have I, he shouts. Swinging and knocking Brook's hat off, then going for a stab, and I know every move you're going to make. He declares as Brook bounces off the wall in pain. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, seems even after all these years you're still the same idiot, protecting that afro more than the skull beneath it, even though it's the biggest target on the bony body of yours. He laughs, scolds. Shut up, Brook screams before leaping forward swinging as he did and the clashes began again. Laboon, my old friend, I wonder if you still remember me, after all this time. Would you recognize me even if I somehow managed to return to you? When I think about how alone you must have been, stuck waiting for us for so long, my heart shatters like glass in my chest. He thinks. Then squeaks as Ryuma's sword slips in what should have been a fatal stab to the chest, though, I suppose I don't really have a heart anymore, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Escapes his skull like a battle cry as he keeps fighting. Knowing this time he wouldn't let Moria keep his shadow any longer, tearsome. Believe me, I tried everything I could to bring them back to you, but all our friends have passed away. It's just us now, he thinks as Ryuma's sword slices through what should have been his right eye and cheek. Leaving a deep crack though that portion of his facial bone as well as removing a tooth. Brook leaping back but slides to his knees, panting deeply, I've lost my friends, my face, my body, my shadow. Everything I was back then fallen through my hands like sand. He dodges a leap from Ryuma and the two locked blades, the shadow causing them to both share the same laugh as they fought to overpower the other. I have nothing left but the hair still clinging to my head, this afro. Black, round and funny, just like you, Laboon. I must protect the last reminder of the man you knew, the friend, the brother. I hope you're still there, because I will find a way to return to you, old friend, somehow. Unfortunately, things were not to be, as Ryuma cuts him down. So, now we have our musician. Let's go save him and Nami. Then kick the Onion Man's ass to get back our shadows. Luffy declares in captain mode. Counter-attack go. Oh, and if anyone sees chaos, tell him the plan, okay? He adds, realizing he hadn't seen his brother since before entering the mansion. Get on with it, we're kind of on a timer, aren't we? Zoro asks, already having jumped off the ship. I need to rescue Nami before she gets married or loses her virginity, Sanji declares as he jumps off in a miniature fireball. How do we know she didn't already? Valentina mutters lowly, getting a chuckle from those who could hear her. This isn't going to be as plain sailing as we'd like. After all, with all the zombies around, what are the odds we run into the ones containing Sanji, Zoro or Brook's shadows? Alvida asks. Not to mention Luffy's isn't a giant monster. He's like 6 times larger than any giant I've ever seen and even more deadly, Chopper whines. Plus he has all Luffy's fighting abilities, Usopp adds. Who cares? Oddly enough, both Zoro and Luffy said this. Though for different reasons. The swordsman because this was something they had to do. So there was no point complaining about it, and Luffy. Well, because he knew a lot of his actual moves required his devil fruit to actually be effective. So his zombie was actually less combat effective than if he'd been given, say, Sanji's shadow. Plus we don't need to fight and beat those zombies, we just have to take down Gecko Moria. Once we beat the Shadowman, all his zombie puppets will fall to the ground with their strings cut. Luffy states bluntly, the others finding the plan to have merit as he had a point. Most devil fruits with effects that went beyond the user tended to cut off if their wielder was rendered unconscious. Why wouldn't Moria's? That's actually a well thought out plan, besides the fact he's a warlord, and therefore no pushover, Victor notes. True, but he's just sitting up there on his fat ass, practically screaming for me to kick it. And without a shadow of my own, he can't do anything to me. Now finding the zombies and dealing with Moria and his underlings are a big deal. So, Sanji, you're on Nami duty, he commands. The cook jumping for joy, yelling something about the power of love. Is now a bad time to tell him the invisible man also peeked on and potentially molested her in the bath? Usopp asks Vivi, but not far enough to avoid being overheard by Sanji, who promptly burst into flames. Shit, Blondie's going to go Super Saiyan if we add any more fuel to the fire, Valentina laughs nervously. I'll tag along with Sanji, it's partly my fault he got the jump on us and took Nami, plus I'd rather fight him than Moria, Usopp admits, volunteering. I believe that would be the best place for us to go as well, Robin offers, getting a nod from Artemis as she takes Chopper's place beside her. Personally, I want to check up on our Skelebro, see if I can help retrieve his shadow. Sure, if Luffy beats Moria beforehand it won't matter, but just in case I want to provide backup for our newest member, Frankie states. Same here, plus I want to see just how good Moria's samurai is he even worth the title? Zoro says with a chuckle. I'm game, any reason to break something from Wano, Valentina grins, Greed joining in. I really don't like this, don't you remember Moria as one of the Shikabuki? Chopper asks. Luffy shrugs. Yeah, so what? So was Crocodile and I kicked his ass. Yeah, and nearly died multiple times in the process, Chopper screams. Well, this time I won't die. He needs me alive so his giant zombie has a shadow. Therefore I already enter the battle with a slight advantage, Luffy explains. So, everyone else sticking with me then? He asks, getting nods from everyone, even the 2 medics. Hey, before you go, take these, Usopp says, tossing them small sacks. They're zombie death salt balls, or at least that's the name I'm going to use for them. So this is what you were working on while we were talking, Robin muses. And one last thing, we need to be careful. Sure, Thriller Bark is heavily forested in parts, but we can't guarantee we'll be safe from the sunlight at all times. Only reason some of us are still alive is because it's nighttime. So to put it simply, sunrise is our literal deadline for completing the mission. Everyone understand? Yep, kick Moria's ass and leave by dawn. Now give me back our food. Luffy shouts like a battle cry, leading the charge to the amusement of several of his crewmates, and eye rolls from the others. With the Moria, Nami teams, I'm starting to think we aren't actually needed here, Kaya hums as Luffy and Sanji punch and kick their way through the horde. the others walking behind them at a reasonable pace. Yeah, seems they don't even need the salt. The anger is serving them just fine, Usopp agrees. Might be a good idea to keep the salt on hand regardless. These seem to be basic cannon fodder zombies. Not a heavy hitter like I presume our crewmates or Brooks' shadows would be held within, Robin notes. Those won't simply go down this easily. We'll definitely need to purify them in order to deal with them, as well as the fact it's probably the only way we're going to get back those shadows. True, but it seems at the moment at least that Moria is going for quantity over qual. Shit. Vivi hisses. The ghosts from before returning and passing through Luffy and Sanji, dropping the two to their knees in the middle of zombie territory. What just happened? Chopper screams, one of Moria's minions. They produce these ghosts which, as far as we can tell, induce depression or something close to it, amplifying negative emotions to uncontainable levels, Robin explains. Where's Chaos to bitch slap someone when you need him? Alvida sighs, confusing Usopp and Chopper even more than they already were. Complain later, rescue now, Victor grunts, firing nose fancy at the zombies holding Luffy and Sanji. Then with help from Chopper hoist the two broken men and lead the charge before the ghosts could turn their attention to them all. Guys, those ghosts are getting closer. Vivi shouts as the negative hollows were flying faster than the zombies could run, closing in on the Straw Hats. Luckily the universe was on their side, sort of, as oars crashed through the staircase they were running up, destroying it and getting rid of the zombies and hollows, but also splitting up the crew, Robin, Chopper, Artemis and Vivi with Luffy, while Usopp, Alvida, Kaya and Victor were with Sanji. Please be okay, Chopper wishes aloud, then gets bumped by a once more awake Luffy who's really confused as to what the hell happened while he was spiraling. Something crashed through the staircase, sent all the zombies, ghosts and the rest of the team down to join Zoro's group on the ground floor, Artemis explains. On the ground floor, they're still twitching, I'm sure they're fine, Zoro says with a shrug, referring to Usopp and Sanji, who the others had landed on and broke their fall. Besides we have bigger problems, this big pink wall for one thing. Yeah, it's really weird, we should probably demo our way through it pronto, Frankie agrees. Not made of stone, the swordsman notes, stabbing it and the blade sliding through pretty easily. And the explosions didn't even make a dent, Victor scowls, got anything stronger in there Frankie? What are you guys doing? Usopp bellows, having finally come to. Trying to get through this pink fleshy wall, Zoro explains casually. You idiot, that's not a wall, that's the giant zombie Luffy's shadow is controlling. The pirates look up and yep, that's a giant demon zombie. Huh, think we'd have noticed the thing had a mug that ugly kyahahaha. Valentina laughs, then sighs, so, any bright ideas? Upstairs, are you sure we should just leave them down there? It doesn't seem right, Chopper asks as the group run, especially now Luffy was back in action and leading the charge. They'll be fine, Kaya's with them and they basically landed in the same place as Zoro's group so they should be able to patch them up and at Liauk. The captain explains with a glance back at the reindeer. Plus, we're on a timer, and the sooner we find and beat up Moria the sooner we can all leave. Oh, that's a good point. The doctor hums. If we keep going this way we should run into the dance hall place where you lost your shadow, then past that is a massive refrigerator where they were storing the giant zombie, and was the last place any of us saw Moria. Then we have a starting point, Vivi says with a tight smile, fidgeting with her wire gloves as they turn a corner and, while not who they were looking for, did find someone responsible for their current predicament, that benign Dr. Hogback and Shindri. Wah, I thought Perona was taking care of you pirate brats. The man gasps, his maid looking unimpressed as always. Dr. Hogback, Chopper growls, sounding angrier than most of the crew had heard him before. A reindeer, but why is it talking? He wonders aloud, before it hits him. The infamous Dr. Hogback, third best doctor in the world or so I've heard. Robin guesses, her lip curls into a smirk when she sees the comment get under his skin. Hey wait a minute, I know this guy, he was with Moria, the cat-faced weirdo and the ghost girl. I vote we kick his ass then make him tell us where Moria is, Luffy declares, panicking the man. Let's not be hasty there my boy, Hogback squeaks. No, don't fight him Luffy. I've got a bone to pick with this bastard, let me fight him while you guys head through that door over there. He points with his head to the open vault-style door, and see if Moria is still down there. If you're sure, let's go guys. Chopper has some aggression to let out. Luffy cheers then begins walking over to the door. You brats, you can't just ignore me and waltz into Moria. Shindri attack, he bellows. The zombie pulling out a stack of plates from somewhere and starts throwing them at Luffy. Phosphos, how do you like that? He cackles, until cease fleur. Clutch Shindri's arms are forced behind her back, the plates falling to the ground. What? Robin smirks. Artemis, stay there with Vivi. Mommy has to help Chopper deal with some asshole and a zombie. She orders, the artist giving her a mock salute and a grin. Thanks Robin. You guys stay safe, okay? Luffy calls as he rushes towards the door. Stop running away and ignoring me, Hogback screams, about to run after him. Hey Hogback, Chopper shouts, once more in his brainpoint form. You have no right to call yourself a doctor after everything you've done. I've lost all respect I had for you, he spits. Oh, Phosphos, my apologies, I didn't recognize you for a moment there, Dr. Chopper. Zone-type devil fruit eye. Well, it's not that important, nor is the how when it comes to escaping Perona's garden, as regardless of that you've still ended up right back here, where your shadow will soon be mine. Chopper grits his teeth in anger. Actually, I have a better idea. I'll make you into a marionette. Maybe put one of your crewmates' shadows in you later, and I'll use our current Straw Hats to do it. He grins and steps to the side as the dog penguin and zombie swordsman appear from another door. Wait a minute, that guy looks nothing like Zoro, Chopper complains, Robin chuckling lightly. Now my zombies, destroy them, Hogback orders. So, which one do we fight first? Zombie Zoro asks. The crappy reindeer, Zombie Sanji replies with Luffy. Damn it. Why is this hallway so long? Luffy complains aloud as he runs through the corridor leading to the main freezer, until finally he reaches another open door, leading to a wide open area. Stopping to take a breath, he sees it to his right, Moria, sitting on his ass looking bored, just like he said he would. You again, he grunts, looking as interested as Shindri right now. Outside, fuck, what are we going to do with this monster? Frankie curses, pretty much repeating his crewmate's question as he thinks out loud, then along with the others jump back when it begins to move. This is way out of our league, guys. We're all going to die. Usopp screams, Kaya shaking like jello beside him, especially when the giant reaches past them to grab a massive piece of rubble, formerly the staircase above them. Despite the situation, they were reminded the shadow was Luffy's, when he slammed the stone onto his head, as some sort of substitute for the original Straw Hat, which had Alvida chuckling. Great, now I look like the real thing. Oars bellows, turning to walk away, can't be king of the pirates without a cool hat. That was kind of scary how that building just fell. He murmurs to himself as he leaves, the Straw Hats, really confused. Well, that was definitely Luffy's shadow, Zoro says with a shrug before sheathing his swords. Okay, so that was a non-issue, but we still have an actual problem. How do we cross the chasm zombie Luffy caused when he landed? Alvida asks, walking over to a stony-faced Frankie. Give me a couple minutes. Hey Vic, help a brother out will y'all? He calls, the bomberman chuckles and comes over while the rest of them strategize, mope. And done. The cyborg announces a few minutes later, then frowns, that railing doesn't look quite right, he sighs. Hey relax, it's a rush job, can't all be perfect. Victor assures him, while the others pick their jaws off the ground seeing the two had made a perfectly serviceable bridge in literally a few minutes. How? There was a bunch of wood and scraps all around us. I couldn't call myself much of a builder if I couldn't make a halfway decent bridge out of it now, could I? He laughs. You put a lot of detail on such a quick project, Valentina notes, running her hand along the stone railings. Were you expecting us to half-ass it, Val? Victor asks only half seriously. Builders and architects, we have a certain level of pride. If we make something we want it to be worth the effort of building, to do less spits on that pride. I sure ain't complaining, it's the same with me and food, especially for a lady, only the best comes out of my kitchen. Sanji agrees with a laugh. Anyway, let's get across and find Nami, and our shadows, the cook declares, the others agreeing and charging forward. Okay. So Moria is basically on the top floor of this place, right? Valentina asks as they push open the doors and walk in. Pretty much, it's why Luffy was first up those stairs. Also it was close to where Nami was taken by the invisible guy, so seemed the best place to start looking, Usopp explains. Hey guys, why did the haunted mansion suddenly turn into a princess's bedroom? Frankie asks. Well, I say we ask Vivi later if this is how a princess actually designed their room, Alvida jokes, equally confused and curious. Miss Valentine, there are more of those specters above us, Greed notes, the blonde turning to see the ghosts lazily floating around in the air. Well, shit, horo. I was going to have the zombies capture you on the bridge, but that plan clearly didn't pan out. Damn, Wars has literally just woken up and he's already giving me a headache. Perona sighs deeply, watching the Straw Hats from the sofa she was sitting on. So as you can probably tell, my patience is about to run dry, she finishes with a glare. So this is the one who's controlling those ghost things? Zoro asks aloud. Given none of us have fought her yet and she still looks like she got punched in the face, I'm going to go with yes, Kaya deadpans, causing Perona to grit her teeth in anger. I'm lost. Chaos bullshit fruit let him slap one of the ghosts who screamed about him somehow hitting the real her as well as not be affected by the negativity it produced, Frankie explains, trying to subtly ready his weapons. Well, he did say his fruit causes a devil fruit's power to rebound back on itself, Kaya pipes in. Guess that includes things that he shouldn't even be able to interact with physically. So, guess we're finally going to find out what those things are now? Victor wonders aloud as Perona jumps to her feet. Horo, I see you pirates are very brave. But also foolish, even those who've already experienced the Paulos, she cackles before producing smoky white bubbles from her hands, which pop and form ghosts. The Horo no Mi allows me to create these and other specters. Think of them as an extension of myself, that fact making them the perfect spies and sentinels. And that's not even including that they can empty your heart and crush your spirit with a simple touch. She grins, as the Straw Hats scowl. Why does such a cutie have to be the source of those creepy ghost fuckers? Sanji whines, getting a smack to the back of the head from Alvida. Not important right now, bigger issue is that we can't fight those things and I highly doubt she's going to leave herself open to a counter-attack while any of us can fight back, she argues with a grimace. If we can't fight them, then the only option is to retreat and find another way through the mansion to locate Brook, Nami and Moria, Victor summarizes. I'd like to retain what little I have after the last time we ran into these guys. Let's book it, Frankie shouts, sounding the retreat, all but Zoro turning on their heels and running full speed, the swordsman standing tall in the hope he can buy them a little more time. And now the fun begins, Perona says with a smirk. Negative hollows every ghost in the room shoots forward, spearing each and every one of the pirates before they even get further than the doorframe, the hollow woman grinning as she watched the negativity erupt from the pirates. Now I understand why no woman wants me while the captain and Psycho have big-breasted babes on their arms. I'm a worthless piece of crap. The stairs should have killed me, not Kuina. I'm just a pile of scrap. I should have stayed on that island and rusted away. One of these days, the explosion will finally kill me. It's what I deserve. I'm nothing but a failure. I didn't even have the courage to complete Nissan's ritual, so it's no wonder I'm such a weakling. I'm a walking lie. The only reason they married me was because I ate a fruit that cut my weight down to a third. Who was I kidding leaving the village? I should have let Kuro kill me like he killed my parents. The only people who didn't say anything were Usopp and Greed, though the latter did fall to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, so clearly something still happened. That was easy. Perona chuckles, then gestures to her zombies. Capture them, the beasts compile, charging towards the prone Straw Hats. All that remain are the ones above us, and him. She scowls as she turns around, annoyed she hadn't had time to hide the bruise under her makeup, not that it would have helped as it hurt even letting the pad touch her cheek. Gatling Salt Star, what? He brainstalls as the attack was yelled, turning her head as small salt pellets fly through the air and land in her zombies' mouths. Anger and panic mixing as she watches the shadowed tadpoles escape her minions. Who did that? She screams, then gasps when she sees one of the pirates was standing. That's my crew you're trying to manhandle, and I won't let anyone hurt them, especially when they're in no condition to even try fight back, Usopp says with as strong a glare as he could muster. But how? I saw you take a hollow to the chest just like the others. You should be crying your eyes out on the ground, not standing defiant and taking out my zombies. Perona grits her teeth. I must have missed. Hitting 9 targets isn't exactly an easy feat. A part of me is surprised and impressed I managed to hit 8 of you. Don't worry though, with only you as my target I can't miss. Negative hollow. This one she knew got Usopp right in the gut, passing right through him and sending him reeling as its effects activated, only for him to stop and stand his ground. What? My name, he states clearly, is Captain Usopp. ARH. Why aren't my attacks doing anything? Nobody should have the mental fortitude to withstand my negative hollows. It's just not possible, Perona mutters, pulling at her pigtails. Mental fortitude? It's nothing that complicated, the sniper chuckles. I just have a naturally negative personality, he bellows, shocking the hollow girl. What? Perona screams, losing her balance and falling backwards onto her butt. Nobody should be immune to the hollows. They empty your heart, so all that's left is the negative thoughts you usually ignore, now amplified to deafening levels with nothing inside to counter them. She thinks, as long as humans are alive, they always look forward, striving to get better, but this one, he eyes water and she sniffles. Don't give up, she whispers, surprising Usopp. Even more so when the zombies join in chanting, don't give up, do your best. I don't need your pity. Also, isn't this the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing? Usopp asks. Well yeah, but someone so negative even my hollows do nothing. It's kind of scary. I just want to make sure you haven't given up on life or something, Perona admits, looking a little awkward. Wah, I'm not suicidal. I just know I'm the weak link of the crew, practically useless compared to everyone else. Geez woman. Usopp huffs, then turns to his downed crewmates. Come on. Snap out of it. We still need to rescue Nami and the shadows. You can't just lie there like it's already over. He shouts, managing to end the spell of the hollows early. You all need to complete our tasks, so get moving. Against her you stand no chance, so I'll face her as only I have the counter to her specters, he declares loudly. I don't believe it, Alvida gasps. I know, Usopp actually looks cool for once, Sanji nods, then gets a syrup fist to the back of the head. Usopp has always been cool, Kaya huffs, sliding up to the sniper. Kick her ass for us, okay Usopp. She coos, kissing his cheek and making his face turn bright red. Thanks, she grins, her cheeks a pale yellow before following the others who had already run off. Hey wait a minute, you were supposed to beat the zombies first. Get back here. Usopp whines, but gives a wave to Kaya regardless until a cough is heard right behind him, leading to him eye to eye with Perona. Crap. If my hollows won't deal with you, I'll just have to beat you to death. Little old-fashioned, but it still works, she chuckles behind her hard, grinning sadistically. Elsewhere, do you Absalom take Nami as your lawfully wedded bride, to heaven hold, in good times and bad, in sickness and in health? The zombie priest asks, the ceremony fully underway. Damn straight, Absalom replies, getting cheers from the zombie generals around him. And do you Nami take Absalom as your lawfully wedded husband, to heaven hold, in good times and bad, in sickness and in health? He asks. I sure do, he's so dreamy, one of the zombies puppeting Nami's unconscious body replies. I mean he had his 2-incher replaced with a real horse. Not the time, Absalom growls, shutting up the zombie. Then you may now kiss the bride, the priest announces, Absalom nearly exploding with glee and arousal as he turns and steps closer to Nami, hands on her shoulders and leaning in. Kishishishi, what did I tell you Absalom? You can do whatever you want with the women, but only after I take their shadows. That snaps him out of it, Master Moria. He squeals, looking around for the onion human, confused when he only sees a few toppled generals but no shadow man, only a man with shades like that flamingo guy. He didn't care who Master Moria's co-workers were besides Boa Hancock. On a scale of 1 to 10 that bitch is an 11. Still there was a non-zombie interrupting his wedding, he had to pay. Back with Usopp. Nobody alive can stand up to the negative hollows. That last one must have been a dud, Perona mutters to herself, before producing several new hollows. You think you're so tough long nose. Well time for a taste of my ultimate attack. Negative hollow. Quadruple overlay. Holy crap. This guy took all 4 ghosts at once, and he's still standing. One of the zombies cheer. Technically his kabuto, slingshot was helping him to remain standing, But that was because even if they weren't causing a mental spiral, they were stilo the core and draining on the stamina. Of course Usopp wasn't the only one reeling from the quadruple overlay. The hollows were curled up in their own depressive spirals, and Perona. "I'm sorry I was so mean to you, Kumace," she whimpers, now on her hands and knees like so many of her former victims. The bear too shocked to hear her not berate him for speaking or even breathing to respond. Even Mistress Perona is feeling the effects, but this guy just shrugs it off. What, was he blessed by some kind of god of negativity or pessimism? Now listen here and listen good. Nobody on this great wide earth can beat me in negativity, Usopp bellows, somehow making that feat sound like a pride-worthy achievement, which in this exact circumstance it probably was, as he was basically immune to Perona's best attack. While he would have liked to use this lull in the battle to retreat, some of the zombies noticed, causing them to charge straight at him, and in doing so were purified with his Salt Star attack. The dying zombies did snap Perona out of her stupor though, yelling that Usopp shouldn't be killing her cute animal zombies, which the sniper responds by readying more Salt Stars. "Crap, it's salt, cover your mouths," she orders, managing to save her remaining zombies from the attack, who were no mad and ready to cave his skull in. "Damn it, why did I have to announce my attacks?" Usopp cries as he runs full speed away from the zombie horde. "It's 'cause you're in an anime, boy, sorry." Elsewhere, who knew we'd one day see Usopp's negativity give him an advantage in a fight? Zoro says with a slight chuckle, following the group lead by Frankie towards either their shadows, Gecko Moria, Brook, or Nami. "Yeah, if he hadn't been there we'd have all been toast, that Perona's one scary chick," Frankie agrees, then turns his head. "Hey, how come the ghosts affected you?" he asks Greed. Miss Perona's negative hollows empty the heart, and while not a living thing, my heart still functions as a sort of power source for my body, so when the hollow pierced me it caused mine to shut down. Mistress Valentina was able to give me a jolt back to life before we continued on once she snapped out of her depression. He explains, Frankie more or less understanding. He was technically just another form of zombie, so it made sense Val could just bring him back to life after the hollows killed him. "Hey, if nobody has any complaints I'm going to run ahead and rescue Nami myself," Sanji states. "You sure about this?" Kaya asks. "Ever the medic?" "Of course I do. I have the power of love on my side," Sanji declares. "In that case, go knock yourself out." Alvida chuckles, waving her hand in front of her. "I will. I'm coming to save you, Nami Swan," he screams as he rushes forward in a burst of flame, throwing himself over the railing and into what looked like the fog below. How high are we right now?" Victor asks, enough that he's not going to just walk away from that. Valentina responds with a sigh and an eye roll. "Don't worry about it. The fall won't kill him, and with how pumped he is right now he won't feel any injuries the fall causes for a couple hours at least. By then Chopper or Kaya will already be patching him up," the cyborg explains to the rest of the group. "Anyway, we have a mansion to climb to find some very important shadows." Upstairs, with Brook the fight was long and mostly even, but Ryuma was just stronger than Brook and was able to once more throw the skeleton to the ground with a strike, among which had done enough damage to crack his skull to the point his right eye socket, nasal cavity and mouth were all joined by cracked, broken bone. "So this is how it ends," Ryuma hums as he looks at his downed opponent, on his pant and panting rapidly. "Try to die with at least a sliver of dignity, okay kid, yoho," he chuckles, raising his sword. His face may be unable to make most expressions, but he was able to show an approximation of surprise when Brook heaved himself to at least a seated position for now. You rise like a phoenix, or, given where you're currently fighting, a zombie. But despite your mental determination, I doubt you'll be able to stand much longer. I'll make sure when you die you'll stay dead this time, and not cause any more pitiful repeats of tonight. So, since you're about to meet your end, I'll let you be the judge. What part of your weak and broken body will I remove with an arrow-notch slash?" "Shut up," Brook pants and wheezes. "You don't know the first thing about that technique. You're not worthy to speak its name, never mind use it. You can only use it because you have my shadow." He growls, now on his knees. "Back in my former homeland, the quick draw attack I became best known for was called Requiem La Banderole. But it was renamed by my comrades when it became part of my arsenal and meshed well with my other techniques, at which point it became known as 3-verse humming, arrow-notch slash." You don't get to use a name with so much emotion and history tied to it, as you are nothing more than a copy, an imitation of me, puppeting a dried-up husk of a samurai. Yo ho ho ho, well, if you feel so strongly about that, why don't you get up and do something about it? Ryuma taunts. Come on, you get one last chance to strike me down and retrieve your shadow from this. I believe you called me a husk. Shakily rising to his feet, Brook, panting and in pain, walks slowly towards Ryuma, the zombie doing the same until they both pass the other. Sword technique. 3 verse humming, but only one managed to land the blow. Arrow notch / Brook gasps and chokes as Ryuma's attack cuts deep, his cane sword falling to the ground, before its owner collapses onto his back. I'm waiting, Ryuma hums as he walks back over to Brook. Where do you want me to start cutting? Yo ho ho ho. He chuckles, raising his black blade while grabbing Brook's afro with his free hand. Well, while you're making your mind up, I'm going to start by removing this ridiculous afro. And he was about to if the island vessel didn't essentially get hit with an earthquake, causing him to lose his grip on Brook, who tumbled across the room and hit the wall. What is the meaning of this? He thinks aloud, just as reinforcements arrived. Hey look, I found Skelebro, and man is he in a bad way. Frankie shouts as he runs over to the downed Brook. You look like crap, but are you still alive, bro? You think you can make it? Answer me. Why are you here? Brook asks, genuinely confused as to why and how he ended up meeting any Straw Hats again. Now this won't do, Ryuma almost purrs, interrupting Frankie's answer. I can't let you interfere in our battle, he shouts, lunging forward to cut down the cyborg, only for his attack to be blocked by another sword. Hey, you the legendary swordsman of Wano, Dragonslayer Ryuma? Zoro asks, grinning as his blade locked with the zombies. I had hoped when they said Moria had a samurai in his collection, that it would be you. Daitopa Ryuma is blown back, giving the 2 swordsmen space to ready themselves but also get the zombie away from Brook and Frankie. Zoro tilts his head to see a coughing and wheezing Valentina at the door, but she winks and gives him a thumbs up, giving a smirk in return before drawing his second sword. He blocked Ryuma's attack. I didn't know he was so strong, Brook gasped. He's our swordsman, 2-sword Zoro, of course he's strong, Alvida scoffs. I believe he intends to retrieve your shadow, if you don't mind Sir Comic, Greed purrs. Brook is fine, and if he thinks he can beat Ryuma, he's welcome to try. That's quite an interesting katana you got there, Zoro hums, adjusting his stance. Yo ho ho ho, you have quite the eye for blades, this is quite a sword. Shisui, one of the 21 Owazamono grade swords in the world. Feel honored to see it, and even more so when it cuts you down. Owazamono, pretty good, as expected of a samurai of your caliber. That settles it, I'm going to beat you, and then I'm going to take your sword and Brook's shadow, Zoro declares with a double swing of his own blades. With Luffy, WLE place is shaking? Luffy grunts as he steadies himself, then looks at Moria, most likely expecting an explanation. The ship probably got caught in some strange ocean current, pretty common in the Grand Line, even the Paradise side, or not, either way I'm going to blame you people for it, as it happened after you arrived Kishishishi. Speaking of which, I doubt you've come all this way for a friendly chat, boy? He asks, not having moved anything other than his head to look over at Luffy. Yeah, I'm here because you made me mad after that crap you pulled with my shadow and that lamp. So I'm here to take back my shadow, as well as Sanji's, Zoro's and Brook's, got it? My, you're a greedy and probably a cocky one too, and how do you intend on getting them? I don't plan on just handing over such powerful shadows after all. Luffy adjusts his straw hat, by kicking your fat ass of course, he replies bluntly. Oh, Kishishishi, Moria cackles, clearly not taking the kid's threat seriously. With Nami, the perv and the mirror demon before Absalom could properly show this intruder his annoyance. The doors to the chapel were flung open. Master Absalom, the zombie shouts. What, can't you see I'm busy? He growls, and what's with all that shaking outside? That's what I'm here to inform you about. Thriller Bark has been caught in some strange currents. We're being thrown around with no control. The zombie explains quickly and in a panic. It's shaking the entire island, they're so strong. How the hell did that happen? Abaslam asks, his focus solely on the zombie messenger. Well, I'm going to hazard a guess and say it has something to do with the special zombie moving the rudder without permission. The messenger relays, causing the invisible man to panic. What did you say? Absalom bellows. The slightly composes himself. Zombie generals, find oars and stop him right this minute, he commands. Not that it did much more than distract oars who pummeled them like the zombie generals were new recruits in an East Blue Marine base. Sessazy, oh that is an impressive creation. Shame we're going to have to break it to get Luffy's shadow back. Chaos chuckles, joints popping as he prepares for the inevitable. Then grins seeing a familiar blonde zip past him, and beginning pursuit. What do you mean they were annihilated? Precisely that. All of them practically squashed flat by Or's fists. The new zombie messenger relayed. But how? They were the zombie generals, the strongest group on the island. Absalom asks desperately. Yes they were, and Ors wasn't even mildly inconvenienced by them. Fuck. How? Why? Ors is supposed to be on our side. Zombies are meant to serve, it's in their nature. How could this one rebel so strongly? He wonders aloud. It's almost like putting the shadow of a holder of the will of D, a shadow pardon the pun, into a zombie, was a bad idea if you wanted compliance. We need to do something quickly, if he isn't stopped soon he'll sink the whole damn island. Absalom growls, then notices something in the doorway. Another gatecrasher. Sanji was serious, for about 3 seconds before devolving into love-struck idiot. Nami, I'm here to rescue you. He declares loudly, my love. Is this lunatic, one of the Straw Hat Pirates? Absalom wonders. Chaos sighing deeply but happy Sanji took all the attention off him for a change. With Luffy and Moria. Kishishishi. You think you're going to be able to kick my ass? Moria asks with a laugh. Yep, and with how big it is I can't miss, Luffy replies bluntly. Confident, just one small problem boy. Doing that won't get you your shadows back. Beat me, or even kill me it won't do any good. My power over the shadows is absolute. The only way to get your shadow is for their commander, aka me, to return them to you. See the problem, Kishishishi. Or, we kill you, and give the fruit it reforms into someone else on the island, and have them put all our shadows back, Luffy counters, not liking the idea of killing people. He always valued the lives of his nakama over those of his enemies. This brat's cold-blooded, Moria thinks as he tries to bluff his way out of his, one problem there. My fruit has taken years to master, especially to separate shadows from the horde. Some newbie wouldn't stand a chance, not to mention that only your own shadow will protect you from the sun, Kishishishi. Luffy frowns, then, I guess I'll have to beat you into compliance. He sighs, then jumps into the air so he had a better chance of hitting the Shadow Man in the face. Gum pistol the plan was flawless, except the part where it failed. His punch blocked by the shadow arm that sprouted from Moria's own, making Luffy think of a black-purple fusion of Robin and Chaos powers as it recedes. Kishishi, if you want to fight me kid you'll have to go through him first. I call him my doppelman, and is what happens when I use my powers on my own shadow. Moria grins and a twisted replica of the Onion Demon pulled itself out of the warlord's shadow. I used to be like you. Overconfident in my abilities and full of unrealistic ambition, but since then I've found the correct way to do things in this world. That's to have and use underlings, the stronger the better, he grins widely. Should have known you could do more than make zombies. Get out of the way Shadow Man, my fight is with the real you. Luffy shouts, the doppelganger just staring blankly at him with a dopey grin. I'll never have to do anything alone or for myself again. Without lifting a finger my zombie minions will make me the king of the pirates. Kishishishi. Moria boasts and laughs, while Luffy dodges a swing from the doppelman. A lazy ass like you won't be the king, cause that's gonna be me, Luffy shouts angrily. Oh, I remember your zombie saying something similar, Moria purrs in amusement. Well if he's part of me then of course he did, Luffy says, actually rolling his eyes as that was obvious even to him. When there's a wide enough gap between the personalities of the host and the Donner the Shadow's original owner's personality tends to linger, but that's a temporary issue at most. Soon you'll fade from oars and all that will remain is an obedient servant. My strongest to even exist. Moria laughs, his plans getting closer to completion by the minute. It won't matter, if I get it back first, Luffy declares, kicking Doppelman enough he had a clear shot of Moria. Gum Gum Gatling Brick Bat. Unfortunately, Moria had his doppel split into small shadow balls which formed a barrier between himself and Luffy's barrage, allowing the Shadow Man to remain unscratched. The balls then partially shift, now resembling shadow bats, about the size of a Woobat from Pokemon, and begin to swarm Luffy, biting anywhere they could reach and understandably causing Luffy to run away as fast as possible, including along the wall, until he ended up where Oars had already destroyed it, taking him out of the freezer. Luckily he managed to stretch out and grab the railing of the area Moria was still sitting at, and snap back relatively unharmed. My, what an energetic one you are. No wonder your shadow was able to awaken Oars, Moria chuckles. Meanwhile with Usopp, shit. I can't deal with all these zombies, Usopp whines internally as he keeps running to keep out of the Horde's grasp, and I can't stop the Ghost Girl with all her minions around. There has to be some way for me to deal with these guys. He thinks, coming up with an idea, starting with letting himself be hit and rolling away from the zombies. Ow, you got me. Yeah, let's rip him apart. One of the zombies bellow, only to be scolded about opening his mouth so far by another. He's a sneaky one, this could be some kind of trick, another guesses. Pretty close to the money there, Usopp whispers, pulling back his kabuto. Salt pepper stars. UIDI. Achoo. One zombie tries to gloat, before he and the other wild zombies begin sneezing once the pepper starts to affect them. And now you're distracted, Usopp grins, launching the real salt stars and taking out another handful of zombies. That's not fair, you liar, cheater, Perona sneers, stomping her foot. Your zombies are just gullible, also the depression ghosts are so fair, Usopp deadpans, then steps back as the remaining zombies get angry. Firebird Star. The attack misses the zombies, lowering their guard as they laugh about how weak Usopp is, how he just got lucky that last time. Pity for them they didn't look up, otherwise they'd have seen he hit the chandelier, which as it began to catch fire and spread to the ceiling, weakened the connection enough it fell right on top of the remaining zombies, who panicked upon being set alight. He took them all out on his own, Perona mutters, knees knocking in fear, yelping when she sees his next target is her. Only Kume's stepping in to block his attack, while mostly aim gave her the opening to run. Why is he still fighting me? This isn't fun anymore. Why won't he go away? Perona whines like a child. Usopp basically on her heels, with Kume's not too far behind him. You're not going to get away from me. I'm really good at running too. Usually away from things, but the principle's the same, Usopp shouts as he gives chase. I've had enough of you. Take care of him, Kume's, Perona orders, the bear complying as he tries to run Usopp down. I won't let you touch Mistress Perona. The bear bellows, for once Perona not telling him to shut up, as she had more important things to worry about. What comes next was a mix of a Scooby-Doo chase scene, and the Juggernaut from X-Men 3. Lots of running back and forth in a room that shouldn't make sense. I blamed Thriller bark, mixed with Kume's getting annoyed with Usopp's refusal to give up or die and just headbutting his way through any obstacles, aka support pillars, that got between him and the sniper. How the building is still standing is anyone's guess. Only good news for Usopp is he managed to once more find Perona again, having lost her for a moment in all the mayhem, and continue his pursuit. Sanji, Absalom and Chaos. Well, how about we thin the herd so only the pervert is a problem? Chaos hums with a smirk, though given that was his default expression Sanji was mildly annoyed. The shades meant he was unsure of his crewmates' actual mood. Oh. Also you might want to move now. The blonde blinks as the purplet crouches slightly. Myro, Oku. In a moment the researcher was down the aisle, having batted aside one zombie and slamming the other two into the wall. The cook noticing a strange, purple scale-like pattern on his ivory-colored forearms, before his brain kicked into gear, though his body was already running, managing to catch Nami right before she hit the ground. You idiot, you could have hurt Nami, the blonde shouts. Unlikely, with the drugs Perf Salem gave her nothing short of actually punching her in the face will be felt for a good while. Chaos argues with a low chuckle, his smile wider and toothy. You better be telling the truth, now let's. Huh, a princess? Oh wait, it's Nami. Damn, she's hot in this dress, like a gift from the gods. Sanji swoons. Absalom looks confused while Chaos considers just knocking the cook out then dealing with Inviso Perv. Oh, before I forget, The mission is rescue Nami, retrieve mine, Zoro and Luffy's shadows and take down Moria, in that order, the cook remembers. In your opinion, Chaos mutters, but at least one of those missile ready. Hey assholes, who gave you permission to lay a hand on my wife? Absalom shouts, raising his hand and firing at the two, missing as they dodge out of the blast radius. So he can make more than himself invisible, interesting, Chaos chuckles. Shut up, that bastard nearly hit Nami with that attack, he can shoot at you till a ricochet kills him for all I care. But putting an angel like Nami in the crossfire, that's unforgivable, Sanji growls, setting the navigator down in one of the pews, during which Absalom notices his condition. Ah, so you're one of the pirates whose shadow we managed to acquire, makes sense. One of Perona's dogs was oddly attached to my bride. Pitiful really, they didn't even put your shadow in a zombie general like the other one, which tells me that just like your shadow, you're weak. Absalom needles, laughing to himself. I am Absalom of the Mysterious Three, commander of the zombie generals. What makes you think you even stand a chance against? He stops, seeing Sanji mumbling to himself again. Were you still talking? Arrows got distracted by the sight of Nami in a dress without a bra again. Chaos hums, having pulled a file from one of the zombies from earlier and was cleaning his nails. Hey, you bastards don't get to ignore and disrespect me like this, especially when you're already ruining my special day. So look over here, and let me kick your ass so I can kiss my wife, damn it. Absalom screams, finally getting Sanji's attention. Who lights another cigarette while the man continues monologuing? In fact, if you get your worthless asses out of the chapel right now, I'll consider letting you live, though the tall one will be getting a visit from either Hogback or Moria soon enough. He chuckles to himself, then sighs. Now usually I'm a pretty chill guy, but your stupid captain's stupid shadow zombie is tearing up the place and just totaled a lot of my best men, so I want to kiss my fucking bride before I deal with this shit. Do you understand me? Rather than respond verbally, Sanji just kicks the man in the face, throwing him into the wall. And they say I talk too much. You must love the sound of your own voice even more than you love women. What did they call you, Per Salem? Sanji smirks, taking a drag. This the big, bad, invisible man Usopp and Chopper were talking about, huh? Not that impressed really, he adds with a shrug. That kick, he's not an ordinary human. Hogback fucked up when he put the shadow in a wild instead of a general, Absalom thinks before fading away with his devil fruit. He was sure there wasn't any chance of these pirates detecting him, until he took a punch to the snout that threw him through one of the pews, as well as breaking his nose. Sesezi, you really are an invisible man then, removing yourself from the entire visible spectrum. Too bad for you, there are other ways to detect you. Like your scent and heat signature, both of which remain exactly the same as they would be without your devil fruit. Chaos muses and clicks his tongue, wiping his bloody knuckles on one of the zombies' coats. He really has it then? Damn it. Now I have even more reasons to hate him, Sanji growls, biting through his cigarette. First Nami, then this. It's like this man was designed to piss me off. Chaos turns his head, a curious side tilt as he waits for more information. Absalom also wondering what he's done to piss this guy off as well, as he pulls himself out of the wall. First he's a thief, that much is clear when he took Nami, but he's also stole my dream, the cook states seriously. I don't even know who you are. How the hell did I steal your dream? Absalom growls as he pulls himself to his feet. Drip drip. This dumbass found the all blue? But shouldn't you be happy that it exists, even if you didn't find it yourself? Chaos asks in confusion. Not that dream, a more closely guarded one. This is getting us nowhere, so just stand still and I'll end you both quickly with my hands of the dead, Absalom says, holding up his arms to an annoyed, but unimpressed Sanji. Take him off, the blonde says flatly. Take the guns you have strapped to your arms off, right now. Oh good, someone else noticed. I'm not going to repeat myself. If you use those bazookas in here, Nami could be caught in the crossfire, and if that were to happen, I'll make you twice as dead as those zombies you pal around with, Sanji growls, flames flickering around him. Impossible. He has to be bluffing, there's no way he could know about my guns, Absalom thinks in mild panic, then fires, both Straw Hats dodging, with Sanji leaping forward to kick the Invisiperv in the face, as well as breaking the straps of one of his guns with the other leg, while Chaos moves Nami somewhere a bit safer for the unconscious navigator. Drip drip. I thought as much. A guy with your powers only has so many tricks up his sleeves, Sanji sighs. I know you can turn yourself and anything you touch invisible, but that is literally the only thing you can do with that fruit. Against me, your tactics are as transparent as your powers allow you to be, because I know everything about the Sook no Mi. Oh Sanji, devil fruits are my area of expertise, much like cooking is yours. So why exactly do you seem to have such a high level of knowledge about this one in particular? Chaos hums, though he had a bad feeling the reason was perverted. I read the devil fruit encyclopedia cover to cover as a child. Many I didn't believe to be true and most it didn't feel like the power they offered was worth the curse it reaped, save for one. There was one fruit that spoke to my very soul, and I made a vow that if I ever came across the fruit I would embrace the curse and swallow it, regardless of the cost. But alas, there's only one of each devil fruit in the entire world. So I knew that if I ever ran into a person with that ability my dream would be destroyed. As you can probably guess, that fruit was the Sook no Mi. The one you selfishly ate and crushed my dreams. Yeah, probably should have seen that coming, Chaos sighs. That's why you're mad? Absalom shouts, you don't get it. I could see my dreams so clearly. I could use it to do so much good protect nude girls. No, I mean I could help all Mankin nude girls. No, I had this beautiful vision of the future and nude girls, Sanji explains. Every time he tries to justify his desires the truth keeps getting blurted out, to the mild amusement of his crewmate. Yeah, that sounds like you arrows, you'd have been just as big an invisiperv as this dumbass. The researcher chuckles. Though if you want the fruit that badly, we can just kill him and you can eat the next fruit the power reincarnates in. He mutters, not making a serious offer given the man was in his own little world right now. So now, not only did you kidnap my love and endanger her life, but you stole my dream from me, and I'm going to make sure you remember this beating, prepared to suffer my wrath. He shouts, voice starting to smoke and crackle. You're pissed I ate the Sook no Mi before you, that all? That's so fucking petty, you're nothing but a jealous little pervert. Absalom scoffs, getting a boot to the face for his troubles. He has a point, Chaos thinks, though given Sanji's current mood had no intention of actually saying so. Those thoughts were silenced when Absalom pulled himself out of the wreckage Sanji had kicked him into and ripped off his coat, revealing a patchwork of muscles along his upper body. I've had enough of your foolishness. You're taking out your anger on the wrong guy, so now I'm gonna give it back with interest. He growls. As you can see I don't just have the jaw of a lion, but also elephant skin, and 600 pounds of muscle from bears and gorillas. Dr. Hogback built my body out of the most savage beasts imaginable. It's a patchwork quilt of ferocity, the perfect weapon. The Sook you crave so much is merely a bonus. Drip drip, patchwork is right. Don't most surgeons try hide or minimize how obvious the joins are, so everyone doesn't walk around like Frankenstein, Sanji mutters. If Hogby obviously doesn't care too much for aesthetics. Also 100 Berry says Zoro could beat him in an arm wrestling contest. Chaos muses, causing the cook to scoff. I may not get along with Marimo, but that's a sucker's bet and you know it. Are you dumbasses done ignoring me yet? Absalom scowls, getting 2 kicks to the pectorals from the pirates in response. What the fuck are these guys? An ordinary human's bones should have shattered against my body, but they keep punching and kicking me like I'm the weakling. Something's not adding up, he thinks as he fades away. So, you covet my devil fruit and my bride, but too bad for you. They're both mine. He laughs, seeing the confusion on the blonde's face. Drip drip. I'll take your fruit but you can keep the redhead, Chaos deadpans, eyes flicking around under his shades. Drip drip, wait, you're still after Nami, there's no way I'll let you take her, Sanji shouts, then notices something, where is she? Drip drip, I moved her while you were monologuing, seemed like the best time. Chaos replies with a shrug, then flashes a toothy grin. Mystery man handler mystery man kicker. So Sanji, how does it feel to get felled up by the invisible man? Chaos chuckles. The blonde coughs as another impact hits him, while watching the other pirate avoid and evade. His movements reminding him of the captain's, fluid, almost boneless at times, but more refined if that makes sense. Heat SSS's seeker it would have probably been considered a palm strike, had her not dug his nails into the target as he made contact, chuckling as the clear man flickered into view at the shock of being so easily found. What? How? My secrets are my own, but for one thing, I fucked up your nose and I doubt you have the time to fix it. He laughs. Only then did both blondes notice the slight blood trail Absalom had been leaving. Damn it. Guess I'll just have to speed things up. Absalom grunts, fading again, this time slashing at both with a hidden blade. Oh, now it's a party, asshole. Chaos hums, then frowns when he sees Sanji took the worst of it. He clearly doesn't like you arrows. No shit, Sherlock. Sanji wheezes. You know, I'm starting to think it was best I never found that damn fruit. He thinks aloud, making the other user raise his eyebrows in surprise. I can peep just fine on my own. And they drop again, as that sounded exactly what he'd expect from their chivalrous pervert of a chef. I'm glad you're feeling better, Sanji. Also, do you think Ivizhaperv has heat-sensing pits on his muzzle like a snake's? The reflect human muses. Unlikely. Seems too complicated to just slap on someone. No matter how good this Dr. Hogback person is. Sanji hums, then notices something. Think you can do a combo with me? This guy is pissing me off and I'd like to make sure he stays down. Chaos grins. I thought you'd never ask, he replies, knowing Sanji noticed the small blood pool forming under Absalom's feet. Extra Hachi's Sene Jashu, the multiple impacts to his body caused Absalom's body to flicker in and out of normal vision, before being shot at full speed into the wall, leaving a pervert-shaped indent as he hit it. Back with Luffy, Moria's shadow bats were really doing the number on him, which, given they couldn't be killed and just relentlessly swarmed the captain, was completely understandable. And even when he managed to knock them away, they would just reform into Doppelman and then split apart into bats again at Moria's command, making a painful and frankly just irritating cycle. I guess it's a good thing Luffy has a habit of not doing things the straightforward way. Okay, now you've pissed me off. A lightly bleeding Luffy growls. Gum gum, he calls, as he leaps over the railing. What is that little idiot doing? Is he trying to escape? Moria wonders, standing up and peering over the edge. Not the best plan even for the lazy bastard. Stamp his position under the platform meant his kick bypassed the Doppelman, as well as technically kicking Moria's ass just like he promised. You little brat, what a cheap shot, Moria screams. Pirate, Luffy responds slowly. Seriously, why did he think underhanded tactics were off the table, especially against other pirates? Also, I keep my promises, given I just kicked your ass, she, he laughs. Usopp again. Stop running, Kumasi booms as he nips at Usopp's heels, or would if not for the face mask. Stop chasing me, also stop running, you damn ghost girl. Usopp whines, shouts. Stop chasing me, Perona screams, get rid of him already, Kumace, she orders. Clearly this was getting them nowhere, until Kumace got mad again and started trying to kill Usopp with a flying tackle. Though the sniper was faster, so it just led to him repeatedly slamming into the ground directly behind him instead. Damn this violent teddy bear. Oh wait, that might work, Usopp brainstorms before turning on his heels, to Kumace's confusion. Special attack. Flamestar, yes, he's just as weak to fire as the other zombies, that I can use. The sniper grins before laying out a trap with oil, then lighting it, creating a flaming barrier between himself and the demon's zombie bear known as Kumace. Ha ha. Now there's nothing stopping me from dealing with your mistress, showing her the error of her ways through battle. A hopefully really short battle, but one nonetheless, he declares, running for about 10 seconds before realizing he lost her again. Horo, looking for me? Perona calls, clearly meant to taunt him. That came from outside, but that can't be right. Given we've been steadily going up this entire chase, she'd have to. Usopp stops as his jaws drops, seeing Perona and a couple of her ghosts floating just outside the window. Jiwa. But, how? Your power is to make those ghost things. What the hell are your powers? Perona chuckles, then sticks out her tongue. That's my little secret. A girl is allowed a few of those after all. Also, I figured out how to beat you, and once I have, your friends will be next. Even the ones who beat Absalom, she declares. Just when things were looking up, Usopp whimpers, then what she said registers. Beat Absalom? If he's the invisible guy, then Sanji's already rescued Nami. Now we just need to find those shadows and we can leave. A flicker of hope fills his heart. While his heart returns to a normal rate, let's see how Luffy's doing. Luffy had done the seeming impossible. Moria was standing up and getting exercise, mostly walking over to the hole Luffy had kicked in the platform when he kicked him into the ceiling, but close enough. That hurt you little shit, but not as much as you will be by the time I'm done with you. He bellows down at Luffy, who grinned from his position on the chains. I hear you, Onion Man, but I'm still kicking your ass till you give those shadows back, he retorts, swinging his leg up for another stamp only for it to be knocked aside by Doppelman. Shorty followed by the nearly formless Shadow Beat to slink down and wrap itself around Luffy like a snake. Hey, let go of me. Kishishishi, as you wish, Moria laughs Brick Bat. Not this Aga, and Luffy sighs, reaching up and getting himself back onto the platform ahead of the Shadow Bats, throwing his arms out. Gum finger net and catching the bats, then slamming them down into the platform's floor, where they melted into shadows and reformed into Doppelman. None the worse for wear, damn it. This whole fight is pointless. He grumbles, panting lightly. Have things calmed down over here? Good. Okay, back to Usopp and Perona. What's with the sudden borderline personality shift here? I had you running scared a second ago, and now you're more confident than the captain, Usopp asks, demands. Horo, I just got a little shock back there. I didn't think I'd ever meet someone so naturally negative and pessimistic they could be immune to my negative hollows. And now I've met you. I have to say, cheer up. Life is good. She grins, giving a thumbs up alongside her hollows. Shut up with the condescending bullshit. Usopp growls, pulling out his kabuto. Flying around won't save you, soft the others. This would be a problem, but not me. You're dealing with a sniper after all. And thanks to the dial upgrades I made to my slingshot, there's no chance. Wait, where'd she go? He blanks, realizing she'd disappeared again, this time right in front of his nose. Horo, what big talk. Care to back it up, Perona coos, Usopp swallowing thickly before turning his head screaming. While not as big as Dory or Broggy, her hunkered form did take up a good portion of the corridor. Well, gonna hit me with your whittle slingshot. I made it easy for you, she says with a purr in her tone. Butterfly Meteor, rather than take the hit, Perona compressed into a normal size, then began flying around cackling as she does, unnerving and disorientating the Straw Hat sniper. The continued misses from the subsequent barrage didn't help matters, reaching a peak when she appeared in front of him and thrust both hands through his chest. What, you just stabbed me with your fists? I'm gonna bleed to death. Well, that's if I don't suffocate first, Usopp whimpers in panic. Idiot, look closer, Perona giggles. My hands are inside you, but your skin's not even pierced. You don't feel anything because there's no damage. Horo, I see in your eyes, the realization of what you're facing has finally sunk in. She smirks as his expression turns to horror. Don't think you're getting off lightly. I'm sure you can feel it, if not physically then in your soul. My hands are mere inches from your heart. If I wanted I could grab it and squeeze. Give you quite the sheer heart attack. Horo. Please don't do it. I don't want to die, Usopp screams, while Perona gets closer and closes her hand around his heart. Yeah, I can't actually do any of that, she admits, floating a few inches away with a content smile on her face. You were bluffing, Usopp shouts. Yep. Come on, Dumbo, if I could actually do that, you'd have died the moment I stuck my hand in your chest. I'm not exactly medically gifted, but I'm pretty sure my right hand would have pierced your heart the moment I thrust it in. But that didn't happen because I'm unable to interact with the physical realm in this form, Perona explains, almost as a form of apology. Even so, the stress can't be good for my heart, big baby, Perona huffs, with only above her nose peeking out of the stone floor, causing Usopp to squirm backwards as she rises to his level. While my body looks as solid as yours, my fruit allows me to phase through all matter. Pretty cool trick, right? Special attack. Viper Star 6. A small part of him was relieved to know he hadn't been missing as he watched the attack pass through Perona's chest and explode harmlessly behind her, but it was overrun with panic as she leapt at him, legs passing through his torso and arm through his head. You got a brain in that head of yours. I said I can pass through anything. What made you think your attacks were an exception? You can't possibly hurt me, not with your weak-ass attacks, she taunts, floating away with a laugh. Usopp scowls. Only one problem, Ghosty, if you couldn't crush my heart like you claim, and given what I've just witnessed I'm inclined to believe it, then we're in a stalemate. I can't hurt you and you can't hurt me. He laughs, filling with confidence, until he replayed her words in his head, in this form. Oh fuck, not that it matters, given this isn't even the real you, he shouts, pointing angrily at her. Perona's eyes bulge in surprise. He figured it out. Damn it, why couldn't I get a meathead as an opponent, she whines internally, but on the outside still smiles as she summons a different ghost. Mini hollow, she then sends it over and has it latch onto the wall near Usopp. The sniper confused as it smiled dimly at him, until Perona snaps her fingers. Ghost wrap and blows a sizable hole in the wall, causing Usopp to panic as he sees how one-sided this fight has just become, especially when another one drops down and latched onto his shoulder. Ghost wrap, snap, horo, ready to give up yet? She laughs. Not on your life, Usopp shouts, sending a firebird star her way, but given she was intangible, used the explosion as a distraction to start making his escape. Well, try to, as Perona was able to quickly follow and blind him. Then once he made a wrong move and crashed, bury him in mini hollows, which she promptly detonated, leaving a beaten, bleeding and burnt Usopp slumped against a pillar. To add insult to injury, Kumeis had finally found a way around his fire trap, and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of the already downed sniper. Why did I even think I stood a chance against this one? Never mind, wave off the other's assistance. I couldn't stop the bear, and with her devil fruit nothing I have can even touch her. Nobody on the crew can touch her. Then there are those negative hollows and the explosive ones. This girl is on another level. I'm not even sure why she works for Moria. Not that it matters, I was an idiot to think I could save everyone for a change. Especially given I'm now the one who needs saving. Somebody, please help me. Kumeis raises his arm for a final strike. Save me, Sogeking. Only for a masked man to leap forward, pulling back the face mask and shove a fist full of salt in the bear's mouth. Perona watching in shock and horror as her last zombie's shadow wriggled out of his mouth and escaped into the darkness. Kumeis! She screams as the zombie drops to the ground, Sogeking leaping away dramatically. How dare you hurt my precious snuggle bear, and what's with that ridiculous mask you're wearing? Salutations, mistress of the dark. I am the legendary Sogeking, or in other words, your doom, the sniper declares with a hearty laugh. You're the same asshole from before, just now you're wearing a dumb mask, Perona shouts angrily, clearly not in the mood for this bullshit. Sogeking stares for a few seconds before, gotta go, he says, turning and sprinting off in the other direction. Seriously? You're just going to run away, coward? Of course I'm running. What's the point in fighting someone I can't even touch or harm? Never mind, beat. Usopp thinks aloud, panting heavily as he runs. I've survived my life on tricks, bluffs and negativity, so there's nothing I can do when those techniques have no effect on my enemies. So you're just going to abandon them all? Not very brave there, bucko. Calm down, you need to press on and fight her, Usopp. Shut up, I did everything I could and she literally walked through them. There's nothing I can do against her, Usopp cries. Maybe not as you see her now, but don't you think there's something off about her, not in her abilities, but her actions? Sogeking asks. 1. Now you mention it, she seemed to genuinely be afraid of me earlier, which wouldn't make any sense if she could simply phase through my attacks, Usopp considers, as more mini hollows swarm him. If she'd always been able to pass through solid matter like a ghost, that's it. Ghost wrap, snap. Usopp hits the ground with a thud, scraping his face against the ground as his momentum brings him another few feet, but his brain was still working overtime, piecing together Perona's little secret. Well, this one's nearly dead. Hope you're still breathing when I get you to Master Moria. I'm sure as fuck not perform enough CPR. Giganto Perona giggles to herself as she grins over a smoking Usopp. I'm onto your tricks, was barely a whisper as Usopp's hand clasps around his kabuto. Horo, are those meant to be your final words? Perona laughs, before it clicks, especially when he pulls back to fire. Wait, what do you think you're doing? She shouts, her confidence switching off like a light. Usopp says with a hidden inner strength special attack, Atlas Comet. His attack was right on target, tearing down the wall to reveal, as he'd expected, the real, physical Perona. Heart beating but the hamster off its wheels sitting on a bed. There is why I couldn't touch you, because the one I've been fighting was just another hollow. Just this oneer instead of a sheet ghost. Usopp declares, happy to finally figure out and deal with his problem. Or at least now he'd returned the playing field to a more even level. With everything that's happened in this fight, able to fly, phase through all my attacks as well as both the floors, walls and even my body, and the random but controlled size changing, it made me wonder why you were running away from me earlier. But then it hit me, You couldn't do those things before, because you have a physical body, that one over there. And once I lost sight of you fighting the zombie bear, you snuck away and released your spectral doppelganger, and with its borderline invincibility, suddenly you were filled with confidence. Usopp explains, shouts. Perona twitching in fear but hoping she could still pull through this one. Well, whoop de fucking do. Seems you're smarter than I gave you credit for. You're just a pessimist rather than a pessimistic idiot then. But you got one thing wrong though. I'm not just a hollow in the shape of Perona. The Horo Horo no Mi allows me to split my spirit from my physical body, allowing my consciousness and soul to wander free, while my body is nothing more than a hollow shell. Thanks for filling in the blanks, though now I'm curious, what do you think would happen if you didn't have that body to go back to? Would you become stuck in ghost form? Or fade away as the fruit leaves you and passes on to the next vessel? Usopp smirks, aiming his kabuto at the unconscious Perona. Don't you fucking dare, you stupid brat. Let's see you recover from this. Big Bang Star Poof. Wah wah whaa. That was waay to close. Perona thinks fearfully. Looks like you missed. Not that it matters with a dud like that. Were you compensating for something with a name like that? Perona taunts. Usopp grits his teeth and pull back again. The next one won't. Like I'd let you have another free shot, special hollow. Please tell me this one don't it blow up too? Usopp whimpers as a much larger hollow is formed, bobbing between himself and Perona's projection. That'd be telling, Perona says with a wink, just before the hollow lunges forward and clamps its jaws around Usopp's middle, hoisting him into the air where he flails helplessly. Good luck fighting that. You're stuck inside a ghost. Horo 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 horo. She laughs as she floats back into her body, which smirks and opens its eyes. Lub dub meanwhile with some of the others. Damn, this zombie's even stronger than Zoro. His shadow must have given him one hell of a buff. Robin grimaces as the backlash from the zombie breaking her hold throws her back. Well, zombies don't feel pain, so it was probably just a matter of time. Vivi comments with a sigh. Then both turn sharply when they hear a surprising yell. Yeet! That was really dangerous, Artemis. A mildly bruised and beaten Chopper scolds. Also, the moment would have been more impressive if the penguin dog's impact didn't sound like a squeak toy hitting the wall. Not really, if he's Sanji's shadow he can't hurt me. I'm a girl, and from what Papa told me he had chivalry beaten into him as a child. The artist explains with shrug, before getting knocked back and slammed into the wall. Why the fuck should I care if you're a girl or not, you stupid brat? The zombie sneers. Artemis, Robin screams, arms crossing as she prepared to rip the zombie penguin apart, which left her open too. You die now, pretty lady. Zoro's zombie shouts, planning to slice her open with a cross slash. Thing is, while the blade in his right hand cut deeply across her chest, the left didn't, and stay down. Wait, where'd my arm go? The zombie was confused. He had two arms a moment ago. Robin wasn't the only person to take her eyes off the enemy. Vivi smirks, her wires having shredded the zombie's arm. Also, I'm not sure if there's any way to prove zombies don't feel pain than one not noticing his arm was ripped off and torn to shreds. Way to go. Vivi, look out, Chopper shouts, the brunette turning her head just in time to get a kick to the face, knocking her to the ground with a painful thump. You're all fucking retarded, you know that, penguin dog grunts. Now give up or your friends all die. He threatens Chopper, who complies. Phosphos. Well, that was rather entertaining, wasn't it, Shindri? Shame about 750's arm, hogback size. I wish it had been your arm. The zombie deadpans, causing the doctor to faceplant. Well, fuck. Let's see how Usopp is doing. Horo 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 horo. This is the end, Longnose. One snap of my fingers and you'll be nothing but a puddle of blood and guts. Perona threatens, fingers poised, not that he could see her. No, don't do that. I'd make a terrible puddle. Usopp pleads from inside the special hollow. Actually, most people would. I haven't met a nice puddle that wasn't named Kaya. He shouts, mentally going off on a tangent. Too bad, but don't worry, I'm sure Dr. Hogback will find a use for you later. Maybe even make a long-nosed zombie if the pieces are big enough, she smirk. Kamikaze rap, snap, the mega-sized hollow lit up, then faded away, to the confusion of its master. That was way too close. Good thing I carry an impact dial in case of emergencies. Usopp states, grinning now he was out of danger for the moment. Wah? But how? Perona asks, thinking out loud, then notices something as she tries to move off the bed. She was stuck. A sticky, gum or resin-like substance was keeping her arms secured to the wall and her legs to the bed, removing the use of basically the entire left side of her body. What is this? It's a bluff, or I suppose you could just call it a lie. Easier that way. Perona turns to the now more confident Usopp. I didn't miss, nor was my projectile a dud. No, my sticky star bullet landed exactly where I aimed it for, ensuring you couldn't go anywhere once you returned to your real body. He grins, happy to see his plan working perfectly, well for the moment. So, you're the one who took out Captain Kume's, came the voice. It seems the one zombie he missed taking out earlier, directly behind him. Took your sweet time, take him out, Gentleman Hippo. Perona commands only for the hippo zombie to be taken out with a single palm strike to the face by Usopp. What? How? Is he really that strong? She panics, things were looking really bad right now. So much pain. Usopp screams internally as the recoil of his impact dial gives him a taste of what it feels like to be named Izuku Midoriya. I mean, the hollow was probably stronger energy-wise than Luffy, but I'm pretty sure it was all my other injuries that hid the pain of using it the last time, he theorizes, as the dial hadn't been this painful back on Water 7. Landing on his feet, he hides his pain under a confident smirk, then readies his next attack. Shining black star, the cannonball-sized projectile, bounces off Perona's forehead, making the ghost girl think it was another dud, right until it popped open, showering her with a pile of wiggling, squirming cockroaches. Her scream at the realization, as well as the bugs crawling all over her, was heard by everyone on the island, even if only one person knew why it happened. Get these things off me, help me please, I can't get away, Perona's cries, clearly distressed as she writhes and flails uselessly. Please, they're getting in my clothes, somebody do something. Kume's, Snuggle Bear, save me. Unfortunately for Perona, there was something much worse to take her mind off her acute fear of cockroaches, as she saw when she let her eyes focus on a now evilly chuckling Usopp. I had a feeling cockroaches would freak you out, but what you should really be afraid of is me, he declares, not exactly wrong given he'd pulled out an almost, actually no, it was comically oversized, 10-ton hammer. From where? Who knows? You shouldn't have dismissed me so easily, princess. I was known up and down the East Blue as Usopp, the strongest man alive. 10 tons? How can you even pack that much strength into a scrawny body like yours? Perona asks aloud, scolding herself for the stutter. Please. I can't even hope to fight you. I can't even move to escape or counter. She pleads fearfully, getting more desperate when with painful sounding heaves and grunts Usopp and onto his shoulder. I'll die if you hit me with that. Also get these roaches off me. Not the hammer, but the bugs. Come on, show some decency, she cries, tears streaming down her face. It's too late for that, you shouldn't have messed with the straw hats, especially not, it's undisputed best, Usopp scoffs, preparing to drop the hammer. Please Mr. Usopp, spare my life, I'll do anything. I'll join your crew, be your slave, suck your. No, I still have some dignity left, ignore that last one. Usopp hammer. Ultimate pound. Pop. The balloon popped as it slammed into the point of Perona's crown, but the girl had already passed out from fear and shock a moment prior, so it kind of didn't matter if the attack itself didn't actually hurt her. Poor princess, after all that big talk she gets taken down by some toy roaches and a balloon. Usopp sighs, then shrugs. But oh well, I still won. Nobody can beat me in the art of negativity, lying or trickery. Now stay put until sunrise. I have important things to deal with and they don't involve you, he explains to the unconscious pink-haired girl, then turns on his heels and walks away, occasionally bouncing in happiness at having actually won his fight. Checking in on our resident swordsman. So, you really think a punk like you can take Shisui from me? Ryuma asks with a chuckle. Oh, I don't think, I know. I'm gonna carve you up and retch it from your cold, dead fingers, Zoro retorts, hands clenching around his own blade hilts. Cocky brat, aren't you? Ryuma muses, plus, you already have 3 swords. Zoro nods, true, but one's broken and I've gotten used to carrying and using 3, so it feels weird to be only using 2 again. I normally use Santoryu, 3 sword style, he explains. 3 swords, Sounds like a circus act to be honest, yo ho 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 ho, Ryuma laughs. It's not, I'd show you but I'm a bit short, so I'll have to make do with taking you down with two. Ryuma chuckles, rather enjoying the banter. I can tell already you're quite the skilled swordsman. And I would have probably enjoyed fighting you back when I was alive. In fact, the nearly forgotten feeling in my chest might just be that. Like I'm facing a wild beast or a demon. The rush in my very core that makes me feel like I'm dancing on air. Don't disappoint me, child. Not after giving me a taste of this sweet mana. Rather than get a response, Ryuma has to quickly block a slash from Zoro. The swordsman grins as the energy builds, producing a shockwave as they separate. Fall back, Frankie shouts, the others following his lead and getting out of the room. Good plan, given the next attack put a large hole through the wall right above where they'd been standing. Obeyed coup droid. What the hell was that? A thrusting attack. He's using my techniques due to being animated by my shadow, but they're so much stronger than when I use them, Brooke says in a panicked tone. I suppose it's a tie then, Ryuma purrs, confusing the Straw Hats until. It would seem so, Zoro agrees, just as a large gash appears in the wall behind the zombie. Wait, Zoro can do that too? Alvida asks, 72 caliber Phoenix? Kaya answers. I saw him use it on Skypia. It's a ranged attack that from what I can tell is basically a Rankyaku fired from a sword, the syrup girl explains. Frankie hums. When you put it that way, it does make sense. The problem with melee weapons is range after all. The cyborg agrees, so having an attack like that would negate that disadvantage to a certain extent. Regardless, the level of power these two command, it's quite impressive, but it also means the fight won't be a long one. First one to make a mistake will most likely find it to be a fatal one. Greed nods in agreement, a gesture from his mistress telling him he was plan B, should Zoro fall. Prelude. Oh fair, he's trying to break my swords. I need find a way around this attack, Zoro thinks with a grimace. Two sword style. Flash Demon Bear. The initial maneuver breaks the lock Ryuma was trying to get him in via a spin. Then his leaping strike caused the zombie to skid, until it was pinned against the wall, even if only for a moment before he lunged again. Zoro leaping back in order to avoid being skewered, then sheathing his swords in preparation for a draw attack. Gavotte Bond and Avant Nightoryu. Draw, Rashomon. For a moment, it looked like nothing happened, or that Ryuma had missed and merely bounced past Zoro, until the opposite walls blew out and the tower began to fall apart. The others glad they'd moved when they did because this was getting messy fast. Not that the swordsman noticed, running around the crumbling structure like it was an open field. 72 caliber Phoenix Poca Remise. Both were able to almost casually either dodge or block, parry their opponent's air bullet attacks, further proving the two were on a pretty even level, or at least they were for the moment. All those attacks flying around weren't exactly helping matters in terms of the tower falling apart around them, but it hadn't adversely affected them either. Much like during his fight with Kaku, Zoro didn't exactly care what happened to the surrounding area during his fight as long as it didn't make fighting Ryuma more difficult than it already was. Weapons left. Breeze Breath Bomb. Kaden. Ended blowing another hole in the wall. Frankie and the others slipped away to a safer section of the tower, in this case the battlements, mostly by virtue of not having a roof about to come down on their heads. It did though give them a good view for watching Zoro and Ryuma clash on the literal peak of the roof, neither giving an inch in this fight. Well, not intentionally, as both did slide a good distance once they weren't applying pressure to each other's swords in their lock. Not that either of them were going to let something like that stop them, now running across the slanted roof and continuing for fight, though it was noted Ryuma was steadier on his feet, even as he at one point was basically chasing Zoro further up the roof. Not that the swordsman was running away, just trying to reposition himself, though was capable of fighting just as hard with his limited balance and footholds as he was on flat ground. Finally the two parted, both panting heavily, but neither had any plans of giving up. If this fight goes on much longer, my swords are going to shatter. This guy doesn't just have the legendary samurai's strength, but his wits and skills. If he was just a meathead like the ones in the graveyard, this would be easy, but he's not. This is the closest I'll ever get to fighting someone of his caliber, at least anytime soon, Zoro thinks. Knowing this fight needs to end soon, but unexpectedly, he sheathes one of his swords. Just as he does, Ryuma takes another swing, slicing off the tip of the roof but missing his opponent, who uses the structure as a way to give himself some height before using his hopeful finishing move, with Ryuma leaping up to meet his slash. Horayu. Can 3 verse humming. Arrow notch slash both attacks landed, but Zoro had a little something extra, as seen when Ryuma began to be engulfed in a blue flame originating from the site of his wound. Meanwhile Mr. Three Swords took a slash to the side and luckily landed on the protruding hanger of a window, rather than the ground far below, meaning while injured he was still alive, for now. My defeat, Ryuma says quietly, seemingly unbothered by the fact he was on fire, so he almost strolls over to the edge and looks down to Zoro. The legendary owner of this blade may have fallen long ago, but this is not the end of its story. With you as its master, Shisui will be satisfied, and its legend will be entwined with yours. This is just getting weird. Looks like the samurai said something, but he's too far away for me to know what it was. Really wish I knew what was going on though, Frankie grumbles. The fight is over. I've seen enough fights in my life to know that much. The samurai, he completely outclasses me. He was holding back so much when we battled, Brook gasped. Horrified by what could have happened if he'd fought this version of Ryuma. He barely have his strength back then. It kind of makes sense, to be honest. The guy would have been fighting with a handicap after all. Valentina agrees. Then sees the confused look on the skeleton's face, so continues, he's not just a zombie, he's a general, they're Moria's best fighters, and that's because the body itself belongs to a person who had been incredibly powerful in life. So he would have been powerful no matter whose shadow he had inside of him, but he had yours. Because of that he couldn't go all out and risk killing you. Otherwise he'd have just ended up killing himself too, as I don't think the shadows last very long after the death of their owners. Nor the owners after the death of their shadows, Victor chuckles, getting an eye roll from the blonde and an amused smirk from Greed. Nobody going to mention the fact he's on fire, and seems perfectly fine? Alvida asks, feeling pretty useless right now. He's a zombie, I don't think they can feel pain, Kaya replies with an unsure shrug. Then alongside the others is shocked when they see Ryuma sheath his sword, and drop it over the edge, Zoro catching it with one hand as he at least managed to pull himself to a seated position. This body, of a legendary samurai, how shameful of me, to let it taste defeat, Ryuma wheezes, beginning to sway unsteadily on his feet. You're a true swordsman, body and soul. I wish I could have met you back then, seen you in your prime, Zoro says, accepting the sword and giving the samurai the respect he deserved. Ryuma gives a smile, or as much as he could in his current form, before a black blob shoots out of his mouth and falls in front of the other Straw Hats. Is that? Yes, it's really back. After 5 years my shadow has returned to its proper place, connected to me. Yo ho 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 ho, Brook laughs, leaping to his feet and bouncing around in joy. I'll take this sword like I said I would, but let's pretend this fight never happened, Dragon Slayer Ryuma. Zoro smiles with a hint of pride, feeling whole again much like Brook. Now he had 3 swords again. Nodding to the zombie as he crumbles to nothing, completely consumed by the flames. Back with Luffy. Getting tired, Straw Hat? Maybe you should take a break, Moria taunts, as his doppelman once more reforms after Luffy punched him apart. Shut up you lazy bastard, you're not even doing the fighting. You have no reason to be so cocky, Luffy retorts angrily. You really weren't listening earlier. I'm going to become king of the pirates without lifting a finger. My special zombies will quite literally make me the king of the pirates, Kishishishi. Stupid onion, I'm gonna kick your ass until you spit out every shadow you ever stole, Luffy shouts, to which Moria merely rolls his eyes. This again, we've gone over this already. You don't stand a chance against me, so just give up already, he commands, smirking as his shadow belly flops onto the boy, only for it to be confused when he didn't go splat under him. Instead he'd forced himself through the floor, making yet another hole before launching himself with a gum-gum rocket, which probably would have gotten another shot on Moria's face had his shadow not managed to catch Luffy's ankles before he got too close. I probably shouldn't care, but you're really not looking too hot, kid. Maybe it's time to give up, especially as I don't think you want to be here when my backup arrives, he chuckles. Not that far away, phosphos, so little pirates. How does it feel to be taken down by your own friends? Hogback taunts. The 4 sitting together being guarded, held prisoner by the now one-armed swordsman zombie and the penguin dog. Robin leaning against Artemis for support. while Vivi looked unfocused, though she was trying to keep the mad scientist in the center of her vision, sitting practically on Chopper's lap. I can't believe Sanji's so far gone, he hit both Artemis and Vivi. You're not our friend, you're just a zombie. Chopper shouts angrily, the dog clearly not giving a shit. You are correct, while at the start some remnant of the original personality remains intact, soon enough the shadow and body synchronize, leaving nothing but unquestioningly loyal zombies who follow my every command. Moria's every command, Artemis and Shindri correct, getting a smirk from Robin and a slurred laugh from Vivi. Chopper should probably check she isn't more than just a little concussed after he's done beating this Rocky Horror reject to death. To a zombie, obedience is the pinnacle of existence. Why shouldn't they listen and obey? He continues, ignoring the child and his assistant's backsauce. Chopper grits his teeth. Well, now you've convinced me. You're nothing but an evil man, not a shred of decency even in the depths of your soul, he states, getting Hogback's attention, though he seemed to be more curious than annoyed by the comment. In the past you were responsible for saving so many lives. I really looked up to you, as both a doctor and a humanitarian. I didn't even mind the zombie research. The chance to get even just one last chance to say goodbye. Anyone would see that as a miracle. Even if the process itself would have you labeled a heretic, madman, or even a monster, it would be worth it. To truly heal someone's heart and soul. Chopper explains, starting to get more passionate, and bringing light smiles to his companions' faces. That's why, when you admitted to spending years here working on resurrecting the dead, I believed you had the best of intentions. Hogback, well, it was hard to tell with the dark glasses, but he blinks. Phosphosphos, you naive little twit. What kind of idiot would go to that much trouble just to help others? He asks, laughing in the poor reindeer's face, you stupid kid. This is how it's always been. I am a genius who deserves the best. Money was the main motivation behind using my skills, but as I got better and more well known, there were so many whiny little shits. Save my father, save my child, help my sweetheart, nag nag nag, it never ends. He explains, oblivious to the not angrily twitching doctor. I was expected to carry the burden of all the incompetent morons they went to before me. Are you beginning to understand the pain of being as brilliant as I? If you want to idolize me for my work, then go right ahead, but that doesn't give you the right to be disappointed in me, or tell me my motives for working aren't good enough for you. If they're not good enough for a naive little twit like you, then you can kiss my ass, you little beastie. How dare you think something like you can come in here and lecture me on how to be a doctor? That's not what I'm doing, you stupid bastard. I'm saying I don't even accept you as a doctor anymore, Chopper shouts, surprising everyone. I don't accept these zombies either. They're already dead, and yet you still drag them out and parade them around for your amusement, when they should be allowed to rest in peace. You made a mockery of human life, and that is why you're nothing but a monster, a madman who will be forgotten soon enough. Phosphosphos, why, what a narrow-minded viewpoint. I gave my marionettes new life and you say they should just be rotting in the ground. Who's the real monster here? He asks with a cackle. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, and the monster is still you, Chopper snaps. Hogback sighs deeply. How can someone like you not see the scientific breakthrough? I've granted them life after death. How can you simply overlook the value of that life? He asks, walking over to Shindri, who is still watching the Straw Hats with a dead-eyed stare. Observe, he shouts, before kicking her in the face and knocking her to the ground. Now while you're down there, lick the floor, he commands, and she complies without question or hesitation. The others both horrified, and finally understanding why Shindri was such a bitch to Hogback. He deserved every word and then some. You saw the room, didn't you? It was my room, my little shrine to the stage actress Victoria Shindri. I was infatuated by her as long as I could remember. Her beauty and allure captured not only my heart, but over the country. She was popular without conceit, kind and loving to her family, skilled without arrogance. She was a wonderful woman, but unfortunately, she was also spoken for. When I made my mark on the world as the greatest doctor, I proposed, but given she was already engaged, she refused. Hogback growls, the others thinking, yeah, that's kind of how that works. Dumbass, but he wasn't done. Soon after, I heard of the terrible news of what happened, of my beloved's passing from this world. I was at a loss for words. Unmoored by grief, I quit my job, and that was when he appeared. Quite literally out of nowhere was Master Moria with an offer I simply couldn't refuse. I did make one condition though, in exchange for my services, he would bring my Shindri back to life, and he accepted. He chuckles, shivers running down the other living being's spines. So I stole her corpse, in order to finally have Shindri to myself, obeying only me. Her personality changed dramatically, and not for the better, but she was still hot as hell, which is probably where I'm going when I die, and she obeys, which are frankly all that matter to me. I'm happy, and I'm sure she is as well. I've given her a second chance, and another life in this world to be a functional human being, phosphosphos. Chopper's pupils shrunk and his entire body tenses. You call that a functional human being? Tell her to stop that, at once. He orders, Hogback turning his head and noticing Shindri was still licking the floor. A human whose heart and body is not a human at all. It's not a life, it's puppetry. It's a mockery of the human spirit. Every one of these abominations is proof of the pain and suffering you're inflicted upon someone in this world. And I won't allow you to go unpunished any longer, Chopper bellows. Impressive given he was still in his smaller brainpoint form. Apparently he'd finally managed to irritate Hogback, and what would a naive reindeer pirate doctor of such limited skills possibly know about life, huh? Shindri, stand up, and kill them all. He orders, only a lack of gears grinding or pistons firing separated the zombie from a robot as she stopped and stood, gazing at the Straw Hats with cold dead eyes. A large pile of plates appearing from somewhere and settled in her left hand. It's time to end this now, but don't worry, you'll be the next on my operating table, especially you Dr. Chopper. I've been on the lookout for a new assistant and I think you'll do nicely. As the zombie begins throwing plates at the pirates, Chopper leaps forward and rushes her, transforming into his heavy point as he does. The large, Yeti-like beast able to initially restrain her until she slammed her leg into his gut at full force, freeing her left arm so she could smash all the plates on Chopper's head. Phosphosphos, I forgot to mention that Shindri was heavily modified by moi. She may look delicate and petite, but I made her into the perfect killing machine, Hogback boasts, laughing maniacally. Chopper, you need to break the zombie, tear her apart, Robin shouts. I can't, it feels wrong. Chopper winces as he starts to tank repeated kicks to the ribs from the now emoting, angry zombie. Everything about her is wrong. Vivi pipes in. Ending her suffering as quickly as possible is more important than your feelings right now. Yes, you're about to desecrate a corpse, but I'm sure Shindri's spirit will forgive you, as long as it means she can finally be free from this torture he calls a second life. You're all unwilling to see what's right in front of you. This is what man has dreamed about for all of time, resurrection of the dead, Hogback claims. That's not what this is. Just because you can make your puppet dance doesn't mean she's alive. Living is about choice, freedom. Anything that lives the way she is can't be considered alive. This isn't living. The zone screams, surprisingly having an effect on the zombies as Shindri stops kicking and goes slack. Robin, a little help over here. Get the salt in her, he calls. Robin winces but nods, blooming arms to get a salt ball from his pouch. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Jigoro, Inupe, protect Shindri, kill the others, Hogback orders, snapping the other two zombies out of their stupor. The penguin dog zipping forward and kicking Chopper far away from Shindri. 3 sword, oh yeah. 2 sword style, 72 caliber Penex, Jigoro slurs swinging in the direction of the reindeer, nearly shredding Inupe as well, but both manage to dodge. Diacise's Fleur the zombie struggles for a moment but soon manages to break the hold Robin has on him with her blooms. Turning to try finish the job he'd started earlier, he was instead blindsided by the other male zombie in the room, slamming straight into him. Seems even without their memories Sanji and Zoro are destined to fight, Vivi muses with a giggle, watching the two fight each other rather than her crewmates, and make a mess of the room in the process. What are you idiots doing? Hogback screams in exasperation. Stop arguing, we need to fight together, he shouts. Robin, Chopper calls, zipping his lips, getting a nod from the archaeologist who does the same for Hogback, shutting him up for the moment. Those two aren't going to stop anytime soon, especially if their master can't tell them to stop, Artemis says with a smirk, Hogback swallowing thickly at the look in her eyes. True, I think they were busy fighting and missed your last order, so they still have the previous one locked in. Now if only I knew what that was, Robin says, rubbing her chin with another bloomed arm. Save Shindri, kill the others, Vivi supplies. Chopper helping her to stand. Now the problem is, that's a really vague statement. But, the others, could be interpreted as, everyone in the room except Shindri. It would explain why they're trying to kill each other for one thing. But the bigger problem is, well the smirk was back. Robin chuckles as she releases Hogback. This is quite a high tower, isn't it? She asks seemingly out of nowhere. It sure is a shame none of us are under your control. Not only would we not be feuding like Skypians and Shandorians, but you could just tell us to leap off the tower and that would be the end. She shrugs and turns, flashing Chopper an almost feral grin. You think a bitch like you can talk to me like that? Hogback shrieks. I'll have you torn apart and put back together as my zombie soon enough. And then just for fun I'll order you to jump off this tower and put an end to your attitude. He bellows, commands, not realizing what he did until he saw Jigoro and Inupi staring at him. Oh, shit, he thinks. Yes, master. The two zombies state before running for the window, even now fighting over who will jump first and who will hit the ground first and follow Hogback's order better. But, given we're all still alive, we're going to give that a pass for now. Robin turns back, smirk nearly splitting her face as Hogback realizes he's basically on his own against 4 of the Straw Hats, including one who he's clearly pissed off. I know it's Luffy's line, but he's busy dealing with Moria so all the other zombies will be purified, meaning I can take my time kicking your ass for the perversion of science, medicine and human decency you've created. Chopper growls, cracking his knuckles as he approaches the man. Shindri, buy me time while I escape, he orders, Stage whispers, then turns his head when the maid doesn't immediately leap to his aid and pummel the reindeer. Shindri, listen to me, it doesn't matter if they purify you, I'll just find another shadow, he states flippantly, while the pirate's eyes widen when they see the state she's in. Shindri was crying, a steady flow of tears running down her gray cheeks. My body, it won't move. The monotone contrasted with the emotion on display. But that honesty was to be expected at this point. The fact a zombie could cry was news to all of them though. Kishishishi, here he comes, Moria laughs. Luffy turning as by now even he could feel the steady thumps, signaling the return. There he is, my wondrous. Oars? He shouts as the giant zombie peers into the freezer, Luffy's jaw dropping as he finally sees it, the behemoth that supposedly held his shadow. Fuck, this is going to be a lot harder than I thought. A few rooms away, drip drop, Shindri, don't just stand there, say something. You're starting to scare me, Shindri, stop ignoring me and do something. Hogback pleads, shouts as the zombie just stands there crying, her eyes staring aimlessly into space. My body won't move, she finally responds, and these tears won't stop. What kind of bullshit is that? You will move when and where I tell you to move, and stop with the waterworks, it won't break me. If not for the shadow inside you, you'd be dead. Your current life is thanks to me. Zombies' only purpose is to serve. I made you and can unmake you just as easily, you stupid bitch, so follow my orders. Foo, it appears that the original owner of the body is somehow fighting back against the shadow's control. Robin hums, unexpected to say the least. But the body's been dead for a decade. Could there still be some of the original owner's will in that dead flesh? Chopper asks. Unknown, this is something you can't exactly check, nor would there be any research done on the subject. You could scour the world and still not find all the answers, Robin replies, just as the shadow finally wins out, Shindri shuffling heavily towards them. Puppet indeed, that doesn't look natural in the slightest, Artemis notes, grimacing. I will, kill them all, Shindri says, her voice once more a flat monotone. Great, there's the woman I love. Now try buy me as much time as possible, K? Hogback orders. Robin sighs, shame. I thought we were about to experience a miracle, she mumbles, crossing her arms, while Vivi steadies herself and extends her wires. Dos Fleur Cat's cradle with Shindri occupied. It meant Chopper was able to run down Dr. Hogback before he even had a chance to really try getting away, tackling the man to the ground. You stupid brat, how could you side with a corpse instead of a genius? He shouts, squirming uselessly. What do you even care? You're not even a human in the first place, you monster. Our captain, he's just fine with monsters, demons, perverts, psychopaths, and even cyborgs, and we all get along just fine. Plus Uncle Luffy doesn't need to make us into zombie slaves to get us to listen to him, Artemis adds, having followed Chopper hoping to get a chance to kick the bastard in the face. Robin, now, Chopper shouts, getting a nod from the archaeologist. Pierre ne fleur. Why do I feel like the floor's gone? Oh shit, Hogback screams as he sees what happened. Robin had bloomed several sets of legs under Chopper's feet, forming a kind of Hannah stilts which the two were now swinging on from the top. Please. Be reasonable, Dr. Chopper. If you spatter my genius brains on the floor below, just think about the disservice you'll do to the medical community, he pleads. Don't care, besides it's that rotten brain of yours that got you into this mess, Chopper growls, squeezing tighter. I thought you were a man of reason, can't we work something out? It's too late for that, Robbie Cho suplex oned back to Luffy. This guy, he's even bigger than those giants from Little Garden. How is that being run by my shadow? Luffy wonders aloud. Kishishishi, you sure kept me waiting around oars, but I'm happy to see your shadow and body have worked out the kinks and synchronized quickly enough. I take it you'll be obedient and not randomly destroy your fellow zombies in the future. He asks, how about a little test? Who is your master? Gecko Moria, you are my master, oars boomed, sending a shiver down Luffy's spine. No way, hold on. You're supposed to be my shadow, you don't have to listen to this fat ass. The king can't have a captain, he is the one above all. Luffy shouts angrily. Oars turns his head slightly, huh, who are you, and what's with that dumb hat? He asks. Kishishi, everything is in order, meaning it's time for your first mission. I placed several wanted posters on your arm, ruffians who have been causing your master a great deal of trouble. They're called the Straw Hat Pirates. I want you to find them, ruin them and then put them on their ship. If you kill a few it's no big deal, plus with a crew worth over $1 billion collectively, 1,164,000,000, and 50 bears to be exact. So they won't simply die from a single blow, even from you oars. So don't hold back, I want to see your full potential, understand? K. You got it, master, oars nods, then notices one of the targets was right in front of him. Oh, found one, that was easy, it's Straw Hat. Crap, Luffy thinks with a grimace, then sees something he didn't expect. Moria running. Hey, get back here, coward. He shouts, but he had bigger things to worry about, literally. Gum gum. Oars growls. Hey, that's my thing. Luffy shouts back, then tries to pedal back as the giant zombie headbutts the railing he was standing on. Bell. Thump and the reunion begins. Now. That's one hell of a monstrous zombie, Vivi gasps. That's Luffy's zombie, Chopper corrects, still dropping with Hogback as the room begins to crumble. Chopper, the floor won't last much longer, get over here, Robin calls, the reindeer shifting to walk point and using Hogback as a springboard bounces over to the relative safety of the opposite end of the room to oars. The dog wasn't so lucky, as part of the falling walls, ceiling and floor fell on him, pinning him to the ground. That was a close one, but it looks like Hogback and Shindri fell to the next floor down, Chopper notes as the four rebalance themselves. We should probably run now, shouldn't we? Artemis asks, looking worryingly at the Oni-like giant zombie, plodding aimlessly through the building. The other problem was Oar's path seemed to cross right through where Hogback and Shindri were. I'm conflicted, on the one hand. I want the bastard to suffer for all he's done, but on the other, I don't want to watch him get smushed by a giant. Vivi hums, biting her lip. Something's going on down there, we just can't hear it from here. Robin muses, considering blooming some ears but deciding it wasn't worth it. The big surprise though was when Shindri turned her head to where the Straw Hats were, and smiled. They gasped, not knowing she was actually able to do that. But it hit Chopper that she looked exactly like she did in the photos. For that one moment she might as well have been the real thing. Shame both her and Hogback got stepped on a few moments later. Elsewhere, damn, this place is going down fast. Chaos chuckles, then turns to Sanji with concern. I know you're being a chivalrous pervert or whatever, but you look like you're carrying a knife between your balls. Maybe let us wake Nami up rather than carry her around? He suggests. Not a chance, I will protect the angel with my life, Sanji retorts, just as the ceiling caves in, a big red foot stomping through it. Crap, is that Luffy's zombie? Well, it's sure not yours. Got any ideas, besides running at full speed that way? Chaos asks, pointing behind him, then sighs. Also Perf Salem is back, he says just as Sanji looks down and sees Nami was missing. You bastard, get your ugly mug back here so I can kick it. Ha ha ha, seems that troublesome zombie is finally playing for our team, which means you're about to lose your life. I think now is the best time for me to leave, take my delicious bride elsewhere to savor her delicate flower. Absalom gloats. Show yourself, you coward. Sanji bellows, no thanks, not going to happen, but if you're in that desperate a need for company, go play with oars. The Ivasiperv laughs as oars stomps towards the two, who leap out of the way. Tower, so, how does it feel to be whole again? Alvida asks half-jokingly, Zoro staring at his new blade the entire time Kaya was checking him over. Never mindled to beat the most famous samurai in all of Wano's history? Valentina asks with a wide grin, until they hear more thuds, and when they look down, a wall was punched through. Oars walking though it into the open courtyard. Well, shit. Looks like there's still one more zombie we definitely need to deal with, Zoro says as he stands, attaching Shisui to his hip like his other two, ready to fight. Hey, down there in the rubble, more zombies? Frankie asks. Nope, that's our chef, and if I'm not mistaken we've finally found chaos. Victor chuckles as he sees the two seemed mostly okay, though the fact the purplet's facial expression had dropped into a grimace couldn't be seen from up there, so wasn't mentioned or noticed. Checking up on Luffy, Moria. Luffy screams as he chases the onion human through the corridors, get back here, you lazy bastard. Are you running from your shadow, or chasing me? Morias asks between pants, the fat bastard clearly out of shape and not used to running for any length of time. Chasing you, sure, my shadow will be a pain to deal with, but you're the bigger problem overall, as well as the root of all this mess, Luffy argues. In a calmer part of the island, oh, that's not good, Usopp whimpers, peering at oars through his binoculars. Usopp, Chopper yells as he spots the long nose. Chopper. Robin. Artemis, Vivi. Man, am I glad to see you all okay. We've got a big problem though. Usopp points behind him towards oars. The zombie has our wanted posters on his arm. He knows what we all look like. He screams, then as if to prove the point, oars begins bellowing. Come out, cowards. You can't hide from me forever, straw hats. You know, I might actually enjoy this. Chaos chuckles. A forked tongue slipped past pointed teeth. Similar expressions found on Zoro and Alvida, itching for a real fight after all these lame zombies. Plus Zoro wanted a chance to try out his new sword. Don't kill Moria too quickly, Luffy. I want to have some fun, he mutters, hubby reforming into a burning blue polearm as he removes her from his hip. So, anyone got any bright ideas on how to fight this zombie? Greed asks curiously. Not at the... Wait a minute. Usopp, Valentina shouts, getting the others, and more importantly the sniper's attention. Hey, did anyone else hear my name a moment ago? Usopp asks, looking left to right. Up here, dumbass. The group with him look up when they hear Zoro shout. Huh, that's where everyone else is, Vivi muses, except Luffy, Sanji, Nami and Chaos. Chopper adds, looking worried. Hey, what are you guys doing up there? Usopp asks, shouts. Killed a zombie samurai. Got Brook's shadow back. Zoro replies pretty casually. Luffy, I think I'm supposed to crush that guy. My name's Oars. Hello? Oars shouts, mostly because he doesn't seem to have a lower tone. Is the pervert striking a conversation with the damn zombie? Alvida grunts as she facepalms. Well, it doesn't have tits, so, I'm really confused, Valentina admits with a shrug. Damn cook. Has he even rescued Nami yet after all that posturing? Zoro asks with a scowl. Probably not, but I think going anywhere near that thing makes his own situation a lot worse than hers, Brook comments. Odd that they decided to switch to violence midway through a mission, given they needed us alive to extract and maintain our shadows, Robin muses. Guess after getting Luffy's shadow and it actually syncing up to that beast, the rest of us are pretty much expendable, Usopp sighs. The only sign of his fear right now is quivering fists. Either that, or with all the shadows we've purified and set free, Moria decided we're more trouble than we're worth, Vivi suggests, getting a nod of agreement from Artemis. Either way, we should probably do something to save his ass, Robin says as she crosses her arms. Hold on a second, you might want to hold off on that at least for the moment. And why's that? You said he has all our wanted posters on his arm? Robin asks, her fingers twitching. He does, but you've seen Sanji's wanted poster. It looks nothing like him, Usopp actually gives a slight chuckle at that. Partly in relief as he sees Robin relax even if only slightly. But wait, doesn't your wanted poster look nothing like you either, because you're wearing a full face mask? Artemis asks, confusing Chopper and causing Usopp to freeze up in panic. You look exactly like you do in the wanted poster? Oars boons, shooting that plan out of the water. The fuck just happened? Victor asks, partly in shock but mostly confusion. Oars is just as stupid as Luffy, and that fact just bit us in the ass, or at least Sanji's. Zoro sighs, taking the slap to the head from Alvida without complaint. He did just insult her husband, even if they all knew their captain wasn't even close to being the smartest pirate on the Sunny. What, that poster looks nothing like me, Sanji shouts angrily. But it's so good, really capture look of stupidity on face, Oars retorts. Did your eyes rot out of your skull, moron? Never mind. You still admit to being part of the Straw Hat crew? He's got you there, Sanji. Chaos chuckles, now spinning his weapon as he waits to see where this goes. Sanji grunts. Yeah, so what? So now you die, and now we brawl. Want any help, arrows? Chaos asks, his grin returning. I'd have expected you to have run off again if you weren't going to do so anyway, the cook says with an eye roll. Checking up on the captain, Moria. Get back here and fight me, Luffy shouts, his punches being repeatedly blocked by Doppelman. Stupid Shadow. Stop hiding like a bitch and fight. Kishishi, catch me if you can, Straw Hat. Aw damn it. What idiot put this dead end here? Moria laughs, then stops when he realizes he's run out of corridor. Finally, now it's time for me to kick your ass? Really? Did it ever occur to you I was leading you on this wild goose chase to distract you from Oars tearing your crew to shreds? Yeah, but it didn't matter. My crew doesn't need me to fight their battles for them. They probably already dealt with those other assholes who were there when you stole my shadow, Luffy retorts. Really, then I guess we can keep playing a little longer, Moria coos. Brick bat attack. Come find me when you're done. Moria taunts, running around Luffy as he flails around trying to deal with the shadow bats, splattering them against the wall with a Gatling, before resuming his chase after the Onion Man. So not much then, back to the action, stay still and let me squash you. How about, no? Chaos hums, though frowns as his weapon wasn't really doing much against a creature of Oar's size. Not that Sanji was doing much better, but at least something that Big gave telegraphed attacks like there was no tomorrow. Meaning they could at least dodge most if not all of his punches. Take this, you damn twerps. Gum gum. Shit. Did he get Luffy's devil fruit along with his shadow? Usopp shouts in panic. Unlikely, otherwise Moria would have focused solely on devil fruit users as targets to steal the shadows of, Robin theorizes, something niggling at the back of her mind. Sickle, Oars boons, then slams him arm down where the two were standing a moment ago. Okay, good news, he doesn't have Luffy's fruit, bad news, at his size he might as well already have it, Frankie summarizes. He's also faster than you would expect for a brute of his size, Alvida says with a scowl. Robin's eyes widen. I remember now, why the name Oars set off alarm bells. That zombie was once the legendary demon, once known as the Continent Puller. Collier shot descending thrust. Damn, I knew it was tanky, but usually those attacks would do something, Sanji growls around his cigarette. Well, we did aim for the head, in hindsight that wasn't our best plan, Chaos sighs. Then his eyes widen as Oars is in front of them in seconds, shit. He thinks before they get backhanded into the nearby building. Strength and speed on a body like that, this zombie's way too op, Valentina grimaces. Okay pirates, squishing time, wait where other one go? Oars grunts, as he picks up Sanji. Oh well, time to yush. Hot, Oars grunts, more in acknowledgement of the fact he was on fire, than any pain or discomfort as he turns towards where Usopp had been standing when he fired the attack. Tossing Sanji to the ground before lumbering over, tall woman with black hair, fuzzy thing. Blue chick with cute face, child with cheek blushes. Those some straw hats. Oh crap, now he's focused on us, Chopper and Usopp shout. Well, time to make our way to the ground floor. Zoro says as he unsheathes all three swords. Being a logia was the only reason Kaya had already jumped a moment before him, her syrup body absorbing the impact easily. How about we draw his fire first, Frankie suggests, activating the guns in his arm and firing, only for oars to turn and kick at the tower they were on, sending them all falling. Well, that could have gone better. He groans, having managed to grab Brooke and Victor as they fell. Alvida practically bounced from stone to stone as she headed to the others while Zoro, Greed and Valentina ran across his leg to begin the offense. 1 gorilla, 2 gorilla Nigori Zyke. Zoro's attack hit the zombie dead on, cutting off one of his lower fangs as well as knocking him back, while the other 2 slashed across his head and neck as they blitzed past, before using the wall to reunite with the others. Unfortunately for Zoro, Oars was still kicking. Gum Gum Volcano as he shot the swordsman into the sky. This is bad, he won't survive a fall from this height, Kaya gasps. Hey asshole, open wide, Frankie shouts, before unloading with a weapons left, only for his jaw to drop when Oars managed to dodge his attack. What the hell is with this guy? Frankie, we may have a bigger problem, Brooke notes, pointing to where Oars currently was, ripping up a tower with a bear hug, then tackling their current position with it. He's shredding through all of us, Usopp shouts. Zoro's on the way down. We need to do something, Chopper screams, as Robin crosses her arms. Cian Fleur. Spider Net. Aw, that was a close one. If we survive this I owe you one Robin. Zoro groans. Then eyes widen in panic as Oars is upon them. Hail Mary time, hey ugly, Usopp shouts. Oars turns to look straight at him. You may be a walking tank, but you're still a zombie. Special attack. Salt stars. The salt enters Oars' open mouth and he swallows, but instead of a shadowed tadpole forcing itself free, he just stood there, staring at the Straw Hats with his one functional eye. It didn't work, Usopp whimpers. At his size, it seems nothing short of guzzling seawater would purify him, Vivi grimaces. And the required effort to get him in the water would most likely cause a tidal wave that would kill all those currently alive on this island, Robin adds unhelpfully. Getting annoyed, Chopper shifts into heavy point and charges at the zombie. Heavy gong only for him to slam the remains of the tower he was holding where the group was currently located, destroying the bridge, sending them to the ground and knocking them all out. Well, not Greed, but the Edo Tensei was damaged enough he needed time to repair before being able to do anything. Well, that went about as well as expected, Chaos mutters with a wheeze as he sees the entire crew get decimated by a single opponent, just before losing the battle to remain conscious himself. Damn, these guys got fucked. Let's see how someone else is doing, and if the drugs have worn off yet. You may now kiss the bride. Of the many things Nami wanted to be woken up to, a stack of gold, jewels and berry high on that list. Weird messed up Catman lips trying to kiss her was nowhere to be seen on it, but unfortunately that was what she got. What the fuck is going on? Let me go, stay away from me you perverted freak. Nami screams, trying to break the hold the zombie had on her body. Shut up woman, I've already stood through the boring part and the ass-kicking Blondie and Snakey gave me, so just hold still and let me kiss you. No fucking way, those aren't even human lips you twisted bastard. Nami yells as she squirms, moving her head out of the way of the pervert's repent kiss attacks. Plus I'm a pirate, I want money and adventure, not marriage with some stitched up weirdo. I am your king, you'll be my graveyard queen, doesn't that sound wonderful? Absalom boasts between attempted smooches. Those words don't even make sense. Crash. Lola. Absalom shouts as the warthog zombie drops out of the ceiling, the impact knocking everyone back. Nami Zo, you bastard, how could you do this to me? Lola growls, you told me a flat and I made a wonderful couple yet here you are marrying him. I thought you were my friend, she bellows. I've literally just woken up from the mother of all hangovers. I'm currently busy praying all this ceremony meant he wasn't going to sample the goods before the wedding night. Nami shouts back, failing to suppress a shudder. Damn it Lola, get married to a carcass and get out of my way, Absalom orders, doing precisely nothing as usual. Then marry me, I'd rather off myself. Lola huffs, poor little Ab, unaware of the truth. This woman, behind me, her real name, is Nami Zo and she, is a he, she announces, Nami's eyebrows shooting up to her hairline as Absalom's jaw drops. No, that can't be true, the Invisoper declares frantically. Yeah, it's all true, he told me himself. So a flat, is that why you don't want me? You secretly into guys instead? Lola asks, taunts. Damn, if she hadn't broken in I'd have actually married a guy, I nearly kissed him right on the lips. Wait a minute. Absalom thinks. Then something clicks in his brain. I saw you in the bath. You're all woman from those tits to the kitty between your legs. Really, the guy who looks like he's an entire zoo stitched together doesn't know sex change surgery exists. Nami bluffs. Plus, for all you know, I was changed by the Horu no Mi's power. She adds, remembering Chaos muttering about it as he ripped out some of his notes. Meaning you're still a girl on the outside, and a man stealing hussy to boot. Lola shouts, swinging Wildy and causing Nami to keep backing away from the crazy zombie. Get out of here. She keeps missing. I mean, it's close enough I'd probably get cut if I just stood there. But she should be able to hit me with how skilled she seems to be with those weapons, Nami thinks, confused by what she's seeing. Nami Zo. Lola whispers, you need to get out of here fast. I came to rescue you, my friend. I'll hold me off as long as I can. Don't know how long that will be, but it's the best I got. She then turns on her heels and rushes for Absalom, allowing Nami to start the retreat in the commotion. Master Ab. I'm gonna make you forget the big strong man in your nightmares, by replacing him with my SXY lady kisses. Prepare for my forceful smooches. Damn it, Lola, my bride is getting away, Absalom growls. Your bride is right here. Now pucker up. Not a chance, Absalom shouts, using his wrist-mounted bazookas to blow Lola away. You won't convince me that easy, my beloved is a man, he sneers. Lola. Nami screams as the warthog is blasted through the wall. Meanwhile, Absalom pants heavily, the recoil from his gun's much worse given his poor condition after his earlier beatdown. You're nothing but a lowly zombie. How dare you make me waste so much effort and ammo disposing of you? He scowls, arm still extended, just in case he miscalculated and she leapt at him again. He turns his head when he catches movement, but lowers his guard when he sees it to be Nami. That's a good girl. He purrs. Finally come to your senses and stop running from me, my sweet. He asks, seemingly not noticing, that she had her climatac out and ready. You can't hide and you can't escape, because wherever you go I'll hurt you down, and I assures you, you won't even see me coming. Thunder charge. You won't get away with this, Nami growls, the tip of her weapon glowing and starting to spark. A straw hat never lets their friend's pain go unpunished. The top section decouples as Nami lets it spin. This is for Lola, she shouts as she charges STS. That's it, my sweet, come running into your husband's arms. The cat perv coos, leaving himself wide open to swing arm. What basically amounts to a high-speed impact from a club, combined with being hit by lightning, both striking him right in the face simultaneously. Unfortunately, I doubt this will be enough to beat you, but I'm still going to try. Oda, damn it. Nami says, gritting her teeth, and the climatact continues to discharge into the pervert. Of course she didn't know both Sanji and Chaos had beaten him black and blue not that long ago, so her attack actually was enough to finally KO the bastard, leaving the inviso perv twitching and smoking on the ground in front of her. Huh, didn't see that coming, but oh well, I won a fight. Maybe I hit his weak spot or something. Kind of expected that to be his balls, but I guess Dr. Hogback fucked up somewhere in putting him back together. Or something. Nami shrugs. Mostly just happy this was all over. Besides, she had more important things to worry about as she hears Lola stir and cough. Rushing over to check on her. Please tell me you're okay, Lola. You have no idea how thankful I am you showed up to save me. Lola chuckles. Don't mention it, that's what friends are for, right? Nami frowns, feeling bad inside. I owe you an apology for earlier, Lola. When we first met, you scared me a lot and I lied to you. I'm not really a man, but I thought if I said I was you'd leave me alone or at least stop trying to kill me. Yeah, I didn't think you were. No man has a chest like that, Nami dear. The zombie teases, getting a tired laugh from the navigator. Then something clicks in her rotten skull. Wait a minute. Absalom is completely helpless right now. I'm gonna make you mine, baby, now and forever, she shouts, leaping up and diving for the unconscious pervert. Nami chuckling as she is happy her friend finally got what she wanted. Ah, this is nice. Now back to the other stuff. Well, that was actually kind of humiliating. I don't think we even made more than superficial scratches on this huge fucker. Master will be displeased. I was beaten by an inferior undead. Leave Ni-san to me. You can redeem yourself helping us kick his undead ass in the meantime. Speaking of, what was his name again? I think it said its name was Roach. Not even close, pretty sure there was an S in it. Roast? No, the end. The S was at the end. Fours? Robin sighs. Her crew were idiots sometimes, probably Luffy rubbing off on them. It's oars. Right, oars, that sounds right. Sorry to mention but my injuries are quite terrible, Brooke says. That's fine, you can still move right, because if you can't fight, at least get out of the splash zone. Oh, okay. Hey oars. Sanji shouts, getting the giant zombie's attention. We've been told you have Luffy's shadow inside you. So really it's your own fault for forgetting that you shouldn't underestimate the strength of your own crew. He says as he lights a cigarette. The entire group in lockstep with weapons out and ready for action. Let's see if the big man can actually fight the crew all at once, rather than pick us off one by one. Chaos says with a feral smirk. Hubby already spinning in his hand. Ha ha. You tiny ants are tougher than I thought. Oars bellows, before leaping down to get to their level. I'm tired of getting knocked around like some kid's ball. I say it's high time we knock him around, Zoro chuckles. Wah, you do remember who we're fighting right Zoro? Usopp squeaks. I'm down for that, he's had his fun, now it's our turn, Sanji for once agrees with the swordsman. We destroy his favorite meat suit, and Moria will be easy to beat after, provided Luffy hasn't already done so while we're here with this Lumix, Chaos adds, grinning wickedly. Is nobody thinking clearly here? He's a giant, how could we possibly do any of those things? We're not blind Usopp, plus he has Luffy's shadow, and with it his speed and fighting skills. Like Ryuma did with Brooks. Victor argues but also agrees. Oars would make a terrible pirate king, Robin thinks aloud. Glad we all agree on that. Let's kick his ass, Frankie cheers, I got tons of ideas, something has to work. Everything has a weak point, Chopper mutters. We just have to find and exploit it, Kaya finishes. Lemon yellow spikes forming on her arms, shoulders and back. Okay. Maybe with all of us working together it's not completely hopeless, but I'm still scared. Time to crush, Oars growls, before jumping into the air. Gum gum giant butt stomp. Clearly Oars didn't get to keep Luffy's creativity. Chaos chuckles as everyone leaps or dives away to avoid being sat on by the giant zombie. Didn't even try think of a weapon. In his defense all the appropriate names are taken. I mean doesn't Luffy already have a gum gum mallet technique? Alvida half jokes. I think it's hammer, but close enough I guess, he shrugs. Gum gum hammer arm, Frankie look out. Vivi shouts, the cyborg just about dodging in time. Damn, you still think you can pick us off one by one? Then how about we mix things up and come at you all at once? Frankie says, running towards the group. Ready guys. I have a plan. We're taking this rotting beast down with Tactic 15. He announces. A few straw hats shiver at the very idea. Tactic 15, but it's still untested, Chopper screams in panic. No time like the present, besides it'll never be a tested tactic if we all die out here, Frankie argues, getting a sigh and nod from the doctor and sniper as the three run towards Zoro and Sanji. Swordsman, eyebrows get ready for battle. What? Just be prepared to grab my legs dumbasses. Why do I feel like this day is about to get even weirder? Sanji asks, getting a chuckle and shrug from Zoro. Straw Hat docking 6. Big Emperor. What this entails was Frankie docking onto Zoro and Sanji by landing on their shoulders and them holding his legs secure, Usopp on his right arm, doing a claw-like formation, and Chopper on his head, forming the head of their living mecha. Only problem being that's only 5, as Chopper notices. Come on Robin, you're supposed to dock on my left arm, Frankie whines. Just do what I do, it'll be fine, Usopp adds. No, she states flatly, I'm not embarrassing myself like that, even if the only people around are you guys, she continues. Come on, someone has to be the left arm K. Chopper turns to the researcher but the offer dies in his throat as he lowers his shades to glare at the reindeer. And like a predator bearing down on a prey, Chopper wants to run and hide in the nearest and deepest hole he could find right about now. Come on Vic, you might enjoy it. Plus that combo attack needs all the firepower he can get, Valentina teases, the Bomberman sighs before agreeing. Equipment change. Boom fist, okay. That's cool, now die Robot Man, Oars shouts, slapping the upper half off Zoro and Sanji's shoulders, sending the 4 of them into a wall. Well, glad that's over with, Sanji sighs. Yeah, never been happy to get hit before. Zoro hums. Hey Frankie, I'm borrowing this. he calls, stabbing one of his swords into the cyborg's heavy nunchucks. Fine, just try not break it, Frankie sighs. No promises. Hey Robin, while we focus on his left arm, think you can get ready to put him in a submission hold? He asks as Sanji kicks a large chunk of rubble at Oar's head. Robin shrugs. I'll see what I can do. Never had to restrain something this big before. Come and get me, you crappy Luffy cosplayer, Sanji taunts as he runs around Oars. Just squish already, gum gum, Usopp now, special oil star. The oil, aimed at Oar's right hand, unbalances the giant, leaving him wide open. Hey swirly brow, give us a boost, why don't ya? The blonde's eyebrow rises. With that heavy thing, are you nuts? Zoro rolls his eyes. Well, if you're not man enough I understand, women dig weaklings after all. What you call me, you bastard, get over here, Sanji shouts, using his leg to springboard the leaping swordsman. Greed simply using his shoulders in a similar manner, sending both of them flying straight for Oars. Power shoot, great shot / underworld severance. I believe it's my turn now, Robin smiles as both attacks land. See and fleur. Big tree clutch, the mass of bloomed arms wrap around Oar's left arm, then pull it back sharply until it's pressed against his back. I can't hold like this, I'm gonna fall. Keep those planks coming, little bro, Frankie orders, rapidly building a staircase in midair thanks to Chopper. This will get us to the top, but it won't hold for long, so we need to make it count. You ready? Ready, Chopper nods as both leap off the staircase just before it collapses, aiming to punch Oars square in the face. Super Frapper Gong, medically speaking, size doesn't matter. One crack to the jaw with enough force and the Brian goes spinning. Chopper thinks aloud as him and Frankie drop to the ground, Oars teetering as they do. Not doing too good there, big guy. Only thing keeping you steady is that one leg, Sanji hums as he takes a drag of his cigarette. Let's deal with that, then says as he rushes forward, almost a blur to the giant zombie. Bad manners kick course, Sanji strikes Oars in the ankle, and while it took its sweet time the joint failed and the giant began to fall, hitting the ground head first with a thud that could be felt all over the island. We did it, Usopp cheers, leaping up and down with Kaya's arms around his neck. Nothing can beat the combined power of the Straw Hats. Ow, this really hurts, Oars whines and coughs. Didn't know these zombies feel pain, Alvida says with a raised eyebrow. Proof of an inferior design, Greed scoffs, causing Valentina to chuckle. Hey guys, we could use a hand over here, Artemis and Robin shout, drawing attention from Oars, which the giant seemed more annoyed by than the beatdown, and onto a more pressing matter. Meanwhile, stupid deadheads, can't tell one chest from another. No way I'm setting off to sea with just the bra and panties I'm wearing, Perona mutters to herself as she runs through the mansion. Her aforementioned unmentionables in the small chest she was currently holding close to her own petite bosom. Though if she was being honest, she was fine with her zombies not putting them on the ship. For one, her minions were wild zombies, so only wore the outfits she chose for them, meaning they didn't really understand nor were able to tell the difference between different articles of clothing, and the other being that the zombification process was a crapshoot at best, and at least in her eyes better they didn't know they were there, than have one of her zombies rooting through her things like another per Salem. Is that? Yes it is, like those ghosts from before but more concentrated, solid even, Cowd chuckles to himself as he turns, the others have Oars for the moment, they won't miss him. Zipping away he stops Perona in her tracks. The ghost girl squeaks and backpedals to avoid the stone-shattering kick from the grinning demon. Watch I. Hey wait a minute, you're the bastard that hit me through my hollows, Perona screams, fear replaced by anger in seconds. And you must be the Horo user. Sorry I didn't catch your name before, Chaos smirks. It's Perona, asshole, but don't worry, you'll practically be licking my boots, hat long-nosed fuck, I'm not taking any chances, she growls, rapidly forming negative hollows from her body. Negative hollow. Quadruple overlay. Perona grins. Nothing but Usopp had managed to stand up to a single hollow, but she decided overkill was the correct thing to do with this lanky fucker. As the grin left his face, one formed on hers. Once he drops to his knees she can kill him and get a new bodyguard zombie. Hopefully one with a better voice than Kume's. Her smile drops though when she hears it, a low growl, completely different to Absalom's kitty purr as she called it, mostly to annoy said pervert. then a much more disturbing sound. Creaking bone and tearing flesh and sinew. Gurren Perona shrieks as she dives back to avoid the spear strike, confused as she thought Straw Hat was the one with rubber powers. He was, but as he pulled back the slightly swaying, barely standing Purplet's right arm was longer than before, his long bony talons level with his knees. Not to be outdone, the left limb was clicking and contorting as it stretched and extended. Same with most of his body now. Her mind was overclocking due to adrenaline. He even looked to be getting bigger with each wheezing breath. HISSSSSSSSSSNAH. 1. The chest she'd been carrying was what saved her as a fang-filled mouth shot forward, clamping down on it rather than her. Ghost rap, click. The explosive hollows did little to deter him, though it did loosen his grip on the chest enough to drop it, not that she wanted to see what was behind it. Besides a milky pale neck about 1/3 the length of his body, his mouth more closely resembled that of a viperfish fishman than a human at this point. Long fang-like teeth that barely fit in his mouth. The impact of his face hitting the chest also knocked his shades from his face, and while she'd like to pretend it was also why his nose looked flatter, it didn't explain his extended neck or skull bones. "What the fuck are you?" Perona screams as Chaos rips off his cloak. There was a flash of something and Perona winces as her cheek is cut. Then her eyes nearly fall out of her head when she sees what just missed her, the groove carved into the stone about the width of the sunny. Kill section. Something akin to steam began to leak from his alabaster skin, as it crouches and then leaps straight for her, Perona scrambling away as she counters with mini hollows, some of whom detonate against him, while 2 were caught and dissipated by the snakes that formed from the mist. Given the noise her repeated explosions made, as well as him smashing through the stone, it was a miracle nobody noticed before now, though that was most likely because Ors was making even more noise than they were. "I don't want to die," Perona screams as the being in front of her lunges. Clang! "What the hell has gotten into you, Shimmer?" Zoro grunts, having caught both hands with the back of his swords. Perona shivering just behind him, though swallowed thickly as he tilts his head to speak to her. "I presume this is your doing." He's not usually a dead-eyed berserker. "Sort of, I don't know what's happened though, he should be crying on the ground not trying to kill me," Perona cries. "I had nothing to do with the changes to his body though, that's all him. Messy and uneven, really doesn't fit Chaos if I'm being honest." Well, hubby is biting his hand, maybe that's one of the reasons, Vivi notes. The swordsman's eyes flick over to see the snake was indeed coiled around his wrist, biting down just behind his pinky, translucent black veins spreading across his hand from the bite to his currently knife-length nails. He also noticed hubby's blade appeared to be almost cupping his elbow, which was nestled in the blunt inner curve of the Kopesh's default form. "Honestly, it kind of reminds me of my rumble ball experiments." Chopper admits, "The fruit does it automatically, and pretty much seamlessly, but when it's messed with things change in ways they're not meant to, which even if it isn't sure looks painful and uncomfortable." "Yeah, but you're a zone, he's a paramecia, this shouldn't work like that," Victor argues. Special paramecia, much like mythical zones, have looser rules, which in turns makes quantifying and classifying what they can and can't do messier, at least based on Chaos notes. Robin attempts to explain, mostly due to their devil fruit expert being indisposed, feral at the moment. "Can we talk about this later, and focus on dealing with this first?" Zoro grunts, the large reptid pushing him back inch by inch. Then his head shoots forward intending to sink its teeth into his head. Der Fleur. Silence only for 2 hands to clamp it shut, then more form around his body and bend it backwards. Cease Fleur. Clutch, I know I've not been here long, but isn't there usually a crunch when you do that? Frankie asks, getting a worrying nod from Robin. Correct, it usually tells me where to stop. The fact I've just bent him backwards entirely without complaint or even a noise is worrying, she admits. Chaos now bent at his hips with his head brushing against the stone floor, his jaw opening when it managed to overpower the 2 blooms on his cheeks. "Anyone have any ideas?" "I'm open to." She stops with a wince and a gasp as a tooth cuts across the side of one of her fingers. Then his tongue slips out, weaving between and wrapping around her digits before tightening. "Robin, tilt his head over here," Usopp shouts, loading his kabuto. "Also try get his mouth as open as you can while you're at it." "What are you doing?" "Saving our butts. Haven't gotten to test this quite yet, so wish me luck," he says as he fires. Special attack. Sleep Star. The projectile releases a milky white mist when it hits its target, in this case the inside of Chaos Mouth. The hollow crazied researcher shakes and writhes, then stills, tongue sticking out and passed the fuck out, lightly snoring as he lies there. Well, I think it's over. Alvida smiles as Robin releases her hold on the purplet. Kaya zipping over to check her hand and grimacing at the bruising throughout her hand as well as the gash on her ring finger. Yeah, and all it took was one of our heavy hitters being taken out of the fight, and the ghost girl getting away in the commotion. Valentina chuckles. Good thing things are calming down. I'm gonna kill you, Bugs. Oh yeah, we kind of forgot about oars for a second there. How did we even do that? Once I get up I'm gonna stomp you pipsqueaks into the ground. When I'm done with you there won't even be bones left to bury. Damn it, I'm stuck. Stupid arms in the ground, stupid upside down sky. Oars complains after a moment of silence and wriggling. You're stuck, huh? Well, this might actually be fun. Shame Papa's taking a nap. That demon thing might have been a big help. Artemis thinks aloud as she follows Robin as they approach the prone zombie and proceed to try to beat the ever-loving shit out of him. While it most likely did some damage, it also wrecked the surrounding area enough for the giant to free himself. Cut it out. Oars bellows as he stands up. Tactical retreat. Usopp calls, leading the charge away from Oars. Well, that didn't put him down. Sanji frowns. Too bad. It was a brilliantly executed plan for a change. Alvida hums. Anyone got a plan B? Kaya asks. I say we reinitiate tactic 15 inches. Frankie shouts, getting cheers from Usopp and Chopper. But you have to actually do your part and dock Robin. He orders, color draining from the archaeologist's face. Hey, Robin doesn't have to participate in such a childish endeavor. Actually, the idea of Robin docking does have its myrrh. AK? Sanji groans as he receives an unconsciously hockey-enhanced punch to the balls from Artemis. No perving on Mom. The artist growls, or I'll tell Pops when he wakes up. She threatens, nobody within range sure if the squeak that left Sanji's throat was due to the nut shot or pure fear of what the researcher could do, especially given the recent development. Docking complete, Frankie announces, deciding to simply forego the left arm and work this as a trio 5. The not-so-giant pirate emperor. Chopper cheers from Frankie's head as the cyborg charges. Hey eyebrows, give me a hand, or in this case a leg, Frankie shouts, winking behind his shades. I think I like this plan better than the last one. The blonde chuckles as he stands and kicks forward, catching Frankie's feet as he jumps and sending them flying at Oars, landing on the top of his head. You know, I'm kind of glad I wasn't included in this one. Victor sighs as Frankie stomps on Oars' head impotently. That really the best they can do? Docking 3 sucks, Sanji shouts, angry he got roped into helping this. That wasn't cool like the last one, even Oars was complaining. That's because we haven't unleashed the secret weapon. Frankie laughs, then allows Usopp to talk. Moron, you think you've got what it takes to be king of the pirates? You're all size and brute force. Nothing but the world's biggest joke? The sniper taunts, Frankie and Chopper chiming in with repeated chants of, moron. What you call me? Oars growls, a handful of pirates knocked you flat, and you really think you have what it takes to rule them all? Shows that Big Head isn't exactly crammed full of brains now, is it? Give up, you're nothing but an embarrassment. Grr, I'll embarrassment you, I'll squish you pipsqueak pirates flat, Oars bellows, rearing back to punch the trio. And jump, Frankie shouts as they manage to dodge the attack, resulting in Oars hitting himself in the face with his own fist. Yeah, we did it, they cheer. Okay, that was actually impressive, proves Oars is even dumber than Luffy though. I think even the captain would know not to punch himself in the face. I don't know, he might slap himself if a bug landed on his nose. Second time down, really making this too easy for us there, big guy, Frankie laughs. I'm falling, Oars yells. Oh, never mind. He hums as he manages to remain his balance, now back to squishing. Tactical retreat, Usopp commands, again, taking the lead with Chopper and Frankie on his heels. Damn it, this guy's as stubborn as he is massive, why couldn't he just fall? Alvida complains. Guess it's back to wailing on it till he gives up, Sanji hums. Wait guys, I have another idea, Usopp pipes in. We don't have time for any more stupid games. Shut up, I know what I'm talking about. The sniper shouts, surprising the others but succeeding in getting their attention. Listen, based on what I've seen, even if Oars is a big red zombie, he still has traces of Luffy's personality bleeding over through his shadow. But he doesn't recognize us, and calls Moria his master. Chopper argues, mostly the second part. He called Vivi blue chick with cute face. Does that count? Robin half jokes. Possibly, sure, the shadow or at least the zombie is under Moria's control, but there are moments when the right circumstances will allow the original owner's traits to shine through. And you know what that means? This big lug's weaknesses are the same as Luffy's. My chest isn't big enough to distract a guy that size. Alvida deadpans, to which Vivi facepalms so hard she nearly knocks herself on her ass. That wasn't even Plan G. Usopp replies in the same tone, are we ready? Right. The Straw Hats nod as they split off. Hey look, it's a huge hunk of meat. You can smell it from here, Usopp shouts. Hunk of meat? Where? I want some. Yeah, it sure looks yummy. Valentina agrees, licking her lips. Think Sanji will go get us some? The girls maybe, the rest of us will have to go get some ourselves. Show me where it is. I love meat. Knee crunch. Does halfway down count as 3? Zoro asks his and Frankie's simultaneous attack on the back of Oar's knees brings him to his knees. Even if there were rules, I doubt this guy would follow them. The cyborg chuckles. We did it, taken out by simple blows to the kneecaps. Usopp laughs. Well, this was embarrassing. Oars groans. Keep it up everyone. All we need to do is stall the big guy until Luffy deals with Moria. Get those shadows back, Straw Hat, Frankie shouts. Honestly, it makes more sense to just take him out now. Zoro grumbles, save time and just put this zombie down for good. Whaaa. You can't be serious, Zoro. We can't actually beat this guy. Just keep him busy so he doesn't get in Luffy's way. There wasn't any meat, you tricked me, and broke my kneecaps. Pretty much, Robin nods. A fight isn't over until you've won, the swordsman states, readying a strike. Idiot, he's not just a giant, he's a zombie. Those things are built to take damage and keep moving, Sanji scolds. Yeah, he needs to be purified or else he'll keep getting up, Usopp adds. Then why don't we make it harder for him to get back up? Victor chuckles, who wants to keep Oars busy by blowing him to bits. He asks, getting enthusiastic grins from Greed, Alvida and Valentina, and an almost reluctant nod from Sanji, who knew the spooner Oars was down, the sooner he could go back to looking for Nami. Robin chuckles, seems there's no stopping this crew, but was there ever any doubt they wouldn't fight a giant zombie if given the chance? Vivi sighs, wishing for this night to be over. No, you're right about that. Even with Chaos unconscious and Luffy Mia, there are enough of us here that a fight was inevitable. Coming to this island, fighting Ryuma, I finally got my hands on a legendary black blade, and now is the perfect chance to test its mettle. Zoro grins around Wado, finally able to slip into his Santoryu fighting stance again. Meanwhile, gotta run, Perona chants as she bolts out of there. Screw everything else, she was leaving this death trap of an island ASAP. Moria can kiss her ass, she's not staying another minute and risk that thing getting loose and killing her. Only that swordsman getting between them stopped her painful death, though given the burning of the wound in her side she wasn't quite out of the woods yet. She managed to get back to the Sunny when more stupid shit started happening. What the hell do you think you're doing with all the treasure I was going to steal? And more importantly, what are you doing on the Sunny? Nami angrily shouts from the entrance of Thriller Bark. Horo, for a second there I was worried, but it's only you. Tell me, how was your wedding with Absalom? The night already over? She teases, a low threat like Nami helping to ease her frayed nerves. Yeah right, like anyone would want to be married or even stand in the same room as Invisoper, Nami says with a grimace. So you escaped. Absalom can't do anything, right, can he? She sighs, preparing a hollow in her left hand. So, what are you going to do now? As you can probably guess, I'm currently stealing your ship in order to make my getaway from this hellhole of an island. Particularly before the Demon King wakes up and tries to kill me again. If you choose to fight I will respond and it won't be pretty. You're clearly weak as fuck, so my mini hollow ghost army should be more than enough. Especially given on the long nose guy and him. Her knees knock as Perona forces herself to calm down, put up any kind of resistance against me. Nami's eyes widened, but for a different reason than expected. Who is that? She asks, referring to the large man now directly behind the ghost girl. Who the? She stops as her head turns, fear once more coursing through her veins as she looks into the man's practically dead, expressionless face. Fuck my life. Please tell you you're not the Shikabuki Bartholomew, the tyrant, Kuma. She whimpers, Nami feeling a similar flow of panic at running into not one but two warlords in one night. Do you work for Moria? Kuma asks with a calm, flat tone. Master Moria? I was, but not anymore. I've had it with this hellhole. I just want to get away as quick as possible. I want no part in this. Perona spits. Kuma is silent for a minute before asking, if you could go for a vacation, where would you go? Confusing everyone in earshot. This isn't the time or the place, Perona shouts angrily, before letting herself consider his question, but if I was able to get some time somewhere dark and damp, somewhere with an old, creepy castle, I'd spend every day and night singing songs of curses. She sighs wistfully, then caught herself. Crap, I'm not usually this distracted. Come on, Perona, focus. I'll admit seeing you face to face gave me chills, but with my devil fruit there's nobody I can't beat, she boasts, only to see Kuma was flicking through his book absently. Are you even listening to me? She growls, I bet you've got a pretty strong shadow, Kuma, so I'll take it and leave it as a parting gift for my former master Moria. Negative ghost special hollow. Before the attacks could connect, Kuma had removed his glove, Perona and her hollows vanishing in nothing but a sound similar to a popping bubble. Understandably, this caused every zombie in the area to freak the fuck out. Before you interrupted with all that yelling, I was simply going to ask you where Moria is. Kuma sighs. I suppose it's a good thing Wallachia is nice this time of year, or so I've heard. He then turns his head up to look at Nami. You're the cat burglar, correct? Of the Straw Hat Pirates? He asks her directly. I've heard Monkey D. Luffy has an older brother, is that true? A real one, not Medusa's offspring. He clarifies, suddenly appearing beside her. Yeah, sort of. They said Ace was their big brother, but besides that I don't know, Nami admits, most of her body shaking with nerves. Interesting, so the rumors are true then, Kuma hums, then disappears again. Nami shivers. That guy is bad news. What's his deal with Luffy and Medusa's offspring? I presume he means chaos? I better find the others and tell them about Kuma. She decides. But first she needs to get out of this wedding dress. And back to the others, didn't notice before, but Shisui's heftier than Yubishiri. Then again, I've never used a black blade before, so I should have expected it to feel different to a normal one, Zoro mutters to himself. Dodging debris after leaping into the fight alone. Managing to use his blades to slightly alter the path of War's punch so it missed him. It was just barely, but as long as it doesn't hit him, the swordsman calls it a win. Now let's see how much stronger you make this technique, EY Shisui. 108 caliber Phoenix and stronger it was. The shockwave from Shisui was large enough it consumed, absorbed the other two blades' attacks to form an even larger combo attack, but the charge also threw off the aim enough Wars was able to just barely dodge the attack. Damn, talk about an upgrade there, Zoro. Frankie laughs then sighs. Shame it missed, though that could have done some damage. Shisui turned my 3 attacks into 1, and possibly even upped the power even more than the 3 combined should, but this new move's too slow for my liking. Least I know what I'll need to work on after we're done here, Zoro mutters to himself, impressed by the damage output of his new blade. You little guys are fast. You could have put out my eye with that, Wars states. And yet somehow I doubt him being blind would make this fight any easier, Kaya sighs. I'm gonna grind you into goo. I'm gonna crush you, little bastard, Wars yells, rapid fire stomping the ground, causing the Straw Hats to make a break for it to avoid the attacks. Even if they were technically aimed at Zoro, the wild flailing could get any of them killed if they weren't careful. Did I get him? I can't see nothing with all the dust, Wars grumbles, scratching his head. 108 caliber Phoenix, that was a close one, nearly cut my horn off. Damn it, dodged me again. Zoro groaces. You had your fun, now stop it, Usopp shouts. There's no point to killing this guy. The best we get is Luffy's shadow alone. We don't even know where yours and Sanji's are. All we need to do is keep him busy. You should have more faith in Luffy, Zoro, he scolds. I have complete faith in the captain, but I acknowledge his biggest weakness. This confused a few of the crew members. Trickery. Luffy's a simple, straightforward guy, but he's also remarkably easy to fool, and given they have an invisible man, a ghost girl and a shadow manipulator. I'd say their mo is almost entirely tricks and misdirection. None of them have any intention of fighting him fairly or head on the way Luffy normally handles things. He has a point, Robin grimaces. Yeah, Invisiperv is the definition of trickster, Sanji scowls. Plus there's the fact they don't have to beat him, just stall him until sunrise, then we're fucked. Luffy, Sanji and I most of all. Zoro continues. I may not survive this island, but I'm going to make sure Luffy gets his shadow back so he can lay waste to this island ship without anything holding him back. You're right about one thing, given sunrise is about 30 or so minutes away, they're really running down the clock. Frankie agrees. Only good news is with fog this thick the sun will have a hard time getting down here to disintegrate you too. That close to dawn, we've really been fighting zombies all night. Vivi sighs, finally understanding why she was feeling so tired. So right now all we have to keep us alive is that fog up there, really not something I want to take my chances with. Rumble rumble rumble. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Usopp screams. Idiot, the island is a ship, remember? It must have been swept up in a strong current, Valentina shouts back. Let's head elsewhere for a little while, shall we? So Tyrant Kuma, what can I do for the only Shikibuchi to follow the world government's commands like a dog? Moria asks mockingly. The government considers you a valuable asset in their goon squads. But I don't trust you one bit. I know when you reveal whatever you're plotting it will be something I really won't like. If you were to take a vacation, where would you want to go? Kuma asks, ignoring Moria's previous comment. I'm not falling for that. I know better than to even tempt fate when it comes to your powers, Panda. So once more, why are you here? Is it to fight me? I'm here to give a report. As you're aware, Sir Crocodile was stripped of his warlord status when the details of his actions in Alabasta were made public. It has been decided who shall replace him. Kishishi, oh, and who would that be? I'm sure there are scores of pirates chomping at the bit to get that position. Moria cackles. I doubt you've even heard of him. His name is Marshall D. Teach, more widely known by his epithet of Blackbeard. Blackbeard, huh? You're right, I don't know of him. Anything worth noting? He's a former Whitebeard pirate, 2nd Division, Kuma supplies. He's only recently shown the capabilities that lead to his appointment. I suppose news of his power hasn't yet reached this foggy little island, but he's causing a stir outside this bubble. Interesting, and what was Mr. Blackbeard's original bounty? 0, impressive, a complete unknown. I'm surprised the government approved of such a wildcard like that, but I suppose they must be desperate to fill the vacuum left by Crocodile. Can't let the pirates think they're actually stronger now, can they? Kishishi. I presume this is them trying to restore the so-called balance of power, correct? Perhaps, but if I were a betting man I'd wager it does the exact opposite, Kuma replies ominously. Never mind that though, there is another issue we must discuss, something that has gotten the world government very anxious. After Eni's lobby they're more concerned than ever about the movements and actions of the Straw Hat Pirates. If they're following the log pose from Water 7 to Fishman Island, there is a high probability they will cross paths with this island. You can see why the government is concerned. Yes, Moria looks confused. It's the balance of power you mentioned earlier. They don't want the Straw Hats to take out another warlord. That would be most unfortunate. The moment he finishes his sentence, Moria is in his face, hand gripping his chest. Are you kidding me? They think I'm not up to the job? That I can't deal with some no-good punks? I've never been more insulted in my life. They sent you here to protect me from a bunch of newbie pirates. If you belied be of use I'd be happy to lend a hand, Kuma states flatly, unperturbed by the current situation. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea who I am? Moria screams. I've seen those brats. They're a bunch of worthless nobodies led by a rubber doll, hardly even worth my time, and yet the government thinks they can defeat me. Nothing is 100% in life. Kuma hums. Just look at the battle in Eni's lobby. Nobody expected Rob Lucci to be defeated. Lucci least of all, and yet CP9 was decimated by those. What did you call them? Ah yes, a bunch of worthless nobodies. Moria scowls as he lets Kuma go. Let me get this straight. The world government is so scared of the Straw Hats they want 2 warlords to team up and take them out? They only sent me here to warn you. I wasn't given any specific orders to assist you, or even offer it, Kuma corrects. Then I'll tell you this, bub. Stay out of my way. Also, if you need to send back a report, tell them this. That straw hat kid everyone's pissing themselves over. I've already dealt with him, stolen his shadow and made it a part of my zombie army Kishishi, he boasts. Back down with the straw hats, the fog, it's clearing up, Kaya squeaks, panic for her shadowless crewmates rising up inside her. Yeah, the weather picked the absolute worst time to get better. I'm really not looking forward to the sun melting me, Sanji grimaces, his teeth clenching around his cigarette. Okay, change of plans, we need to take out Oa, Moria, Usopp screams. What? Where? That onion bastard is gonna get diced before sunrise. Oh, what a beautiful morning, but are you sure you lot should be outside so close to dawn? Kishishishi, Moria laughs, as what turns out to be a curtain-like object opens in Oar's stomach, revealing the warlord in all his fat bastard, oniony glory. What the actual fuck? Chopper growls, that twisted bastard hogback, this has his grubby fingerprints all over it. Why even build a seating area inside your battle zombie? Robin asks in confusion. Does this mean they actually did manage to trick Straw Hat, or that he's gone? Frankie asks, the response beginning with a mace to the balls. Don't ever even imply our Luffy is dead, understand me? Alvida threatens. Plus, Moria needs him alive to keep the shadow inside Oars viable, Vivi adds, using what little logic she understands about this situation to assure herself that he's okay. This is so cool, did I always have a cockpit in there? Never mind, I'm still like some kinda robot now. Beep boop, IAMOARSBOMBER, Destroyer of Worlds. Oars Bomber? That actually sounds kind of cool, Chopper mutters, hoping nobody was listening. Alright you pathetic little punks, you wanted the chance to fight me, you've got it, Moria taunts. Bit talk for a man inside a zombie Gundam. Don't hold back, and if you win I'll release all the shadows I stole. Come at me all at once, but you'll have to defeat Oars too. It's the only way you'll get me out of this cockpit, and the only chance you have at victory, Kishishi. That's not fair at all, fighting us while inside a giant zombie, Usopp complains. The only way to beat Oars is to beat Moria, but how do we get at him in there? Chopper wonders. Well, it's not like there's a window or barrier between us and him. Oars put his fingers in there pretty easily, Robin points out. True, and it means we have a smaller target area, focusing fire on Moria himself and ignore the rest of Oars, so to speak. Victor agrees. Hey Usopp, Zoro says, getting the sniper's attention. The amount you used earlier was too small for someone of Oars' size. You'll need a mountain of salt to purify this guy, which is honestly the best plan we have. We'll keep him busy while you get more salt and bring it here. I like this plan already, Frankie and Alvida cheer. Vivi chuckles. You would? Moria rolls his eyes, figures plan A would be to locate some salt, stupid kids. Hey Oars. Long Nose is trying to escape to the kitchens, deal with him, and if need be take out the entrance to the mansion while you're at it. Okay master, here I come. Oars bellows, launching a punch at Usopp as he reaches the doorway. Usopp, Kaya screams, her syrup speeding her up to keep pace with Chopper as they go look for their crewmate once Oars had pulled back his arm. Damn it, with Moria in the backseat Oars is actually able to strategize. Valentina groans. This just got a lot more complicated. Fear not, good Straw Hats, your friend is okay. Came a cheerful voice from the sky, that of Brook as he drops down, a large sack on one shoulder and a passed out Usopp on the other. I had a feeling you might need some more salt, so I went to retrieve it. Seems Long Nose here had the same idea. Brook. The Straw Hats shout, cheer. Were you expecting someone else to rescue you? He asks. No, but the captain showing up to help kick this bastard's fat ass would have been nice, Zoro admits as they all prepare for the upcoming battle. The race against time drawing to a close. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Guess who's back, everyone? You're back. Is that why you looked pretty banged up earlier? Frankie asked. True, but he does look better than before, Chopper hums. He saved Usopp, I'm sure, not complaining, Kaya chirps. Brook chuckles. It's true that I was badly hurt when I left for the kitchen to obtain some salt. However, my luck finally paid off as I discovered some delicious milk which I promptly consumed, healing myself in the process, he announces. I want to yell that's not how milk or the body works, but the guy's a walking pile of bones, so I don't even know how he works. Fuck it, I guess. Valentina sighs and shrugs. Anyway, we now have the salt we need. Well, hopefully this will be enough to deal with that giant, even if it'll be a close one. Especially given his attack did block us off from the kitchen, so he can't get more salt if this doesn't work. Everyone understand? Sanji explains, asks. We're on a timer and we have 2 objectives. Feed Oars the salt and kick Moria's ass before sunrise, Zoro summarizes. So, any ideas on just how we're going to get this into his mouth? He's literally a giant, Frankie asks. Kishishishi. You wanted a chance to get your shadows back, well here it is. Fair warning though, I'm not just a passenger, as you'll soon see. When I'm done with you, you'll wish I let you melt away in the sun. Prepare yourself to witness what real nightmares are made of. Hey Frankie, want to have another try at the combo from before? Valentina asks, maybe see if anyone else wants to help. I got just the thing, just get ready with the fire guys, Usopp agrees. Oil Star Fresh Fire Futon. Daitopa Combo, Super Firebird Star, Ignis. Unlike his previous attempt, this attack lit the entire zombie aflame, causing it to bounce around in pain as it tried to put the fire out. Direct hit. Usopp cheers, good job. Now for the next step, Victor hums, as Zoro leaps into the air, assisted by Chopper, slicing through the building in front of him as he did. Sanji rushing forward to knock the sections flying just as he landed. Great Buddha Chop Genja Cannon. Unfortunately, after the first hit, Oars was able to counter, sending the pieces flying straight at the other Straw Hats. Shit, everyone move, Frankie shouts, then fires his arm cannon. Shame he missed one. Artemis. Vivi. Senate Jashu Mudam Udam 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 Uda. Eyes widen as they hear the voice as well as a click as he moves closer. I've never been happier. A star was ineffective, Usopp sighs. Papa. Artemis cheers as Chaos steps forward. Well, Oars is still here. Luffy isn't, Brook is back and I feel like I've gargled sand. I can ask what I missed later. What's the plan? The researcher asks, clicking his tongue as he does. We need to get this salt into Oars' mouth, Brook summarizes. Hey guys, sorry about that. Didn't think he'd recover that quickly. Sanji calls over. Also glad to see Sleeping Beauty woke up already. Love you 2 arrows, Chaos sighs while flipping the blonde off. Hey, can I get a hand over here? The sniper calls, currently pulling back an improvised, oversized slingshot, aimed straight at Oars. Sure, Chaos shrugs, flickering over to adding his weight behind the sling. Super. Just remember to aim it at his stomach and this will all be over, Frankie explains, getting into position as the ammo. Special attack. Iron Man Comet. Now this is some super speed, Usopp. Now as for you, Moria, the heavy-duty mortar cannon I got in my arm was designed to deal with Sea King attacks, and taking out smug pricks like yourself, Frankie declares as he prepares to fire his mortars with his strong left. Only for Oars to dodge with unexpected speed. Damn it, I forgot he was that fast. It's unnatural for something that huge, Alvida scowls. Blame it on Luffy's shadow, it's what's got him able to move like that and all the other crap we've seen him do. Zoro reminds her. Just as Oars uses the shock and distraction to punch the cyborg into the wall, knocking him out. Shit, if even the metalhead can't handle it, we're probably fucked, Victor grimaces. Please don't be dead, Frankie, Kaya pleads quietly, heart jumping when he twitches and coughs, though panic returns when she sees the blood dripping down his cheek. Don't stop now, Oars, he's still alive. Maybe you should stomp on him next, Moria suggests. Okay. Oars responds flatly, walking over and preparing to step on the immobile Frankie. With the distance between them and the shipwright, it would take a miracle. Thunderbolt tempo, or a lightning bolt supplied by the finally returned Nami. Nice shot. Now where did it come from? Zoro wonders. Lightning, it can't be anyone else, Chopper chuckles. Sesezi, seems you don't have to go rescue her after all, arrows. Nami rescued herself. Chaos laughs, quickly finding the navigator and gives her a smile and a nod, which she returns. Nami Swan. How wonderful it is to see you again, safe and sound. Sanji cheers, going completely insane to the annoyance of the entire crew. Shut up. Now you've given my position away, dumbass, Nami screams. Sanji tears up. She yelled at me. He whimpers. Nami yelled at me. Everything's back to normal. Yell at me more, beloved. SIMP. Valentina mutters, getting a chuckle from Greed and Victor. Either that or just a masochist. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised with that guy. Oars groans as he stands, then his eye locks onto Nami. It's the girl. "See, I told you," Nami whines. "You straw hats are just coming out of every crevice, aren't you?" Moria hums, chuckling to himself. "Now Oars. Smash her like you smashed the last one," he commands. "Okay." Gum gum, Oars growls, cocking his arm back. He can't stretch, right?" Nami asks in a panic. Nothing he's done up to this point suggests he could. In fact, he could be considered evidence that he can't, Robin replies. "Usopp, we need to get Frankie out of the way while Oar's attention is off him. He's not going to last otherwise," Zoro shouts. "Pistol!" Oars bellows, surprising everyone when his arm actually does stretch to reach where Nami had been standing and destroy it. "What the fuck? He can stretch now," Chopper screams, pretty much summarizing the entire crew's thoughts in one sentence. "Hey, it worked. That's new, but it didn't feel new," Oars comments as his arm snaps back. "Kishishishi, you've got to be kidding me. Everything else, and now he even has access to Luffy's devil fruit? Come on." "Nami!" Sanji shouts, running to try catch her, only to be stopped when it was pointed out to him that Robin already had this covered. Nami was currently doing her throat no favors from all the screaming, but was otherwise fine as she was lowered to the ground with the rest of them. That was an unexpected surprise. "You're not hurt, Nami?" Robin asks the girl hyperventilating at her feet. "No, just shaken and maybe a little traumatized, but nothing's physically wrong," she replies, shakily rising to her feet once more. Good to see everyone else is okay as well. Chaos only just recently rejoined the OK group. He went feral about 15 minutes ago. Alvida snarks, "Ghost Girl did something stupid. Nearly bit her in the ass far as I can tell." This doesn't make any sense. The shadow means Luffy's still alive, and even if he died there's no way to put a fruit's power into a zombie, I think, Vivi thinks aloud. Plus it's physically impossible for two people to have the same devil fruit active at the same time. Just because Oars has Luffy's shadow doesn't mean he has his fruit too, Sanji continues. The power links to the soul, so this shouldn't be possible. Under normal circumstances, Chaos adds with gritted teeth. It's Moria's doing, that much is clear. Another one of his cheap tricks, Zoro growls around his sword. "I'm gonna kill him," Sanji states without any room for argument. "Sounds like fun, I'll help." Chaos gives him a feral smirk and cracks his knuckles. "Now gum gum whip. Yeah, now he really is just a giant monster Luffy." Elsewhere, we humbly introduce you to the captain of the roaming pirates, Lola the Proposer. Current proposal count 4,443 SS weaklings. Luffy didn't care, but he's pretty sure he's the guy who tripped him and will be punched in the face when all is over, on the island states, referring to the roundish, pink-haired woman. Clothes clearing, having seen better days and missing a tooth. "My, aren't you handsome? Marry me." Lola demands, already married, twice, so fuck off, Luffy responds, clearly not in the mood for games. "Rejected. That's 4,444, better luck next time," the pirates announce. Anywho, Moria took all the roaming pirates' shadows, forcing us to hide in this forest until someone can beat him. "I know, he took my shadow too, kind of why I'm trying to get back there as soon as possible," Luffy sighs. "I won't take no for an answer, you're a hero, Straw Hat. Nobody in the history of Thriller Bark has managed to cause so much destruction," Lola announces, leading to cheers and whoops from the masses while the rubber boy twitches until everyone shut the fuck up, Luffy shouts, a force dropping everyone but Lola to their knees. "I'm on a very tight schedule right now. If I don't kick Moria's ass by sunrise I die. So get to the fucking point and stop getting in my way." Lola sighs, "I'll cut to the chase then. Moria is piloting Oars like a ship, meaning the only way to get to him is by taking down that giant. Because of this we're going to feed you shadows until you're on the verge of passing out, each one adding to your already rather impressive power." Luffy blinks. "You can do that. Once the shadows are released by purification you can grab them with your bare hands. Then it's just a matter of forcing it into a vessel like Moria does when he reanimates his zombies. So, you up for the challenge, Straw Hat?" Luffy nods. "If this is what it takes to save my crew and get my shadow back, I'll eat 1,000,000 shadows." Lola chuckles at his enthusiasm. Good to hear. From previous experiments we hear can only handle 2 or 3 shadows without passing out. You on the other hand, might be able to handle 20 to 30. Also once we reach your limit run straight to where Moria is. This power will only be contained within you for 10 minutes, then the shadows leak out and seek out their original owners, understand? Got it. Bring on the shadows. One more thing, I forgot to mention. The process hurts like a bitch. Lola says, just before a shadow is forced into a now screaming Luffy. A little later, holy, he's containing the entire 100 we collected. I've never seen someone with such strong will, especially not on this side of the Grand Line. Just proves Straw Hat will be the one to beat Moria and save us all, Lola says in awe. You're still you though, even with all those shadows inside you, right? You're Straw Hat Luffy? Luffy chuckles darkly. Oh, I remember, and I see what you mean. With these shadows I'm just getting stronger by the second, he states, as the roamings present him what should be an oversized katana. But given one of the side effects of being filled with 100 shadows, it fit him perfectly. The shadows. They want to fight, they want revenge. Lola grins, mama, then let them loose Nightmare Luffy. Time to show Moria what terror really is. Let loose the hounds of hell. Rarg. Nightmare bellows, then charges straight for the mansion, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Back with the oars, Moria fight Gum Bell. This whole stretching thing makes fighting fun. Oars laughs as his head snaps back into place. The Straw Hats scrambling to safety anywhere they could. Gum spear, okay. Anyone going to tell me what's going on? Besides us once more getting our asses kicked? Alvida asks angrily. Moria, or more specifically Cage no MI related bullshit. Chaos guesses, a theory confirmed by Moria opening his big mouth. Now you have experienced a taste of the nightmare known as Shadow Revolution. Revolution? Brook repeats, everyone having a bad feeling about this? As you know, shadows are helpless prisoners to the body, only able to move as it does, mimicking it like a reflection. The body and shadow are fused and conform to the same shapes and movements, something which is one of the most basic rules of nature. Thanks to the Cage no MI, I've cut the strings forcing the shadow to dance to the whims of the body, and by controlling it with my own it in fact does the opposite, contorting the body in whatever way the shadow moves. This is the power known as Shadow Revolution, because it does exactly that, puts the shadows in control of the body rather than the way it normally is. So Oars doesn't have Luffy's powers, but Moria's control over his shadow means he might as well be with how he can stretch and bend, Chopper summarizes. Meaning Luffy's shadow being in Oars was a coincidence. He could have done that to any zombie with any shadow inside him, Kaya adds. Still a pain in the ass though, Oars was hard enough before. But now he has Moria giving orders and he has discount Gomu no MI powers. That's not all he can do. Thanks to Revolution, Oars can do so much more than Straw Hat. For example, if I mold his shadow into a ball, his body will follow, creating Oars ball. Well, Moria is officially just fucking with us, Chaos states before sighing deeply. Dodge this. Oars roll. Moria commands, the zombie heaving before becoming something that wouldn't look out of place in an Indiana Jones movie. Well, for about 2 spins then it abruptly stopped to the confusion of everyone. Master, this is my fight, I should get to drive, Oars whines, a little bit of Luffy shining through his conditioning. Kishishishi, apologies Oars, I was getting a little carried away. I'll just lend support from here on out, dispose of them however you see fit. This is probably a stupid question, but where's Luffy? Nami asks. He went after Moria earlier and must have gotten tricked and given the slip. I mean, even Chaos met up with us and he disappeared even before we entered the mansion. Victor explains, causing Nami to sigh. Why am I not surprised? That idiot better get here soon, she grumbles, deciding Kuma was something she'll tell them about when they're not all about to die. Also, just to check, we have to beat Moria and Luffy's zombie in order to get the shadows back? Yes, but only because Moria is inside Oars. Otherwise Luffy's plan of just beating the ever-loving shit out of Moria would be the only plan, Vivi admits. This is really stupid, the sun's almost up and everything. We don't exactly have any other options, we've almost literally got our backs to the wall right now. So all we can do is fight the giant and Onion Man, Usopp shouts back angrily. I think I have an idea, Brook pipes in, if you give me a chance. Those closest shrug, what more do they have to lose? which explained why Usopp and Chaos were setting up the megashot again. This time loaded with Brook, and Robin was making a bloom rope of arms to secure him while Nami adjusted her climatact bars. "Are you sure about this?" "I believe it will work," Brooks assures them. Nami rolls her eyes. "Okay. But if this blows up in your face, I'll remind you it was your idea," she says as she summons a small storm cloud. Dark cloud tempo. Perfect. Now may your aim be true. There is one thing I fear more than death. Being unable to repay my debt to you Straw Hats. In order to do so, I'll fight to the last bone. Now fire. Slalom vine with a flick of the now dissolved blooms. Robin sent Brook into a spin, which combined with the lightning storm he was just fired through, turned Brook into a whirling storm of eclectic death. Here I come, like an arrow forged with lighting. Gavotte. Bond and avant, his attack piercing right through the zombie, as was the original intention. He's been hit. Follow-up attack. Usopp screams tower climb. Gur, you're next, but first the skeleton for hurting me. Damn it, he's going after Brook. Probably should have seen that coming, but still, fuck. Gum Gum battle axe. Brook. Atlas Comet. The attack explodes impotently against Or's arm, the giant simply turning his attention to the sniper rather than to Zoro. Gum Gum bazooka. Waerk. Or's grumbles, swinging his arms forward, but nothing happened, even trying to pump his arms like a shotgun to see if that would help, which it didn't. Achenta Fleur. Cuatro manos. Where did all these arms come from? That's cheating. Moria whines as he struggles to move under Robin's blooms. I feel like I say this at least once an island, but we're pirates, cheating is perfectly fine. Just ask Nami. Chaos says with a deep sigh. Give up Moria, or I'll snap your neck. Your shadow revolution has been crushed, Robin orders, tighten hold. No fair, this hurts, Moria wheezes, then smirks. You want to play dirty girl? Well, two can play at that game. Brick bat, shadow bats, everyone keep them away from Robin, it's clear she's their primary target. No problem. Victor smirks nose fancy cannon grapple bullet shower. Arachne's web. There may be a lot of them, but at least these things are about as durable as a balloon, Sanji says as he splats around handful with a flurry of kicks. The problem is where they're coming from. Oars are more likely Moria's shadow, unless he can simply break down other people's shadows into those bats. Chaos growls as Shinso takes out the next wave of shadow bats. And that was definitely a problem, as the brick bats that were splatted wriggled their way across all surfaces to right behind Robin, where they collected and reformed into a doppelman. Well, since your rather impressive hold is stopping me from doing anything myself, I have to break out the long-range weapons instead. Kishishishi. Moria chuckles, as Robin decides this needs to end, now. Clutch. You're kind of 0 for 2 here, Robin. No neck-breaking crunch this time either. Losing your touch? Valentina half jokes, until she turns and her jaw drops. Oh fuck. Kishishishi. Moria cackles as the doppelman behind Robin morphed into its original owner, the warlord now free of her hold and outside of wars once more. What? But, how? Vivi gasps, like my cage bushin'. Fuck you, not the time Val. With it. I can switch places with my shadow double at any time. How did you think I managed to get inside Oars in the first place? Now I'll admit you came rather close to beating me, but not quite, he cackles, before pulling out his scissors then proceeding to peel off and snip Robin's shadow off her feet, causing her to pass out. Mama, wait, he can just rip the shadows out whenever he likes? Quite surprising given the song and dance he's been doing before now, Brook agrees. Other people weren't as impressed, in fact they were pissed off. Diabol Hambi. Extra Heish Kamishini no Yari. Budo. Renjin. Unfortunately Moria simply switched out with his doppelman and avoided both attacks as it collapsed into more brick bats, returning to the cockpit now he was free of Robin's blooms. Kishishishi, and now we're back to square one. Well, I have the upper hand and 5 shadows, but that's beside the point, Moria cackles. Stupid master, I told you to stop interfering in my fight, Oars growls at the Onion Man. My apologies Oars, I just couldn't help but join in on the fun. Moria insincere apologies, but Oars is already focused on something else, the unconscious Robin. Don't care, I'm running this show now. My first move is squish the lady, Oars decides, bellows. Not a chance you ugly cyclops, Gum Gum Bazooka Muggin Miriturapu. Papa! Artemis screams as the researcher, once more wrapped in his clock, reaches Robin just moments before Ore's fists do. In fact, his arms end up embedded in the ground due to the force. Seeing something shimmer out the corner of her eye, she runs over while the others focus on trying to take advantage of the zombie's current issue. Pop's cloak, she thinks aloud, confused and then freaked out when something shoots out, and pats her head. Well, that worked out alright then, came the tinny echo as a fully reflect armored Chaos pulls himself from the reflective inner layer, sending a shiver down the artist's spine only because it reminded her of Moria's doppelman forming behind Robin a few minutes prior. Don't worry, kiddo. Robin's safe for the moment in the infinity mirror space, though I'm not too sure how long that will remain. For someone who isn't me, so maybe we should deal with the onion demon sooner rather than later. He hums, returning to normal. Even with his cloak draped over his shoulders, Artemis nods, a look of determination and sheer unquenchable will blazing in her eyes. Hey guys! Chopper shouts from upon Ore's shoulder, prompting the obvious questions of how and why was the reindeer up there. I was looking for Ore's cause of death. What I have found is useful too though. Focus fire on his right arm. Hogback repaired it rather well, but it's still clear and severe damage via frostbite on his right arm. This is only a guess, but I believe he died of exposure to the cold, and if I'm not mistaken, he was naked when this happened. We refuse to lose to the corpse of someone that stupid. Sanji and Zoro shout. Frankie would have probably joined in if he were conscious, and while Chaos was thinking it, Robin was similarly indisposed, so couldn't also be annoyed at getting her ass kicked by a giant dumb enough to walk into a snowstorm in the nude. On an unrelated note, Kaya and Nami were now curious as to whether or not that meant Hogback or Perona had to sew the loincloth the zombie was currently wearing, or if it was found alongside whatever supplies Ors died with. Zombies may not feel pain, but they can still take damage, Chopper states, ignoring Greed's cough of, all our attacks have weakened the original wounds. If we focus on his right arm, we can cut his attack power in half, which will make finishing him off a hell of a lot easier. Hey, stop squeaking in my ear. And WHO said you could stand on me. Ors grunts, then moves to flatten Chopper. Thanks for landing the first shot. Your shoulder was already weak before, but now it's on the way to ruin, Chopper chuckles. My hand is talking, Ors states in confusion, before Chopper peeks out from his fist. I'm kind of a small guy, meaning I'm not that easy for someone as big as you to aim for and hit, Chopper taunts, then eats a rumble bow. Jumping point, arm point. Hey Chopper. The reindeer looks down to see Sanji running up Or's arm. Nice work there, want some help? You bet, give me a boost. Chopper shouts as Sanji leaps up to meet him in the air, then adds his own force to Chopper's attack. Cloven shot. Why you keep hitting the same spot? If it didn't work the first time, it'll never work. Ors asks, taunts, clearly not seeing the large, hoof-shaped indent Chopper just made in the band-aided section of his upper arm. Oh, it's gonna work. Pain is a warning sign that something is wrong with the body. Not being able to feel it doesn't make you stronger, it just leaves you open to cumulative damage attacks like this. The doctor explains, before jumping down alongside Sanji. Grr, now I'm really mad. Ors roars before leaping into the air and raining destruction from the sky. Gum Gum Gatling, holy crap, are those two still alive? Alvida gasps as the two hit the ground with a painful thump. He's taking us out, one by one. We can't do more than cut him a little and he one-shots up all. Vivi whimpers, falling to her knees. Kishishishi, I told you the nightmare was just beginning. By sunrise you'll all either be dead, or wish you were. Moria cackles from Or's belly. Now stomp them to bits, Ors. Fuck. We've thrown everything we've got at this thing and still nothing, Nami shrieks, shaking in her boots. Hey Usopp, we'll give you an opening, then use it, Zoro orders, rushing forward alongside Chaos and Greed, aiming straight for Ors. An opening, oh, you got it guys, Usopp shouts then runs off. Where's he going? Valentina hums, then sighs and switches gloves. Gum Gum Pistol Gum Gum Bell. The trio managed to dodge the fist but were nearly caught off guard by the headbutt. Had Greed not knocked the other two aside and taking the full hit himself, the Edo Tenside twitching weakly as his body attempted to put itself back together. Us down for the count, remind me to thank him if we survive this, Zoro hums as the two leap and dodge his next few attacks. Seems when not using imitation Gomu Gomu techniques his size made his moves pretty telegraphed and dodgeable. We don't have all night, nor do we have the stamina to last that long. Think Usopp's ready yet? Chaos asks, eyes flicking over to see the sniper once more with a little help from Alvida, loading his mega sling, almost there. Then move, the swordsman orders, confusing the researcher as he then shouts to Oars, hey ugly. If it were up to me, I'd fight you until I couldn't feel my arms, or move any other part of my body, but we're kind of on a timer. So how about we end this in one shot? Kishishi, you want to die that badly, let him have it Oars, Moria commands with a sharp cackle. I know that master, time to die, Oars yells as he leaps into the air, now Gum Gum. 1 Gorilla 2 Gorilla Nigori Zyke jaws dropped as not only did Zoro manage to blow the attack, he was able to redirect Oars' strike so he ended up embedding his fist in the nearby wall, pinning him for the moment. Yasha Garasu with his right arm immobile Zoro struck, leaving a trail of crowfoot slashes all the way up the giant's arm. Right arm again, how stupid can you pirates be? Oars growls, trying to punch Zoro but missing, until he tried to attack himself. Then Oars was able to use the speed he gained from Luffy's shadow to blindside him and knee him into the building, knocking him out. Hey Oars, this way dumbass. Oars blinks and turns his head, just as Usopp and Alvida finally release the payload, the massive salt bag flying straight into his mouth and being automatically swallowed. Is it over? Kaya whispers. Hearing a sad sigh beside her, she sees Artemis looking defeated. Not even close, she mutters, wringing her hands. You didn't, you little, long-nosed bastard, Moria sneers. What did you just do? Nami asks, you don't, right? You got kidnapped before we learned that. You can force the shadow out of a zombie using salt, Vivi explains. So Usopp and Alvida just launched a whole sack down Oars' throat. She cheers, until a shadow does pop out of Oars' mouth, and it's Moria's doppelman holding the bag. Oh, for fuck's sake. Kishishi, you thought you had me for a moment there, didn't you? Fools. You really think I don't know the weakness of my own fruit? I had you pegged the moment you pulled it out, scrambling over it all for nothing. Shinso, if it had been done a second earlier it might have worked, but Moria's shadow had already started to throw the bag, so when it was torn open it made a small salt cloud about 10 feet in front of Moria, rather than in Oars' mouth. Damn it, should have speared the bag the moment it popped out of Oars' mouth, Chaos hisses. Pupils contracted to slits behind his glasses, though the most badly affected was most obviously Usopp, the sniper now running around trying to gather as much of the salt as he could to try again, which wasn't going to be helped by the fact Oars was still running around. Gum Gum stamped what should have led to an extra flat liar pancake, didn't, as something zipped across the ground and managed to grab Usopp before Oars was able to stomp on him. Not that the people on the ground knew that at the time. Usopp, Kaya screams, launching a barrage of syrup spikes at Oars in a blind rage. Take out the girls next to Oars, they're beginning to become annoying. Moria grunts and waves his hands in the direction of the angry Kaya and Alvida. The giant nods and leaps at them, then stomps his way through the surrounding area. Why didn't you grab them, you bastard? Nami shouts as she squirms, herself and Artemis each under one of Kao's arms with Vivi holding on tightly with her arms around his neck. My hands were full, plus I didn't need to, he replies unhelpfully. And what the fuck does that mean? Nami screams, only to get the answer, just not from him. Hey, big guy, came a calm, subdued voice above them all. Might want to stop that. What do you think you're stomping anyway? Oars turns his head to see someone standing in a hole in the wall about level with his eye, looking for these three. Cause I have to say you're miles off, he says, referring to Kaya and Alvida in his hands, and Usopp at his feet. What happened? Usopp groans, then screams as he's attacked by Syrup, Kaya escaping her rescuer's fist in order to hug and check on her lover. Usopp, you're alive, she cheers, nuzzling his cheek. I thought you were a bloody smear a second ago, she sniffles, holding him tighter. That was a close call back there, and given the speed of that rescue I'm glad I left my hat back on the ship. Alvida quips, turning her head so she could properly thank her rescuer only for her eyes to widen to saucers, and her jaw to drop. Who are you? Stay out of my way, pipsqueak, Oars growls. You don't recognize me? Nightmare asks, the name's Monkey D. Luffy? Luffy, almost all of them shout. Understandable given the guy claiming to be their captain was about 20 feet tall with worryingly blue skin and bulging muscles. So, Ors already took out most of the heavy hitters, Nightmare states as he lets Alvida slip from his hand. And stole your shadow, he adds, seeing Chaos arrive with Vivi, Nami and Artemis. Yeah, don't actually know when that happened, the researcher admits. Probably after you went crazy and Usopp tranked you in the face, Artemis guesses, a small part of Luffy's mind storing that away for questioning later. Anyway, the biggest problem, if we're being perfectly honest, is that with Moria in the driver's seat he can manipulate Or's shadow, so he basically has your powers as well as your skills with it, Chaos explains. Or's having the perfect sense of timing to charge up and launch. Gum Gum rifle only for Luffy to stop it dead like he was playing with a child. Oh fuck, I just came, didn't need to know that. We can all at least admit that might be one of the most badass things Luffy's ever done, right? Of course, there's only room in this world for one Luffy and that's me. You got a problem with that? Nightmare asks, before punching Ors straight in the jaw, sending him back pretty far even for something of his size. Never mind, one punch takedown of a giant, that's peak badass for Luffy. Oh, this is going to be quite the show, says Chaos laughs, shimmering over to a roof with Artemis, safe from the destruction but still able to give them a good view. Go Uncle Luffy, kick his ass. And that was exactly what Luffy did, starting by leaping down and charging at the recovering giant. He grabbed Ors by the horn and once more slammed him headfirst into the ground. Hey guys, get over here, there are people here to help our crewmates, Vivi calls, the two looking down to see the roaming pirates and Moria's other victims appear out of the rubble and start picking up and transporting the unconscious Straw Hats. We should at least pass them, Mom. You did say the mirror world might not be safe, Artemis says, getting a nod from the older pirate before he picks her up and jumps down. Gum Gum stamp. Luffy kicks Ors in the face with a rather satisfying crunch, even if the zombie couldn't feel his skull breaking, everyone else knew. Getting thrown around by such a small creature by his hair though, if Ors was still alive he'd be really embarrassed by how easily he was getting his ass kicked, and Moria was too busy being thrown around inside him to actually do anything to counter it. Back with the crew, so in summary, you shoved 100 shadows into our husband and that's what made him into a beast. Even a Yonko would think twice about trying to slap around? Vivi asks, Alvida nodding along with her. Pretty much, Lola nods. Got any more? Chaos asks, frowning slightly when the pirates shook their heads. Sorry, Nightmare Luffy took all the shadows we had to make, one of the Risky brothers explained. He's also only got at most 2 or 3 minutes of power left. Then all the shadows will escape his body and return to their owners. We're sorry for springing this on him, Nightmare to end and be human again. Quiet. Dawn is fast approaching. The fate of everyone in Thriller Bark is about to be decided, Lola declares. Should we move? Alvida asks, about a minute before Luffy hammer throws Ors back through the building in front of them back into the courtyard. On second thought, a few steps back won't make an ounce of difference. Ors pulls himself to his feet, extremely pissed off. I'll squish you like a bug, he bellows. Gum Gum bullet. His attack misses. Luffy's counter-slash didn't, cutting a deep gash across the giant's entire torso. This is bad, I need to get out of here before that brute targets me. Moria whimpers in a panic, a moment too late. Gum Gum pistol. Luffy's punch struck Ors in the gut. More specifically, it struck Moria in the face and the force continued through him and sent the entire zombie Megazord flying backwards. Then sucking in air and using it to shoot himself forward, he was able to more or less slap away a Gum Gum axe from Ors and lay into Moria with a mid-air Gatling, or as it's now called. Gum Gum star. The force of the attack seemed to finally take out Ors, sending him crashing into the tower, destroying one side of it as he hits the ground and this time doesn't get back up. Wow, guess we didn't need salt after all, just a shadow beast, Usopp chuckles. Speaking of, where is Luffy? Alvida asks just before said captain falls to the ground. Found him, oh dear, Kaya squeaks as the shadows burst free of Nightmare Luffy. That looks exceedingly painful, she says with a grimace. It probably is, Chaos agrees, zipping over to catch Luffy in case he fell after the final shadow left him. Timed that perfectly, Lou. A second longer and you'd have run out of juice before you KO'd the big guy. He teases, getting a tired smile in response from Luffy. Straw Hat did it, Ors has been vanquished, Moria beaten, Thriller Bark has fallen. The roaming pirates shout for all to hear. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Final boss. Ultimate Shadow Demon. Kaya. Luffy just passed out. Can you check he's okay? Vivi shouts, the syrup girl speeding over and giving her captain the once over. The rest of the crew not far behind her. Even Luffy's not invincible. He took the power of 100 shadows. It makes sense he'd end up like this when it was over. Lola sighs. True, but he's still breathing and just looks exhausted. Anything else though? Chaos asks, Luffy still leaning against his side. No, that seems to be the gist of it. He's pushed himself too far again, this time knocking himself out once all the adrenaline left him when the shadows burst out of him. Well, there goes Plana, one of the nobodies grumble. Usopp and Nami turn to look at the strangers. As you know, Moria put the shadows he stole into zombies. As the wielder of the cage no am the Lord of Shadows, only he can command the shadows to return to their original owners. Not exactly, Valentina interrupts, standing between Victor and a regenerated Greed. Now that they're free of the zombies it's probably true. But as we saw with Brook's shadow and Ryuma, complete destruction of the body via fire seemed to do the trick. Meaning we have 100 shadows to sift through. But all the other zombies can have their shadows sent to their original owners fairly painlessly, for them. Even so, like you said, 100 shadows that need Moria's command to return to their owners. And now we don't have Luffy conscious enough to even threaten the bastard. We could just kill him, Chaos suggests, setting Luffy down where Kaya directs. Then have anyone else in this gathering eat it and free the shadows himself. Let's leave that for a plan B, as we don't know what would happen to a free shadow if Moria was to die. Lola argues cautiously, then stops and turns a sickly gray. What now? Victor groans, turning around. Aw shit, Oars is up and at him again. And I presume we don't have any more shadows? No, the ones in Luffy scattered once they were released from his body. Fucking great, stupid bugs, that didn't hurt at all. We can't beat him like this, half the Straw Hats are down for the count. We used all our shadows the first time, and he doesn't even look hurt. We gotta retreat. One of the shadowless shout, starting a movement to flee back into the forest, only to be stopped by none other than Zoro. I don't know about Luffy, but Oars clearly took a beating from that last fight, the swordsman states, blades already out and ready to fight. Seseizi, glad to see you're still alive Zoro, but are you sure you want to do this? That last fight looked like it took a lot out of you? I'm gonna die in a few minutes either way, might as well make it count. I'm not dead yet, Moria needs one more punch to the face, the less coward, Luffy wheezes, as he pulls himself to a seated position. Damn it Luffy, just sit still, Vivi frets, you're going to do more damage if you don't stop that. Robin. Luffy shouts, I can't move as well as I should. Think you can give me a hand? He asks. But of course, I'll provide any assistance you require, Robin says with a smirk, though is nearly knocked over when Artemis Tackle hugs her, happy to see she's already awake. I am ready and able, if you'll allow me to assist of course, Brook states, though he was currently using his sword as the cane it technically also was. Luffy nods, good, I already have a plan, nice to hear, makes a change there Cap'n. Nami chuckles, herself and Kaya already getting into more long-range positions. Now the fun begins. Also, might be a good idea for you guys to get out of the way, Chaos says offhandedly, causing the shadowless to run for their lives. Pierre na fleur. And here we go yo ho 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 ho, Brook cackles, carrying Luffy as he jumps to each of the holds made by Robin's blooms, scaling the mansion in now time. Hey where you go? What, smoke, clouds? Oars hums as dark clouds begin to almost wrap around him. Cool ball, the forecast is rain, Nami states, catching Oars in a downpour with her rain tempo. Coup de vent Oars turns as the wall explodes, revealing the mechanism Frankie, Victor and Usopp had disappeared to work on, a massive wind cannon. Time to end this fight cold, we at full power yet boys? Frankie shouts, holding the nozzle down, steady with his body. Just a second more, Usopp grunts. The machine pinged before a blast of cold air erupts from it. I can't move, Oars bellows as the cannon freezes his lower body in place, making the next part possible. As Sanji kicks the large chain hanging from the main structure of the building so it loops across Oars' chest, adding another structure to immobilize the giant. Direct hit, good job. Chopper cheers from safe above. Meanwhile, even higher, at the top of the mast, Luffy and Brook look down at the struggling zombie. "You know what to do. So toss me," Luffy orders. "You sure, Luffy? This is your last chance?" Brook asks, a little worried about the plan now they were actually doing it. "Yes, now go." Brook sighs. "Okay. And go," he shouts as he throws Luffy off the edge. Gear 3rd. Bone Balloon, Zoro now, aim for the stomach, Chopper relays. The swordsman smirks. Now was the chance to finally use his best move. Santoryu. 3000 worlds. The slash hits the immobile zombie right in the gut, surprisingly drawing blood from the dead flesh, as well as causing Oars to cough some out. My turn. Let's see what happens after a Gear 3rd attack, when your spine's straight as a ruler. Chaos smirks, pulling the lever to retract the chain, which pulled tight across Oar's chest, and forcing his body straight. "Just die already, you bastard," Alvida shouts. "Don't hold back, give it everything you've got, Luffy. Let's see you stand up after this special bazooka," Luffy declares, still falling with his arms inflated from Gear 3rd. "Big deal, I can't just slap you back with my own special bazooka," Oars grunts, then begins to panic. "Hey, what's going on? Why can't I stretch or even straighten my arms?" Seems all that damage he wasn't feeling finally caught up to him, Kaya says, grinning widely. Gear 3rd. Gum Gum Giant Bazooka. Luffy's attack struck Oars square in the face, and the assembled crowd watched in awe and joy, as the attack caused the zombie to crumple like an accordion, as not only his spine but the majority of his bones were cracked or even shattered in the aftermath of that attack. "He did it," she shadowless cheer as Oars falls to the ground motionless, hopefully this time out for the count. Luffy meanwhile had shrunk into chibi form after using Gear 3rd, and after being caught by Vivi was being held tightly by the crying princess. Alvida quickly joining in the cuddle session. Luckily Sanji wasn't anywhere near them, as he would be crying tears of blood given most of Luffy's body was buried in boobage at the moment. "It doesn't hurt, but I can't move," Oars moans in confusion. He's still conscious, even after all that damage. Chopper sighs. "These zombies really are a mockery of life. They should have never been created," he spits. "Hey dumbasses, what are you cheering about? You still have to get your shadows back or the sun will burn you all to ashes," Usopp shouts, being the voice of reason for once. Lola blinks. "You're right. Let's wake Moria up with a beating and make him give us back our shadows." "No need," a voice wheezes. "I'm already awake, Moria," the shadowless scream. "Well, this just saves us the trouble of waking you ourselves. Now unless you want another beating from the Straw Hats, you'll return the shadows you stole right this minute," Lola demands. "Kishishishi, this isn't some schoolyard brawl, child. A real pirate wouldn't cave to such weak demands even if his very life depended on it." He then looks at Luffy with a sneer. "So, you teamed up with the weaklings from the forest, and used my own shadows against me. You must have been desperate." "Honestly, it did make tactical sense, Straw Hat. You'll pay for ever setting foot on Thriller Bark. How dare you ravage my wonderful ship?" "You're the one who'll pay, this was few. Now give back the shadows before the sun comes up," Luffy demands, having freed himself from his girls to yell at the Onion Man. Moria smirks. "Kishishishi, I don't think so. In fact, at this point all I have to do is sit here and wait for you all to die. You've got some fine underlings, kid, but you're not cut out for the new world, not even close. And do you know why?" he asked, though his expression could now be best described as traumatized. "Now isn't the time for a friendly chat. The sun's almost here," one of the shadowless shout. Moria continues uninterrupted, "Because unlike me, you failed to realize the weakness of your crew." At this several of the Straw Hats growl or sneer. "I once trusted my underlings as much as you do. But despite their talents, do you know why I still ended up losing them? Because they were mortal," Moria says as his shadow extends from his body like a tentacled mass, reaching out to unknown places. "That's what makes this different this time. If they'd been zombies from the start, I would have had nothing to lose. Zombie are fearless, eternal, relentless warriors who can be replaced even if they fall. Now with my undead horde, there is nothing in this world that can stop me from becoming king of the pirates. You and your crew should be grateful for the chance to serve as my undying slaves." At that exact moment, the shadowed tendrils latched onto all the zombies in Thriller Bark, and pulled. "He's a bastard, but he has a point," Valentina and Greed think, then like the others worry when Moria's eyes begin to glow an eerie red. All the shadows of Thriller bark, come to me and become my power. Shadows Asgard. All these shadows, oh fuck, Nami gasps. He's doing Nightmare Luffy, but with all the shadows he's got as a booster, Chaos hisses, coating his entire body in reflect armor. Tell me Luffy, I'd wager you managed to absorb about 100 shadows in order to get as strong as you did. Well then I'll just have to absorb 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, kishishishi, 1000. 1000 shadows all inside him, should have known he wouldn't have a limit like normal people given his devil fruit. That punk, come to pick us off after we've used up everything we had taking out ores. I suppose it's too much to hope he has a similar time limit in this amped form to Luffy. Chaos sighs, nervously spinning hubby in his right hand. Lola grunts, probably, not that it matters, the sun's up and we're out of time. We don't even have those 10 minutes to hope to survive before being destroyed by the light. On the bright side, and it shows how bad things are getting that this is considered having 1000 shadows inside him, while it amped up his size and strength, seemed to have severely screwed with his brain, given he was unable to speak anymore besides laughter and shrieks. Oh, and he was starting to wreck his own island, ship worse than Ors did. Which was the cue for 99% of the shadowless to make a break for it. Basically everyone who wasn't a Straw Hat or Lola. Captain, what are you doing? The sun's coming up. You'll be burned to ash just like the rest of us. She nods, I know, but I feel I have to do my part. Take some responsibility for getting us into this mess in the first place. She responds, still not moving from his spot. Besides, look over there, tell me what you see. The Straw Hats, they're not budging, not even an inch, they gasp. They're completely fearless, Lola states, mostly because she can't see Usopp and Nami's looks of terror on their faces. Come on, they don't think they can actually win this, can they? Yeah, they lost their shadows same as this, and Moria is basically indestructible now. He makes Ors look like a wild zombie. They clearly think there's more to it than that. If these kids think they should stand and fight, why shouldn't I? Lola says, her body tense and determined. I knew there was a chance our battle would end up like this, and I don't regret betting on the Straw Hats. They did a lot better than we have all these years. You can run if you want, but I'm staying, as is my duty as your cap. Ah. Lola groans as the sun rises enough to catch her, her body starting to burn in the light. Captain Lola, get in the shadows, hurry. No, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. This is what it means to put your faith behind someone. I'm not going to skulk around in the dark anymore. Lola shouts back, gritting her teeth and digging her heels in, I'm a Charlotte, damn it. We don't back down for anything or anyone. So, think we've finally found the big boss, because I don't think they can get bigger without bringing the entire ship to life. Zoro asks, mostly rhetorically. He let his pride get in the way of his reason. There's no way he can control that many shadows for long, Robin states. He's a time bomb, all we need to do is hope he goes off, before we do. We're going all out one last time. Think you can handle it? Luffy asks his crew who nod or shout their agreement. What are you doing? You can't beat a monster like him. Unless you have something constructive to say, shut your damn mouths. Vivi shouts, things reaching a peak for her. This was clearly a last-ditch maneuver from Moria, or else he'd have used it already and just stomped us before this point. The real enemy is the sun, or at least for 5 of the people here fighting. We have until the sun's rays catch them to beat Moria and release those shadows, and my husband seems to think he stands a chance at this. She turns to Luffy, a determined grin on his face. Ready when you are, my captain. Gear 2nd reflect armor. Hosomi no Otoko. This can only end one of 2 ways. The sun burns us to ash, or those 2 beat the shadows out of Moria, Zoro states confidently, and I know where I'm putting my money. It became clear Moria didn't have the speed, or the mental fortitude to follow the brothers, each zipping around at high speed avoiding his clumsy lunges and gropes, Chaos slashing at him with talon-like claws. While Luffy grabs the now giant by his somehow still intact belt and unleashed. Gum Gum Jet Rocket. Those 2, they know Soru and Geppo. How? Lola gasps, where did they learn those techniques? The way Chaos seems to learn most things. Mimicry. Robin chuckles as she answers the other woman's question. The last island we were on. We ran into CP9, and most of the crew had to fight Rokushiki users. Luffy and Chaos just happened to be the fastest to use what they've seen to improve their own techniques. You know, you could have just asked them later. Nami retorts, the fact Luffy's literally beating the shadows out of Moria is a much bigger deal. Or is it just me? Jet bazooka, jet bazooka. She's right, they're practically pouring out of that thing. One of the shadowless shout in joy. We might actually survive this after all. But how? Doesn't Moria's fruit give him complete control over shadows? Or at least the ones he rips off people? Yeah, but that's when he has them, for lack of a better word, tethered to a zombie. Right now they're loose and swarming inside him. Even he can't control that many shadows in that form. Especially when those two double-teaming him is putting him on the brink of unconsciousness. Usopp explains, guesses. Gum gum, brick bat. Kurohitsugi well, shit. Turns out Moria's brain was still working, as he uses his shadow to form the shadow bats from earlier, swarming Luffy and forming a black box around him to stop the steaming rubber band from hitting him anymore. He then proceeds to punch the section of wall he formed the box on, crushing it as well as the entire wall, leaving a crumbled black thing to hit the ground. Now you die, brat. Consider this your punishment for thinking you can enter my part of the sea and strut around like you own the place. Moria bellows, then attempt to stomp out the Straw Hat Captain. Kiba Sutoraiki Moria shrieks as he hops back, 5 spike-like holes in his heel as Chaos stands over the now shaking and thumping box, the fingers on his right hand longer and curved like snake fangs. He stares up at the beast with an expression best D, before the black coffin finally is forced open. Luffy stepping out, panting heavily but still steaming. Arsehole forgot I'm rubber and therefore blunt force doesn't do shit? He asks jokingly. Let's show this overblown onion man why we don't back down to cowards like him. Rubber bounces back, and you dish out everything that gets thrown at you. So let's end this once and for all. Gear 3rd. Bone Balloon Anard Nathair. Anaconda. He's kicking it up to 3rd, on top of 2nd. Shit, this is going to get messy, Frankie shouts. Hey Robin, any idea what Shimmer just did? Valentina asks. Not a clue, but it seems whatever you went looking for earlier gave him some new tricks, Robin smirks. Kind of looks like the feral form he was in earlier, only he's actually in control of himself now, I hope. Zoro grimaces. That thing was a pain to deal with. He really didn't want to try again under the current circumstances. They're both idiots, their bodies can't handle the strain of what they're trying to do. Chopper panics. Gum gum jet shell sene jashu mudam udam 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 uda. Luffy's inflated rubber form slams right into Moria's guts, while Chaos zips around him in a circle. Each strike leaving 5 small holes in a circle at the point of impact, as well as a momentary depression caused by the force of each attack, only stopping when Luffy was forced back out of Moria's stomach, catching him before he hit the ground. At this point it seemed like shadows were actively fleeing Moria's bloated body, so much so he had to consciously force them to remain, and even then it was a losing battle. Listen here shadows, I am your master and you will obey me. I know you're there, come back to me Shadow, Lola shouts, the flames growing the longer she stood outside. I've spent 3 long years searching for the zombie you were put inside, and now you're right here in front of me, I can't just leave. She screams, sidestepping her crew who tried to get her to retreat, or at least duck out of the light. Please Captain Lola, stop this, we can't watch you die. You idiots, can't you feel it? Our shadows, everyone's shadows, are right there, inside Moria. Mere feet away from us. Lola hisses, trying to get the others to see sense. Now you mention it, I feel something, that's the connection, forged from birth between a shadow and its owner. Moria can cut the physical connection, but he can never truly sever the bond. She's right. This is the closest we've ever come to being reunited with our shadows. But we still can't fight a warlord. We might not have to. If his hold on them is as shaky as it looks, we could draw them back into ourselves simply by being this close to them. We have nothing left to lose, we might as well try this. And with that, cries for the shadows to return to them echoed through the edge of the mansion. All Moria's victims trying to fight against the warlord's hold on their shadow, as well as maybe even help knock a few more loose on the way. Luffy smirks, his body ready for a final strike. I've got some words for my shadow too. You want to be the Pirate King's shadow? then you better shape up and come back to me right now? Gum Gum Jet Shell. This strike knocked Moria into the mansion once more, if nothing else finally destroying it completely, even dropping one of the masts on top of him, though it also sent Luffy flying around like a balloon with all the air let out of it. It was this attack which finally ended things though, as Moria's hold was lost, the shadows erupting from his mouth like a geyser of pitch black ink, visible for all on Thriller Bark to see. Unfortunately, the destruction of the mansion also removed most of the shade in the courtyard they'd been fighting in, flooding the area with the light on the early morning sun. Not a good thing when the shadows haven't returned to their owners yet. Robin, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji's bodies were engulfed in white flames, while Chaos's armored form began to crack and splinter, licks of fire flickering in and out of the growing cracks and crumbling silver armor. Oh god no. Someone block the sun from them. This is bad, I don't want them all to die. Come on Shadows, we freed you. Now do your job and save our friends from the sun. The good news, if you can call it that, is it seems you die only when all of you burns in the sun. If the shadow, which took its sweet time, returns while you're still burning, no matter how much of you was destroyed, it will be restored, good as new. This fact had the rest of the Straw Hats staring in shock but also joy, as their crew was once more whole again, and not dead. Guess it's not time for us to die just yet, Zoro chuckles, patting himself down to make sure nothing was off or damaged, the rest doing similar things to themselves or each other, namely Robin and Chaos, to the amusement of a few of Moria's former victims. How can you all be so blasé about this? Half your bodies were gone, Usopp shouts. Half his brain was missing back on Skypia. Pretty sure Shimmer's devil fruit means he literally doesn't care, Victor chuckles. You people are insane, you nearly gave me a heart attack, only I don't have a heart, being a skeleton and all. So lucky me, Brook chuckles, then turns so he could stand in the sunlight once more after all these years. Everyone seems to have recovered their shadows, Chopper notes smiling as he and Kaya check up on Luffy. Yes, we were cutting it pretty close. Luckily the return of our shadows caused our bodies to return to their natural state, Robin hums. Like when Moria contorted ores to mimic Luffy's fruit, or turn him into a zombie ball. The shadow and the owner are linked. Reattaching it stopped the burning and gave the order to put everything back to where it was supposed to, Chaos adds. Now they weren't about to die. A few of the crew noticed their researcher was taller and somehow even more thin and sinewy than when they arrived on the island in the first place. I don't really care how it worked, just glad it did. Plus now we've dealt with Moria, I doubt we'll need to worry about our shadows being stolen again. Zoro hums, sitting down and taking a break for the first time since waking up from his shadow being stolen. He then turns to look at their captain. Luffy got small again a few minutes ago. Yeah, he says it's a side effect of Gear 3rd, supposedly relative to how long he uses it. He ends up being in mini mode to recover. These new moves, can his body even handle them? Usopp wonders aloud. He's the only one who can, Chaos answers. If he was anyone else his gears would kill him just trying to replicate the effects. Speaking of, what the absolute fuck was that rage mode thing you turned into earlier? Sanji shouts. The researcher guessing it was because he attacked a woman. Even if it was Perona, an enemy, with it. What do you know about fight or flight? He asks, seeing the blank expression on the blonde's face. When faced with a threat, an animal has two options. Attempt to flee or stand your ground and attack. Perona's hollows clearly caused a similar reaction within me. But why? Perona's hollows make people depressed. Why were you any different? Nami asks. Her hollows work by muting all positive feelings, leaving only negatives, hence the name Negative Hollow. Pain, anger, self-doubt and loathing. But most importantly, fear. That's what triggered it. She muffled everything but fear, unknowingly activating the fight or flight response and causing me to lash out. That didn't answer anything we actually asked, such as why it affected you like that and nobody else, Alvida growls. Chaos clicks his tongue. Oh, well it's probably because I'm a zone. It tapped into the animal part of my brain rather than the rational human part, which did shut down like everyone else's, hence, I believe someone called it feral mode. You could have heard a pin drop at the reveal worthy of Garp with how, well there it is that statement was. What, you're not a zone, you stated clearly, back in the East Blue that you were a special paramecia, eater of the Suru no Miifopp shouts. Chaos nods, correct, I've had that fruit since I was a kid, but recently, and by that I mean last night, I now have another, specifically the power of the hubby no mi. He grins widely, long fangs flashing in the sunrise. Sanji scoffs. Yeah right, nobody can eat 2 devil fruits, you'd fucking explode. The cook fails to finish his sentence as for one there's a tail wrapped rather painfully around his legs and torso, but also he's staring into the clearly reptilian face of the Straw Hat researcher. Shades dropped from his face due to the lack of outer ears in what they assume to be his hybrid form. Given it more closely resembles a naga or lamia than an actual snake at this point. Believe me now, Eros, Chaos almost purrs, disarticulating his jaw just to snap it shut an inch from his face. The cook swallows loudly, then nods, at which point he lets go of the blonde and transforms back to normal. Well, at least you keep your pants, that would have been awkward otherwise. Greed chuckles, getting a snort or suppressed laugh from Victor and Valentina respectively. So, eating 2 devil fruits is possible, though I presume the requirements are rarer than we could possibly imagine? Vivi asks, getting a nod from Chaos. Well, at least we have another zone on the crew, and it's the hubby no mi. Model Anaconda. 1, Chopper chirps happily, the others nod and grin, besides Robin, whose brow furrows in thought. Because that's not what he said. Those 2 are leaving us in the dust with all these power-ups. We really should start pulling our weight around here. Valentina says half-jokingly, getting annoyed sighs of agreement from Alvida and surprisingly Usopp. Thank you for all you've done, came a wheezing dry voice, getting the Straw Hat's attention. Ah, it's a zombie, Usopp screams, then primes his kabuto. Moria missed one. No, I'm just an old man with serious injuries. Oh, well now I feel like an asshole. No worries, I get that a lot. Anyway, I'm here to thank you. Most of us never thought we'd see the day we could walk in the light ever again. He wheezes, giving a pained smile as Lola and the others rush over. He's right, you know, we owe you our lives for finally beating Moria and returning our shadows to us. Lola declares, then kneels. Let it be known the Thriller Bark Victims Club recognize that we owe the Straw Hats our lives. We may not have much, but what we do have is yours for the taking. And, I grant the honor of one of you to marry me, Lola says with a wink. Hell no. It said a lot and yet nothing that every Straw Hat regardless of age, gender or even species shouted that, besides the unconscious Luffy. Damn, rejected by the entire crew, a full set so to speak. 458 rejections. I think, there's no need to thank us, like Luffy said when we ran into the old man we were fighting to save our own crew. Anything else is just a bonus, Zoro explains. Not that he thought it would do much, the slap across the face from Nami he didn't see coming though. Shut up. People are finally showing us the respect and gratitude we deserve. Can you just accept the praise given we took down a freaking warlord? Nami screams, then freezes in panic. Nami? I think they're going to lead us to Moria's treasure room? Vivi calls, hoping to snap the woman out of her funk. Shit, guys, I just remembered something really bad. Moria isn't the only warlord on Thriller Bark. Bartholomew Kuma arrived about an hour or 2 ago. I see. Everyone turns and looks up when they hear the voice projected from a Den Mushi, so my greatest fears have become a reality. So it would seem, Kuma says flatly, sending shivers down their spines. That's him, the other warlord? Kaya asks, getting a nod from Nami. But, he didn't join the fight. Why is he even here? Chopper asks in confusion. Great, and just when we finally found a replacement for Crocodile. Losing another warlord in quick succession sets a bad example. Especially by the hands of the same pirates. Can you confirm he's still breathing at least? No, Kuma replies, not having moved, so they were unsure if it was simply indifference or just that he'd already checked and so doing so again was unnecessary. Very well, if he is still alive we'll wait for him to recover and see if he can still maintain his position. We shall follow up after such time comes. The Shikabuchi's reputation and dignity would be tarnished if we continued to lose them so easily. It's critical that this information doesn't spread to anyone else. These damn Straw Hats are such a nuisance. My orders are clear. We can't allow anyone else to learn of Moria's defeat. This is a direct order from the world government. Obliterate the Straw Hat crew, and silence anyone else on the island. Leave no one alive. Simple enough. Kuma hums. Wait, did he just say, he's gonna obliterate us? one of the former victims ask. It's a buster call without the battleships, Chaos sighs. Well, the island's already fucked so it's not like you could tell the difference afterwards, says Sazy. At this point Kuma stands and turns to face the assembled group, revealing just how much of a behemoth of a man he truly was. Just like Crocodile, another fucking cover-up, Valentina sneers. No witnesses, it took everything we had and then some just to beat Moria. We can't fight another one in our condition, Alvida sighs. Zoro simply shrugs and unsheathes Shisui. I'll handle this, he says, stepping in front of everyone. I'd believe you, if you didn't look like death warmed over, Chaos says, now standing practically in lockstep with the swordsman. Be careful, he's got some kind of strange ability. I saw him make someone vanish with a touch of his hand. Nami warns, and he can teleport in the blink of an eye. Chaos just grins, so that's what you ate, this might actually be fun. Also, Moria's still alive. The fruit hasn't left his body yet and his prescience can still be mildly felt in all the dark places in the immediate area. Kuma doesn't react to the researcher's statement, only removes his gloves, which has Nami twitching given he also removed his glove before vanishing Perona. He then vanished in a noise similar to a popping bubble but louder and appeared in the middle of the crowd. We're fucked, Nami whimpers. Damn, the big guy really can teleport, that just makes things harder. Frankie groans, then his jaw drops when with a single palm strike he took out a row of people, throwing them all into the ruins behind them. He then teleports backwards, now directly behind Chaos and Zoro, mostly because they had turned to face him when he popped to the middle of the group. Mirror Master Chaos, Pirate Hunter Zoro, shall I begin the culling with you and work down? He asks just as flatly as he said everything else.